business. I wouldn't want you to get your fingers blown off.
Okay, and then what? Then you make me host again? Is that?
Yeah, so we are now live streaming. So I'll go ahead and make you the host. So you have all of these special powers and you are good to go.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right. All right. That's good to know. We're good to go. Okay, any other questions? Okay, yeah, and so yes, I'll keep time, and so the first student who is up is Danny, and oh, and by the way, I've this the students I sent them your bio information, but I guess very quickly, most all of you know, I hope, that you know Danelle. You may even had her in a previous
Not yet.
studio.
Next semester.
Next, okay, next she's so she's very interested. Yeah, and so Danelle is the interesting thing, I think, relative to the project is some of you heard, is that there's these kinds of huts as well, as you can imagine, in Spain. And Danelle spent a couple years teaching in Spain while she was an assistant professor here. She's now an associate professor at School of Architecture. It has been for a couple of years now, at least 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. I don't know.
4, I think.
4 to 6.
Something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just, wow. And you all probably know Martin's. Anybody had Martin yet? I'm curious.
They dodged the bullet this semester because I've been teaching this studio in the past a lot. So
that's right. So actually, truth be known, for better or for worse, Martin and I have switched places because I have another studio that I teach, and there was a conflict of time. And so Martin actually is teaching comprehensive studio. And so you'll be very fortunate to have him as an instructor. And Peter Liedl is a professor at the Technical University of Munich. She was a professor at UT School of Architecture. And she loved it here. I won't get into anything else besides that. We really miss her. But those of you that are able to join us in the summer times, in the summer program that we do in Munich, Petra has been invaluable to the program. And you also know that she's given this assignment before, so she has real insight into the project. Although, as you know, because I did share with students the program that you had, that the program here is a bit different, and the students appreciated that material as well to help them assemble their program.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and get started.
Good.
Danny?
So, okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Does everybody see that?
Yep. Thank
Okay,
you.
perfect. So, hello, my name is Daniela, and this is my project. It all starts with the site. The site is located in Europe, more specifically in the border of Austria and Italy, in the Ötztal Alps. And we were given this general site, and were told that we needed to choose our own specific site. And so as a group, we decided in between 3 sites, one to the right, one to the center, and one to the left. And I decided to go to the one with the right because I thought that was a more remote location, and I wanted that like quietness. So the windrows in the site that I chose is heavier in the north and in the south, and the sun also moves more towards the south. The precipitation, it rains more during the summer times, and it is hotter during the summer times, and it rains less during the winter times, and it's colder during the winter times. we studied a lot of Tyrolean houses and their typologies. And I really took inspiration on those basic forms of those, and also the materiality that of the Tyrolean houses have. And so for the first iteration, I took the inspiration of the basic form of the Tyrolean houses and made 3 different towers. So the program, as you all know, is the research facility, and then sort of like communal spaces, or like dining and outdoor spaces, and also living spaces for both researchers and hikers. And so I had the programs be horizontal, so according to the floor plan, which I was told was very counterintuitive, because you would think that the programs would go according to each tower. So for the next iteration, I took that into consideration, and I also took the basic form of the slanted roofs and the straight walls of the Tyrolean typologies, and came up with this. So I took the basic form, and also instead of making 3 different towers, I made 2 different volumes that went according to the programs. So for the first floor, it was entirely for the researchers. And then the second floor, which was the ground floor, was for the communal spaces. And the third floor would be entirely for the living spaces. And so to transition from this iteration to the next, I really wanted to make the building more functional. And so I made a couple of improvements and changes. I changed this sort of outdoor space to be a more occupiable space instead of being this like triangular space. And then I also changed the section of the building to sort of take advantage of that slope. And instead of having these really long sort of rooms, to take advantage of that slope and have a more interesting building in section. And so I came up with this. I made the roof on this volume be in dialogue with the roof on the other volume. And I also created more windows, because on the previous iteration, I didn't have enough windows. And so I didn't have enough views to the exterior, and I didn't have enough natural light coming in. And so I kept the basic form. And so on this side, I also extended this roof to create sort of like a threshold for the entrance, a threshold from the exterior to the interior. And in terms of materiality, I also kept the same. So masonry for this first smaller volume, and wood for the other volume. And those materials are also according to the Tyrolean houses. So then in plans, I kept the same sort of basic programs according to each floor, but I changed sort of programs a little bit, like where they would be. And so this is the site plan, and you would enter through the north and can enter this, the entrance is here, the main entrance. And then I added an entrance only for the researchers, and that entrance could be found more to the south. So the first floor, I kept it being entirely for the researchers' labs. And I added this corridor here because previously you had to walk through rooms to get from one room to another, and that was kind of distracting, and these are working spaces, so you wanted as much privacy as possible, and the researchers could enter through here, and this would be sort of like their own private entrance. And so the second room, which is actually the ground floor, you would enter through here and have the dining room, then the kitchen. And then I wanted the winter room to be against this curtain wall, to have the winter room have those like uninterrupted views to the exterior, because the winter room is the room where you would go to like feel warmth, and after a long day of hiking or researching, you can like relax here. And the outdoor space, I also made it a more occupiable space instead of the triangle that I had before. And then the third floor, I had it be bigger, so the researchers' rooms could have more up space for their privacy. And then I made a little sort of extra floor to take advantage of that sloping roof and shape. and that would be entirely for the hikers' rooms. And then in section, you can see how in this section, the researcher's office has a higher ceiling, and this is sort of the smaller volume. And then in this section, you can see how the dining room sort of has a higher ceiling and takes sort of like advantage of that sloping instead of being just the normal floor height that others have. And then this is the entrance of the main entrance. And so here you would walk directly to the communal spaces. And so people who would come just temporarily to just eat or sleep a night wouldn't have access to the bottom floor, which is the researchers' lab, so they wouldn't be distracted. And here you can also see how the hikers' rooms, those are smaller compared to the previous iteration, which makes more sense for rooms. And the dining room is the one that has that higher ceiling. And then in this section, you can see the researchers' entrance, their own private entrance compared to the other entrance. And you can also see the dialogue here between this dining room and the floors above it. This is just a curtain wall detail because the curtain wall was an important part of my design because I wanted that uninterrupted view to the mountain, which I thought was a very unique view. And then this is a wall detail section of what I would imagine the wood panels on the bigger volume to look like, what the joints between those would be, and how the panels end before they actually meet the ground to protect the material. And this is what I would think the roof frame of each volume to be, because those are very big roofs and sloped roofs. And this is a render of the exterior of my building. I really wanted the dialogue between each volume, but also with the mountain beyond it to be very visible, how the sloping sort of mimics the mountain and how also the material also goes according to like blends with the surroundings. And then this is sort of like an interior render of what the curtain wall would look like and how this is the third floor. So the floor where the living areas are. And so when the researchers or the hikers would go out of their rooms, this is what they would see. And that's it. That's my project. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Well, I was gonna let Petra start since she's our guest speaker, but she's just muted herself and gone off. Daniela, I think that I see a lot of potential with the direction that you're taking your project in terms of its materiality and its sort of attention to what it might be as an entity or a figure in the landscape. I mean, this view to me, although I can imagine the scale of it being slightly different and, you know, a little bit more work to it, I think that it does seem like a project that as a hiker going for miles and miles would want to approach and would want to sort of see, but yet not stand out as this extreme figure in the landscape. And so I think that you're sort of playing a balance between what we read as object in landscape and how we can then maybe conform it somewhat so that it doesn't stand out against our experience of what we want to have when we're out in nature. So I commend you for that as an approach. And I think that you've done some moves formally to break down the mass to maybe address its environmental conditions of snow and wind. I think that more regionally or globally, I appreciate the research that you showed with windrows and sun conditions. And I think that the more you advance yourself through the curriculum, I want you to really address those things. They can be diagrams in the beginning, but then when you go back to actually put them in place, I think that it takes a little bit more testing than what you've done, a bit more understanding of what the sun looks like in the afternoon or the morning, because to me, your fenestration is what is the weakest part of your project. You're not really, in my mind, capturing the big views that are there. You're not capturing the wind that I think could be addressed in certain times of year or could be avoided. So I think that the attention to the research was an initial state, but then you have to take the rigor to go back and test what you're putting in place and really see what it does, because I'm seeing big expanse of window, which I appreciate for the views, but then does it really work with the exact placement of your form? So that's where I think you have to go back and actually be responsible for what you're saying you're interested in. And I hope that you're truly interested in these things so that they're not just playing lip service to something that you might have been told you had to do. So that's my first impression. But I have to say, I really agree with Vince's comment about the orthographic documentation. I really would have expected your floor plans and your site plan, especially with the engagement that you have, to be more advanced than what I'm seeing. So I think that you really need to pay attention to the basic drawings that we use as architects to convey our work, because it's really difficult to read this project out of those drawings.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna echo largely like some of the things, Danielle, that you already said, maybe sort of in a slightly different way. I think, one of the things that makes a good project is a sort of consistency of values or attitudes that you have towards the site, towards program, towards architecture, that is actually legible through the entire project. And you have, that means like that attitude is visible in the way that you employ materials. It's visible in the way that you draw your plans, that you make decisions about spaces and so on. And I think your project is actually remarkable in that it sends out very mixed messages. And like I'm sort of missing that coherence and attitude. Like I think that shouldn't be that. I think at this point, like this is something that I would hope that you guys as designers start to notice. Like, oh, is that actually saying the same thing as this? Is this really what I want? And I don't think there is a sort of like right or wrong what attitude. Like there's tons of different projects out there that have tons of different attitudes, and like, well, of course you have preferences and you think some of them are better than others, but objectively there's a whole range. Like, so as long as you're consistent in what you do, it doesn't really matter what the actual attitude is. And to me, it seems like, and that's what's echoing what Danielle said, like I think your renderings and your study models, especially that second model, are actually quite interesting in that they seem to reflect a certain attitude of like, blending in, taking up certain elements, the diagonals of the landscape. It's not quite stealthy, but it also doesn't quite stick out. So like taking up certain elements that are present and then transforming them into architectural decisions about roof lines, about like different volumes. And I think that's a successful approach to this project, right? And I'm surprised then to see your plans, especially, to be completely square. And like if you go back to your plans for a moment here, like maybe just flip back to like one of your plan drawings. Yeah, there's something like this. And, you know, it seems to be that, like, all that would be enabled by what I expect, like, from kind of like breaking down the program into 2 volumes. What that would enable you to do in a small project like that is to actually kind of follow topo lines, or sort of adjust heights and have different floors in a site like that, and therefore have a little bit of that respect or engagement with the existing site topography. And what I see here in the plan is actually really just sort of like a topography that's almost like it's there because you drew the topo lines, but there's no real engagement from the plan with that topography. I mean, there's some basic, like, of course, it's sort of like is tucked into the mountain on one side and it comes out, and, like, you know, that's drawn for the most part correctly. But I think just the fact that there is no nod to the topography at all, and the project really, despite the fact that you drew the topo line, sits isolated, should give you sort of pause to think and look at your renderings that are quite nice, and sort of ask yourself, like, is that plan really expressing the same set of values that my rendering is, and which set of values do I want to express? Because there's a whole different attitude here that could say, like, no, my hut is a square. It's just like a big square thing that sits in the topo line, and the topo lines, like, just run up against it, and it's sort of like a kind of like totally strange monolithic piece in the landscape. That's very well possible, but yours is kind of like both, one in plan and one in
elevation. Yeah.
I don't know if is Petra with us.
So I am back. I'm
Oh, there you
sorry, I
go.
was
Okay.
lost. Yeah. It was frozen, and then I had to restart my computer. But Daniela, your drawings, did they change from the ones Vin sent us yesterday?
No.
I don't think so, right? No, okay. Yeah. So, Danielle, do you want to say something?
No. I was going to continue unless you were back. I was hoping you would give your feedback. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'm sorry that I missed part of your presentation. I would like to start from the organization of your program. So, because you have these different heights, the rooms, yeah, and so when you think about building a kind of hut, as you said, in this harsh environment, then having this very high space, it's always hard, yeah, to really to heat them up. Especially when you go, and I think it's can you go to the 3rd floor? Or the
First section.
Or the section maybe, yeah. Let me see. Which section is it? Where's the bathroom and also the room for the hikers, right?
Yes.
So we don't see it here. If you go to this section where we can see this really high space.
This one? Or this one?
So here I just see the floor plan.
Oh, you want a floor plan? This one?
No, so I'm sorry. I just see your floor plan. Maybe you show something different, but I cannot see it.
I think Petra's not seeing what you're showing.
Oh.
I don't think Petra is seeing the changes in your presentation slides.
Now I just see the floor plan, the second floor plan. I don't see any section.
Okay.
Can you all see it, Danielle? Can you see a section?
She's changed. Yeah, Daniela's changing the slides, and I think it's happening quite rapidly for us, but maybe the connection is not so fast for you.
No.
But Daniela, what I think Petra was asking for is, like, what is the main section of your project? what is the powerful section that shows us through the grand space or the double height space, which is
Yeah, I
what
think
would be
it's,
considered the heart of your project?
yeah, I think it's this one, what she's referring to.
Is it section B?
Yes.
Can you name it, and then can I have? Yeah. So can you explain, please? And maybe you already did it, but the
Mhm.
idea behind it, yeah,
Yeah.
behind these changing the height of the spaces, always
Mhm.
considering really this very cold climate you're in. Have you
Yeah.
been in such a cold climate before?
Yes, I think. I've
You
been
know,
to
it's really,
Chile,
yeah,
but I haven't been
no,
to
it's really
Italy.
hard to heat up the rooms that you feel comfortable. And I
Mhm.
know that the researchers are there not just for 1 or 2 days, but they will stay there quite a long time.
Yes. Okay. So before I had this sort of the second floor sort of run horizontally without any breaks like here. And so the room that had the higher ceiling was the hiker's room. And so that was a very tall ceiling for a room. And so I decided to make that tall ceiling in the dining room instead to take advantage of this slope also. Was that your question?
I think she's frozen.
I think she's frozen.
Oh.
Unintended.
Mm.
I mean, I think one of the issues that Petra was getting at is
Couldn't
that.
hear what Daniela was
Oh, okay.
telling
Are
me.
you back? Are you back, Petra?
It's a shame.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of, yeah, but then it's interrupted again. Plus, please go on.
I mean, I think one of the climatic issues is that, like, typically in a climate like that, the way that these spaces are used is that like really we try to you try to keep the sort of like heart piece of this as the sort of like common space that in the winter months you would occupy, enclosed and like possibly as small as possible and as big as necessary. And then when it gets warm in the summer and the weather allows, actually a lot of the activities in these things take place outside around these huts. And so I think there is it very much it still looks very much like a conventional, let's say, sort of like a small museum building or something where you sort of like play with different heights and to sort of create certain spatial ideas. But I think it seems that those decisions appear somewhat random in a way that you sort of like treat them in the section and don't really seem tailored towards that specific the specific nature of that program in that specific climate and potentially that use.
Mhm.
I think just so you know, I mean, we can continue because of the problems that Petra's had, but we are at the end of this time slot. So I don't mean to really sort of cut it off. I
No,
do want
I'm
to.
still here. I'm just switching off my camera.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, and so I think we have to move on, but the thing.
I didn't have these problems before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it's UT. No, I don't know. Who knows? My yeah, we all have different connections, and I've certainly had my problems here at my house as well. But anyway, I do want to say that I think Daniela, I know her as Danny, made quite a big change from going from the big sort of vertical volumes to two smaller volumes that I think are much more in dialogue with the landscape. And so I applaud that direction that she took. I know she's really been struggling with the with the drawings, and has continued to improve. She sent me I guess we've exchanged drawings sort of back and forth, as well as me commenting on the drawings, and so she's been diligent at achieving that. There's more specific things that we can talk about, Danny, at another time with regard to those drawings. I would say one thing though for me that just sort of sums everything up, which is that just to compare the section that you have through your entryway, and then compare that with your perspective. For me, that sort of sums it up, because your perspective looks as though it sits in the land in a completely different way. And the section through that entry shows a very, very steep slope that goes right up to the doorway. Right? Do you want to go back to that section really quickly, just to point it out?
This one.
This one, right? So you can't really, right? There's no real like point of arrival. You have it with the overhang. That's fantastic. But the land, that would be where you'd need a retaining wall, bring in some additional rock, and figure out exactly how you actually access that. That's the other thing. But that's where the drawings are really helping you decide, again, once you know that, how you can manipulate it. So let's go back to your last image, your image in the site.
The render.
The rendering, yeah. Yeah, so you see there, right? It appears as though it's all really nice and flat across there, right? So and I'm saying, that's a completely different reality and so, but those are the things which is like, yes, I want that. And I think that goes back to Martin's point, which is about being the issue of consistency, and seeing where something works, where something's not working, again, changing that, and then watching it sort of, go throughout the rest of the project. Like, how does that therefore modify everything else? Because everything is linked. It's not sort of all independent representations. But I really do appreciate where you started and where you've ended up with. The project you've ended up with is much, much more sensitive than your early studies. And I'm glad you were able to recognize that. I mean, again, that wasn't something that was, I do want to point out to the jurors, like, I really hesitated from, I didn't tell students what to do. I would point out things that were problematic, but I didn't tell students what to do. And so I very much appreciate that you came to those conclusions on your own and modified the design so drastically. So anyway, thank you, Danny.
Thank you.
Let's move on to Caroline.
Can you see her?
Yep.
Okay. And then. I'm trying to figure out what's the button again to make it go full screen.
I did view and then full screen.
Yeah, I think usually view, yeah.
Full screen mode.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, can everyone see that? Or resume share?
Yes.
It says sharing is paused. Resume share.
The screen share might need to change over to to Caroline's screen. sometimes that gets.
Okay, you can see now, right?
And
Okay,
now it's full
great.
screen.
Okay, so my name is Caroline. Thank you for reviewing my project today. Here's the Alpine Research Center. So we're going to be going through site analysis, my precedents, and own design development, which includes the form, constructions, and senses of the architecture. Thirdly, the program, and then the experience. So the theme of the studio was Anthropocene, which is the proposed current geological epoch in which humans are the primary cause of the permanent change in the planet. So the main issue the whole studio regarded was the idea that the glaciers of the Alps are doomed to melt by the end of the century due to climate change. And so the location is, if you can see on the right, there's like a diagram of where the glaciers are. And at the very top of Italy, that small little blue speck is where we're looking at. And on the left, my site surrounds the Simulayan hut in between the hut and the Otzi site. And so looking from Mount Simulayan on the backside, which is where my site is on the north and south, these are the views. And then here are the views east and west. And here is our sun. Our temperatures, which the biggest thing to note is that the temperatures are very extreme. So in the summer, it is extremely hot. And then in the winter is very cold. So that was one of like the main takeaways that I got. And then we have our windrows primarily in the north and south. And I did a quick SWOT analysis of this site and kind of looked over when I was about to design, thinking about the strengths, which is obviously like the beautiful views. We have like no budget constraints. The weaknesses were the harsh climate and ADA accessibility. Some of the threats were, as we discussed, like glacial retreat, ecological disruption, climate change, and the opportunities I wanted to try to tackle in my project were environmental. And my first thought was thinking about like glazing, orientation, and materials, and the humanistic properties, which include circulation, program, light, and experience. So here are some precedents that I looked at. So we started looking at like the South Tyrolean architecture, and what I mostly extrapolated were not just like the aesthetic things, but how the massings actually contributed to the functionality. So for example, at the top, in the Tyrolean structures, attics with hay or other fodder serve the same purpose of insulating like massed structures. The size and the position of the windows are designated to minimize heat losses, and the compact volumes limit the thermal dispersion. And my own precedents that I picked include Ted Ando's Chichu Art Museum, Zaha Hadid's Messner Hut, and Peter Zumthor's Thermavals. So for Ando's Chichu Art Museum, I focused on the form aspect. This building I've actually been to, and I'd say like out of all the architecture that I personally visited, this comes to mind as first being like the most dynamic building I have visited in relation to site. How it was made was it all extrapolated from in the ground, and using retaining walls, it had the light coming from above while also having these like rectilinear playful forms and juxtaposing shapes that I really found inspiration of. This is what I kind of would call like one of the most like playful buildings I've ever been in. It's a museum, And he really was inspired by that. And instead of just making it a space where he would hang up wall art, the art and architecture are truly integrated, and it is really like an amazing experience to go through. And so from that, I was thinking about it in terms of a designer and thinking of these forms. So like what would happen if you had a circle plus a circle minus a square plus a circle, and just playing with these forms really inspired me to think about these different shapes and how I could have a playful architecture. And right here, this is kind of a little juxtaposition of one of the many drawings I made of this. And then from there, I created study models, which were also like this playful fluid movement where I used foam to create the box massings, and the measurements of it were congruent to like the spans of the construction. So once again, like integrating my idea, but how it would actually come to fruition in terms of like spans and constructability, and layering concrete on top of it. And then right here, I have a little concept drawing I did, which you can see my first pass of creating the building, and on the grid lines show the spans and how everything would come together. And then my third precedent was Zaha Hadid's Messner Hut. And this one, actually, I didn't pick at first, but through going through the class and seeing how my building really needed help relating to the site, I decided to go in and study it more. And I saw how different classmates of mine studied this project and how it really helped them, especially in creating drawings. So I did that. So right here, you can see in the drawings, they have a really good relationship to the site, very easy to understand. And I really like the constructability. So this is kind of like the framework I thought of how my design would be constructed, which first like a site excavation, and then second, like a deep foundation and retaining walls being created with reinforced concrete, and then other wall forms, and then the roof spans, which would have like these different layers of wood, board, steel, concrete, and potentially different like waterproofing and flashing. And the interior is prefabricated plates that is actually placed onto the building on the inside. So these are some more study models. So right here was my first pass at trying to put it in the site. You can kind of see my idea of like the entry high above or the entry below, and then you exit high, but it really lacked attention to like what was actually going on inside the building and inside the site. And right here, I was really figuring out, instead of thinking about the site, but thinking about program and the internal circulation, which is equally as important as the site. So here was the bottom floor, second floor, and third floor, which all compiled into this model, which you can see is the entry on the bottom and the exit on top. And lastly, the last precedent I studied, which this one had to do more with the internal circulation, was Peter Zumthor's thermobals. What I really liked about his work was the manipulation of light and how the light kind of determined their circulation. And so in my project, you can see these two drawings I did, very conceptual. They're not, the section isn't like a proper section. It's more of like a perspectival section, but working in perspective and in 3D really helped me visualize how someone would meander through the space. And more study models, which this was kind of when I started to not only think of circulation separately from the site, but it come together. So you can see I have this model where I started drawing and having different layers, and I had it actually in a real physical site. And it was a section model. So I was able to take it apart and then look at it like this and think, okay, well, where would each program be? What is the relationship to the site? Where are the windows going to be? Stuff like that. And the final model. So this is my final model. It's just a massing model. And I think it really beautifully shows the form relating to the site. And with program, so here's the program's relationship to the site. So drawing of it, more drawings of it where it shows level 1 is most of the building is in the mountain. Level 2, only part of it, and level 3, where the top of the building does not really relate to the site.
Hey, Caroline, I just want to point out that I know you had troubles getting started, and so I added another couple of minutes onto your time limit, but right now we're at about 13 minutes for discussion left. So you
Okay, I'm almost
might want
finished.
to try to be efficient.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, sure. Just give you a heads up.
Okay, thank you. So this is a zoomed in of the first floor, second floor, and third floor. And for experience, here are my sections, or this is elevation, sorry. Elevation, and then here you can see the windows and how the windows relate to the site. Elevation. And finally, section. And for additional drawings, this is a mock-up of a electrical plan. These are my wall detailing, and it is similar to both like a combination of Zumthor's thermal valves as well as Hadid's Messner place, in that it's an exterior cladding of the stone, but it is reinforced concrete infill. And then right here is the parapet wall roof detail. And that's it.
Okay, we have about 12 minutes for comments.
Martin, do you want to start?
Okay, okay, sure. If you, so I think, I appreciated most about your project. I appreciated the sort of innovation in your process, like your early sort of graphic studies of circles and squares and how they sort of begin to form space, and kind of some of the models associated with that, I think were actually really, really interesting. And then I feel what I'm missing a little bit there, well, like actually I'm missing it a lot, is sort of how that idea, I think we could start, like sometimes we could start projects from very different approaches. Sometimes we started from an idea that we have about programs. Sometimes we start from responding to a certain site condition, and sometimes we just have a formal idea of what we think could do something that's interesting. And I think that's definitely what you did, like the sort of like fragmented volumes that in some ways come from the Chichu Art Museum. And there is, I think, in all of those, there is a suggestion somehow that these volumes would produce something, or that use of volumes and fragments would produce something on the site that is actually that it sort of like finds a balance between kind of the volumes, but also the rotation of the volumes or the height of the volumes as something that's actually kind of tailored to very specific site conditions like topo lines and so on. And then I think when it becomes a project, an architectural project, you're losing a lot of that potential, right? Like and I'll give you two examples. One is visible right here, which is that I think there's a suggestion, a vague suggestion, unfortunately only, that the topo lines somehow align with the radii, and that really kind of the geometries that you choose have a sort of like a reciprocal relationship of sorts with the topography, right? Like, and it just is so strange to see that it sort of is hinted at, like sometimes, but then at other times it's completely ignored. Like mostly where your topo lines hit your plan in a way that is just sort of like barely off the wall, and that happens all the time, and that shows me that there's not really a precise awareness of what that does. I think the other thing is like that it's incredibly hard to read your project in the site. Like I don't know what the gray is. The gray is supposed to be. I assume that's where the section goes up. So like a large portion of your project is actually excavated, but you're not really drawing it as excavated. It sort of still looks like it landed on the site, and the excavation is then sort of like retroactively applied with a sort of gray hatch. So I think to draw that correctly would have also given you the potential to see those volumes both as sort of like stereoatomic volumes and as positive volumes out in the landscape, which I think would have been another really interesting difference. And then, so that's in plan. And then in section, I would have expected something that makes me read the volumes actually much more as individual volumes. And I think what's remarkably strange about the section is that like the slabs just are hammered all the way through, kind of horizontal, and there's no real like recognition of these volumes, which could have been as little as like a step up or step down or something else. It doesn't have to be like a whole floor of difference. And then I feel like read your facade treatment, then the kind of like the reintroduction of the radii. I read that as a little bit of a gesture where you sort of like looked at the sections like, well, that's actually just a really boring section. It's just like slabs, and it has nothing to do with my interesting geometry that I was working with. So that's why sort of like these come in as another element that's kind of like draped over the project. And I think really the key here is that I don't think you ever really figured out 100% what those volumes that you found interesting, intriguing, and I do too, what they could do for the project on the site. Like how you could define that relationship between the site and that formal interest that you have. And I think that sort of connection is something that's actually really crucial. And like no matter where you start, right? Like if you start from a geometry, then you still have to find a way in which that interacts with the site. And the other way around, if you start from the site, you still have to find a geometry that kind of like gives formal expression to your attitude toward the site. Mm-hmm. So I'll leave it there. That's like maybe a sort of general observation.
I completely agree with you, Martin, about the quality of the graphic study with the circle and square, the formal patterning that you were able to achieve. I think that has a lot of promise that I wish you had pushed to the very end. So in the end, when I see these window openings that really take on a different language, like Martin mentioned in the last project, the consistency of what the language is, what it is you carry through to the end, I would have rather have seen you push the circle and the square patterning to the vertical fenestration to test what you're doing in the massing in the horizontal direction, And if that doesn't work, well, then you can move on to these more spline-like ellipsoid type openings. It just felt like a very foreign move when you get to the end and we finally see some window openings, to see something that doesn't feel like it's consistently followed with all of the formal studies of that pure geometry that you've been doing. I tended to lose the focus of your position with the site as you moved through processing the different precedent studies. So in one hand, you showed us the formal nature that Tadao Ando did with his museum, which are very embedded into the site. They're practically all buried, if I am correct. And then you moved into something that was carving into the site but lifting up above it. And that's fine if you make transitions of what your position is, but I would say your modeling process and the way that you're documenting it and presenting it to us and yourself are a bit inconsistent. So on one hand, you're using clay, which does seem to take on the weight of an embedment, a concrete type structure, but then you process wood pieces, a lot of wood pieces, as if this is a stick building that's resting and building on top of each other. And then you go back to more solid massing kind of configurations. And then you went back to foam core, which you cut to make those curvatures. So I'm not criticizing you for doing all the testing. I think that that's an incredible part of your process, is that you seem to be just really full of energy and processing through models, which I really appreciate. But I would think about the characteristics of the materials you're using to process what you're doing and what your intentions are, so that you can start to get your hands and your head around what the system is about. Because the representation and the model making is indicative of what your intentions are in the design process. Does that make sense? I don't think your voice is on. So I guess, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I have a question about that, because you're right in that it's inconsistent, but it was kind of also part of like me trying to figure out what's the best route to go, because it's like, if I don't, like, I'm a student, I have like not
Sure.
really made a building yet. So it's like me trying to understand it in these different ways and then try to create like a substantial project from it. So like, I'm just wondering, like, because you're telling me to, I guess, to somewhat edit like the materiality I'm using, but like, how do I present it in a form where it's edited in that it's clear what my final intention is, but I'm still testing, you know what I mean? Like,
no, I appreciate what you're saying, and I appreciate that you are testing. I think that that's an incredibly valuable way to go about not knowing, is just doing it and seeing what it feels like. And I would say potentially an early study, like an early study that was smaller in scale, because as soon as you start to grow in the scale of what your model is, you have to answer more questions too soon. So if you started with a very small diagrammatic model, if you will, of your intentions, is it going to be completely buried in the ground? Well, then we would just see the very top of it, like the Ando project. Or is it, taking the section and it's slightly embedded and slightly protruding, more like Zaha's? Or is it something that just perches up off of the ground and is practically on pilotis? Those are three different scenarios that I sometimes throw at every project, just to say, like, what is the embedment, or what is the engagement with the site? And I think, had you done something like that earlier on, your decision making as you go further into your building process could have always relied on that. Relied on that initial intention. And I just think that can start to help you understand the consequences of doing a curved wall are not small. And I would imagine that after doing so many curved walls in this project, you're starting to think, wow, curved walls have to be really special because every time I score this foam core, I have to do it again and again and again to make this look right. And I just think that you should start to say to yourself, what does that curved wall do to the site? What is the convexity of that space doing in relationship to the distant view that's, 200 miles away that I can see? So I would encourage you to ask those questions of yourself. What are the consequences of this formal implementation onto the site? I don't disagree with it. And I think that you could be making something incredibly profound with what you're doing. But I also expect that you push back against your decision making and say, is it worth it? Does every wall have to be curved, or is there one special curved wall? Is there one special curved space? Are there two? Because that's something to do with the site. So I just would say that the formal language is up to you, and that's all fine, but I think that you have to really ask yourself what the consequences are in terms of its time and energy put into the construction, especially in a place which is so remote and potentially difficult to build in. It makes it even all the more gives all the more reason for you to be asking yourself, is it worth it? Like everything, is it worth it? And make it worth it.
Yeah, I think, I mean, well, I want to address I think Caroline's point in a second, but first I want to give Petra the opportunity to comment on the project, if she's able.
I don't see her right now.
She frozen?
Yeah, I would have let her speak next, but I
Yes.
didn't see her.
Okay. Yeah, I have a limit as well. Okay, well, let's hopefully she'll be able to join us again. But I think another way to think about it, Caroline, and I don't think this is, I mean, I understand your frustration, but it's I think though we've been talking about it throughout the semester, which is, the thing that's difficult as a designer is to decide when and where one commits, right? Like when you actually make a decision, and we know that if one commits very early to a very early idea, it just sort of in most cases the project may become more developed in a in a representational sense, but less developed in terms of architecture. You may end up with a building that doesn't end up being architecture. On the other hand, we've also talked about, I think every review we've had, everyone has been very excited about the studies that you've done, and you don't want to lose that, and I have no fear that you will lose that. My concern is to really think about when it is that one starts to have to commit. So, for example, I think, I mean, the students don't know your progress throughout the semester, but as you know, this is the first that the site model that you did, which does not have openings in it, is the first site model, is the first building model that you've done. You've had a very difficult time figuring out, how to actually put these volumes within the site itself. And so I think that question of its relationship to the site does need to be, again, those are very you've got very strong ideas, but then to actually put it in the site and test it against the site to see where it takes your building, that it's not just, I've got the plan, I like the plan, I'm just going to extrude the plan and somehow, some way, make it work, as opposed to letting the site tell you, well, what are those next moves? How do I use the materiality? What, how does that affect it? And but to make a commitment. And so, like, one of the things would be, probably maybe I would say, relative to your plan, arguably the most exciting part of your project is that sort of central core, which has the stair. And and you took a section which is a jagged section that avoids cutting through there. And I suspect you avoided cutting through there because you weren't sure about how to draw it. And I think that's really everything that we're talking about, and it's understandable, but you have an anxiety about not knowing how to represent your ideas, I guess, in a way that is something that you can make further decisions from. And so that's really so again, sort of like the kinds of things about really committing to I'm gonna make a model and I'm gonna put it into the site just to see first of all what it is, and then I can start to make decisions from that. I'm going to take a section cut through this space, and so that I can actually understand what it is that I'm proposing to myself. Because I also agree that like the section that you've shown, it one would never really associate it with the building. I mean, you look at the plans and you go, my gosh, this is going to be really exciting from a sectional standpoint. And I know that's what you wanted, but your question is like, but I'm not quite sure, how to represent that. And all I can say is that you just, as you did here, you made a pass at it, right? I mean, you tried. And so now one can go through and say, okay, now you can have a discussion, with me about, okay, what is the section what is it doing right? What is it doing wrong? Where else, might we do the section, right? So that we can sort of go through that. And it's kind of, it's those kinds of things, which I think you just have to commit to doing it and then do the best that you can at it. I think there's naturally that you've got to delay that you want to delay something, and then that takes you off on a different study model and on a different design. And those, and so again, I'm not worried about you losing that ability, because that is critical as a designer, but it's also critical to be able to decide when to commit and when to just really, take the thing on. And I'm sure I actually have a feeling that the advising group that all of you will go through this semester, I think we'll look at everything in everyone's portfolio to try to, we're here to help you all figure out how best you can adjust your process, to get it to develop your strengths, and also how to attack the things that you're struggling with. Okay. So anyway, you and I will talk more about this later. But again, I appreciate your energy throughout the semester has been very, very exciting. But we really need to figure out how to how to engage the technical aspects, and I don't necessarily mean the specific how something sits on a footing at this particular point, but rather how you just represent space and form, and again its relationship to the site, which is really, really critical. Because I think when you drew this section, I don't think that's what you had in your mind in terms of what it is. At least it doesn't look to me that way in either your models or your other sections. I just got an email from Petra, and it looks like, yep, she's stuck again. So we'll move ahead and hope that she can join us. But thanks very much, Caroline. And do you have any final questions?
No. Thank you for the feedback. It was really helpful.
Yeah. Okay. Again, I appreciate
Congratulations.
I appreciate the energy. Well, we'll have a discussion. Okay, to see how we can move things forward. Okay, super. Let's go to let's see. Christine, you're up.
Yes. Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I certainly can.
Let me share my screen. All right, can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so here's my project. It's called The Frontier. This is kind of the general site information that we've talked about a little bit, but just defining the borders of Italy and Austria, and then the cultural region of Tyrol, which is the yellow overlay, and at the orange overlay is the where our site lays at the intersection of all these layers. And then for some more detailed site context, my immediate site is this black square up in the top right corner. As you can see, it is only accessible by existing hiking trails. All of the car accessibility mostly lies in this area and down at this town near the Lake of Vernago. My site is also directly on top of the Italy-Austria border. And then kind of the journey that you would see getting there, you would take the most direct route would be to go to the town of Vernago and then take this hike up here that can lead you all the way to Mount Similon Peak. And it's about a 2-hour trip. And so kind of from the starting point up to where my site is, you can see the vegetation slowly goes away and it becomes rockier. Kind of the colors change and a lot snowier. And then these are some views from the site, obviously down to the bottom. There's the town of Vernago with the lake. To the east is Mount Similon Peak, and to the north is kind of this valley between the mountains. And they just extend as far as the eye can see. And then to the west is another valley between this mountain ridge that I'm on and the next one over. And so what I kind of was focusing on for this area, what I was most interested in for this area was that in the time of the Anthropocene, this region and mountainous landscape especially is facing a lot of changes. From things like increasing flooding, erosion, glacial melt, and it's had some really interesting consequences, one of those being the discovery of Ötzi the Iceman, and another is kind of the changing national border between Italy and Austria. As the physical land is changing, the border is also kind of being less and less clear. So from that interest, I designed with the idea of a structure that stabilizes the ground, and the ground is kind of a condition that wants to change in this area. So to stabilize the ground, the building is inserted into the slope, and then it has architecturalized retaining walls that come off of the ends. And it was also something that I wanted to have to serve as a physical reference. So the national border is this line that goes through the building, and it's just a really unique site. So the building kind of indicates that, as you can see in this physical model I made. It was a little bit too big for the site model that I was able to get cut out. So the retaining walls got cut off a bit, but you see this, how the 3 levels are into that slope, and then they have a rift at the national border, because as that changes or as you're experiencing the space, I think that's something really unique to notice and like physically be able to see where it lies. And you can also see that on this south wall is where all of the access is, since the ground rides up against the other 3 walls. And so, sorry. And then looking at the actual program spaces that were covered by those really expressive roofs, and the roofs, their form kind of comes from the contours, but then below that, the actual program spaces use a 4-meter grid so that they could have more modulated parts for a regulated transport by helicopter, and also ease of assembly in harsh weather conditions. So I mapped out the spatial requirements into 3 categories and how many of the 4-meter cubes they would require. So the first grouping would be the work grouping, which has the research offices, the lab spaces, and the garage. The next grouping would be the live spaces, which are the researcher bedrooms and also the temporary hiker bedrooms. And then the third kind of space was the engagement space, which is the most public. It's where the kitchen and dining happens and where the winter room connects everybody together. And it's kind of probably where everybody would want to be and be able to meet with one another. And then I arranged these spaces into levels so that they could stick into the slope. And then the levels, the volumes got cut at spaces for access. So on this side is the side, you'll see it in my sections and in my site plan. This side is for entry and exit, and it connects to the existing hiking trails that are in the area. And then these cut volumes let you come out onto these open outdoor spaces, which I noticed were really important in the Tyrolean architecture and architecture of hiking huts. So then moving on to my floor plan, so you can kind of see how those spaces formed within. The bottom level is the smallest level. It's the one reserved for temporary bedrooms for hikers. And you can also see how the exterior areas, there are roof lines and step away from this modulated structure. And then the second level is kind of the main level. It's where a lot happens. It's got the engagement space, which is the winter room, the kitchen, the dining area. And then this passageway back here is for, or houses like the restrooms and other things that might not really need this view outwards. And then over here are the the researcher bedrooms, and circulation back over here with mechanical goes up to the third level, which is the workspace. It has the main research office, and then it branches out into the archaeology lab, the glaciology cold lab, the warm lab, and their garage, which has their snowmobiles. And in this section, you can kind of see where it connects to the trails in the back, and we're looking eastwards. And you can see the lab space connection down here to the researcher, their outdoor space. And then in this section, you can see how facing west, how the workspace is kind of removed from the live and the really public and the hiker bedrooms that are connected. And then this is the south elevation, kind of the only elevation you can have when the rest of the building is right up into the rock. So this kind of shows you the horizontality of the form and how the retaining walls extend off of that south facade, and they are intended to be made out of the gneiss rock, which is the rock that would be extracted from the site to put this building there. And it has a lot of striations. Horizontality is kind of about that geologic layering and how it stretches across the slope. This is an interior render of the winter room. You can see the nice cladding on the fireplace is the same cladding on the exterior. And the hues of the concrete panels that I use for the interior walls have that kind of the color of the natural rock. And then there's a large area in this second floor that was not excavated, so that you would have kind of this light let in, but then also you have a large piece of rock at the center point of all of these rooms to look at. And just kind of all in all, I wanted it to feel on the inside that you were very aware of the earth around you and beneath you, and how important all of that is. And then this is another interior of the office space. Obviously, it's going to have great views down the slope of the mountains. And you can see that that rift in the roof structure that I created where the border lies. And then this is the render at night, where it's very snowy and the white roofs kind of match the snow. So all you see are those bands of rock exposed. And then I have a couple construction details, primarily the structure's insulated concrete panels and concrete footings. And then the roof structure would be an open web steel joist that has layers of insulation on the top and then a cladding on the underside of it. And then the exterior wall where it has the fenestration just shows how insulated the window panels are. And then also like a little layer of the rock facade cladding on those concrete panels. And that is everything I have.
Was muted.
1 second.
I
For some reason, I am unable to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
1 second.
Can others hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
I was having the same issue earlier with
Okay.
my headphones. I think I have the
I
same
just-
one as Christine. And
Yeah,
then,
I
like,
just got
you
it.
have to switch at the end to like your speaker. And
Yeah. Okay, I think I
Okay.
just got it. Yes,
Yeah,
I can
so-
hear her now.
Always speak up if something's not working technologically so that we can take a pause.
Yeah.
I want to commend you on the clarity of your project. The way you verbally describe it really matches what you're showing us visually, and that's not always as easy as it seems. So I really want to say that it's very easy to follow your process. I think conceptually you're doing some really terrific things, both broadly with the borderline running right through your site, but also just the way you're addressing the site topography, which I think in the last, or at least so far, we're kind of struggling to see how those two, the formal aspect and the site aspect, come together. I think that you've been able to achieve that in a way that feels very plausible and also very exciting. And I think that your the way you've addressed materials and the conditions of the site have also show some real advanced thinking. The one thing that I could say to improve upon, because you want to know how to do that, would be your circulation through the project. To me, it is very clearly reading as a terrace embedment project, but I could imagine that the circulation path, a kind of switchback condition, the way hikers are used to taking, could be something of a more experiential move. From what I can tell, you've got pretty inconsequential staircases or an elevator shaft. So the condition of traversing from one level to the other, I would encourage you to make a bigger move of that and to
Okay.
make it something that brings the three bands together in a way that it ties it together. Because right now they feel very separated or too distinct in the way that you flow from one to the other.
Gotcha.
But very exciting moves with the sort of pronunciation of the borderline through the site. I would actually make also more space for that rock that you seem to have surrounded. I think that's another incredible move. That's, again, addressing the site in this unique way and having the project wrap around a condition that is quite unique, but then it suddenly feels like it's been wrapped in a closet. So I would let that breathe a little bit more, even if it means you reconfiguring how the borderline happens with the project.
Okay.
But really beautiful rendering at the end, and I think some real strong clarity with the orthographic views as well. Those were easier to follow.
Thank you.
With what you were saying.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would echo that. I mean, I think this money shot rendering here is clearly, I mean, that makes me want to be there. That makes me looking like as if I sort of hike through the snow or am on my skis there, like I would love to approach this building. So I mean, I think that's really, really nice. But I also would echo what Danielle said, that there's talking about sort of a consistency of attitudes that's expressed through architecture and through decisions that you make. I think this is actually a very nice project in that way, that I think there's clearly a consistency of how you make decisions, and how you sort of show them, and how they kind of form spaces, and how then like one decision follows up to the next. I think, and it's very nice to actually sort of see that, like if you go back to your plans, that you follow up on this idea that you now have, okay, this one is good. You have a sort of like front edge and the back edge. The back edge is towards the mountain and the front edge is open. So like you group the open spaces towards the outside, and then services go up to the inside. I think there are a couple of things I think that could be strengthened, and I think that some of it is what Danielle, what you already mentioned, which has to do with circulation. I think the idea that in plan, the project really presents itself as a series of layers, from kind of like a terrace on the outside to a facade to kind of like a band of spaces that relate to the outside, to kind of like a wall or a retaining wall, a corridor. And I think that relationship could do more for you even. Structurally, I think that's where you could really get into sort of like, how do these retaining walls now make structure, and what spans from that wall to the front, and what is that front wall made of? And I think that's that would, I feel, give you probably sort of like more differentiation between sort of like walls that run parallel to the topo lines, and walls that run perpendicular to the topo.
Okay.
I think this plan is also good because I think, talking about circulation, like that little arm that just punches into the mountain and then you kind of go up, doesn't be in line with that formal logic, and that Danielle mentioned that. So I think moving and sliding along topo lines and having them overlap, and that like figuring out how that works structurally, would be a really, really interesting enterprise here. I think it's actually, your circulation works better in section, interestingly. If you go to your section or one of your sections, I was looking for that. Like this one, go to the next one. You had another one. So there are all these signs where you actually have these, where you kind of slip through there, and you kind of like, then there's light coming in, like that one here, and then also the previous one you had that situation. But I do wonder whether there is not a structural wall involved somewhere, or a solid wall at least, that movement up, where either you move along a wall or you move into a wall and then up inside the double wall, obviously. I think, and that's all with regards to your circulation. Then I have two very specific comments that I just noticed. Like, go to your plan again. Sorry, you're making me flip through here.
That's all good.
Where
The second floor?
Like the previous one further back. One further back. I think it was
the bottom.
Yeah. So those rooms, those little rooms here don't really work, because like when I open the door, I don't have any space. So I think that there's just like certain things that I think could use a little bit more attention.
I'm sorry. I was looking at the rooms in some of the precedents, and they were also probably tighter than are comfortable. So I kind of thought from those, maybe that would be all right. And our square footage requirement, I was getting pretty close to the upper bounds of it.
I would have to see some sort of like really detailed view of that room, of how tight you can make it. Where do I store my backpack? Where do I store my, like, where does my book go that I read before I go to sleep? I mean, I think they're just things to consider, that I think they can be tight, but I think they still need to consider that sort of thing. It's a relatively minor thing. The other thing is, I think if you want a stone facade on the outside and concrete as a construction, I don't know how you saw it, like I can't remember exactly, but the one thing I remember is that your insulation was on the inside of your structure. That's something that's actually kind of like hard to do in that climate, because most of the time we will have cold weather outside and warm weather inside. And so the wall, like there will be sort of like a moment when you have a dew point, when really sort of like the moisture in the air will actually condensate and become water. And typically in cold climates, we try to put insulation on the outside because that moves that dew point to the outside, meaning that you won't get mold on the inside, but on the outside you can sort of like take care of that. That's I'm sure there are possibilities of doing it on the inside. It's just I would sort of automatically I would always put it on the outside, and therefore you'd end up with some sort of like most likely a sort of like double sort of like you have sort of like structure insulation, and then your stone will be a sort of like cladding of sorts, or it could be self-supportive most likely. So that's just a relatively minor point also to sort of like that goes into kind of wall assembly. But yeah, overall it's super nice.
Good to know.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
I don't excuse me. I don't know if it doesn't look like Petra's logged on, or is she, Petra?
I don't think she's here on the call.
I don't think so either. Anyway, oh, she just sent me another one. When I'm in, the tab is getting closed, or I can just hear you with your sentences slowing down. Try it again and again. Maybe I'm successful in the other groups. Okay. So I want to say, Christine, I mean, I think one thing that the reviewer should probably know is that this design is about, I don't know, it's about 2 weeks old. I mean, you had a design a couple of weeks ago and got feedback from it, and really tried to salvage what was positive working and what was different. And this design is really considerably different. But as we've explained, throughout the semester, that really, once you've gone through and handled all the pieces of the design, then to do a redesign, even something that's quite drastic like this one can do, in a fraction of the speed that the first time you go through and actually struggle with all of that material. And that's why it's that's why it's so important to be able to be in control of that sort of production from a representational standpoint. And so there's a lot of details and things that we go through now and obviously talk about. But I know that you were very concerned about getting the overall approach right. And anyway, I applaud that very risky move, but I applauded it because I thought that you would be able to pull it off. But I want to point out, and I think this is really sort of critical here for everyone, and relates to some of the earlier projects that we've looked at, is really, where is the architecture? I mean, where is it? And then I think, and then once it's discovered, then to use pretty much what the reviewers have been talking about, which is about being consistent. Then sort of like taking that idea and sort of growing it so that it matches at all levels. And so I agree that your last image, I mean, on one hand, that represents the idea, I guess, of the architecture in that sense. I want to contrast that with and talk about the difference really quickly, but I want to contrast that with Danelle and I both have had the advantage of have been in Frank Gary's office and sort of experienced the production that happens there. And what Danelle may or may not know is that I actually worked largely without use of the computer. It was actually my last project where we finally got access to all the technology. And I remember the project was, we were sort of spitting out the drawings. And one of my team members, Larry Ty, came back and said, "Hey, the drawings are, the drawings that are coming out of the digital model are being printed now, and they're pretty exciting." He's very excited about it, and so I yelled out to Frank, "Hey, Frank, the drawings, the computer drawings are coming out," and he yells out, "Don't look at them. The architecture's not there." And he had a different, there's a different understanding about it in terms of understanding where the architecture is actually located. And so in that sense, the architecture was, the idea of the project was long established. And the notion is really to be consistent with that idea. And so in other words, what I'm saying is that if I revert on, it would be then to go through with the, starting with the plan, as both reviewers were saying, and how is that actually, like, how is that in dialogue with the image you're presenting? I mean, it looks as though it's something that is working with the topography, and therefore your plan is, it's struggling against that. I mean, it's again one of these things where, yeah, okay, it's a 2-week-old a design thing. So wouldn't we all like to have had this, a month ago? No doubt about it. And sometimes it just happens that way. We don't really have control in terms of when and where things show up. But then it's thinking about, okay, so how am I being consistent with that? And then that again goes all the way down to the levels of the detail. I'm just saying that because as you move forward, it really is about connecting that through. So in this image, there's you're really squinting. One is really squinting your eyes. I mean, the sort of whole notion about really how the whole thing gets put together, needs a lot of development. Right. But again, it's like the idea is there in this particular image, but the image is not the project. I guess that's what I want to say. The project is when it's complete, and that you're using those drawings as a way to work to towards that type of consistency. Very, very important. So I think you understand that, and I think you understand where you are in the process. But I just it's a really good example, I think, for your teammates to look at, to highlight the particular point that we've been talking about all semester. Again, I really appreciate your thoughtfulness and your energy and your consistency in terms of that your architecture that you've been producing has been consistent with your ideas that you've been tying it back. But it's about thinking about how do I develop that consistency at all scales of the project, and that's where we're headed within the program, within your architectural curriculum, right? Okay, super. Okay, we need to move on here. Marshall, you're the last one, and we'll give you the same amount of time. We're actually 3 minutes beyond where I wanted to be. So Danelle, I believe Danelle has another review, and it's going to have to leave at 12:15. I don't know if Martin can go to 12:18 or not, but anyway, you're off.
Most likely, yes. I don't think I have another
12:16. I guess 12:16. We can go 12:16.
I just wanted to say thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nice work.
Okay.
All right, I'll go ahead and get started. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yep.
Awesome. Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? Presentation?
I think
Are
so.
you seeing anything?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes? Okay,
I don't know
awesome,
if it's
cool.
the same thing that you're seeing, but I see something.
Site selection, just looking at the site?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and get started. Okay, so beginning looking over at the overview of the Ötztal Alps, I located my site more in the central part of the original proposal. So you can see an image there of the larger site context, and then my particular site location within this sort of sheltered mass within the mountains. Here you get a sense of the sections of the mountain landscape, as well as its extremity of the mountain range, and also a sense of nearby peaks in relation to the site. And then looking at the circulation, it's a series of state roads that then lead to off-road paths that are still accessed by vehicles, and then finally hiking trails that go deep into the mountain. And then looking at my site context, you can see there is one particular hiking path that runs close, but the site is still relatively isolated from most of human circulation. And here, looking at the site contours, I wanted to sort of show the idea of how water drainage and also just over time how water has carved away the landscape, and you get a sense of that through here, looking at the drainage lines that come down through the site. And my site is located on a drainage line that is intentional, and I wanted to sort of play with that idea and interact with the landscape in this way in my project in dealing with drainage, and that idea of water carving away the landscape. So looking at sun paths, you can see that in the summer, you get around 16 hours of daylight, and then drastic difference in the winter, you get about 8.5. So there's a quite large disparity between those two moments. And then looking at desired views, looking out, there are a couple peaks towards the northwest and northeast that are quite important. Over at the Brawan Peak, there is a nearby hotel that is removed. And then there is a view out towards the lower valley from the site down where there is more human occupation, but also as well as more views up to the mountain ranges in the far. So while we did have precedent analysis of more modern examples, research huts and how people dealt with creating architecture in this harsh landscape, I wanted to go back and look at how ancient people dealt with this idea of living and thriving in such a harsh environment. And so I looked particularly at the Incan ruins of Cusco in the Andes Mountains and how they dealt with punctured openings out looking towards the landscape, their interior courtyards, as well as their manipulation of water runoff down the mountains. So here you can see they used land mass sort of as a thermal comfort and a protection. And this is mirroring my particular site location, as well as they had a series of interior sheltered courtyards and punctured openings into and out of these spaces, as well as thresholds that look out towards particular views of the landscape, whether that's up towards the sky, up towards mountains in the distance, or out towards lower valleys. And so going into my first iteration of the project, I was drawn to sort of these L shapes and how the organization of these L shapes in relation to one another, how they form space and how they create sort of circulation between them, within them, and then also how the space within these L's is organized. And so also this is an exploration of sort of these chamfered modules that would take on the snow loads, but also had the aim of redirecting wind that would come up from the mountain and also down the mountain. And so here you can see this is looking more at the project, also some with the roofs removed interior organization of spaces, and also the idea of punctured openings on the outside. And one thing that I drew from this iteration was that circulation was a big issue in order to get to the labs lower plan there. You had to go outside to go there, and that wasn't necessarily comfortable in this winter mountain landscape, as well as with this idea of I began to create these sort of themes or these ideas that I wanted to have in my project, which included an exterior layer of concrete that would be featured on the outside that would sort of mirror the texture and the color of the rock face that was located within, and then an interior layer of timber that would communicate warmth and comfort that would be on the inside of that interior courtyard space, as well as the birth of sort of a interior structural system shown by rafters, ceiling rafters that point out towards the landscape and also look towards the interior courtyard space. However, with that exterior that I wanted to have of concrete and communicated a sort of heaviness, and that was not effectively communicated with these structural posts that lifted my building off the site. So then moving on to design development, there was a move to make it all the circulation be able to happen within the building, so one didn't have to go outside to move between spaces, as well as the creation of a dedicated courtyard space, as well as the idea I mentioned earlier of drainage. I wanted to have a water channel that was that collected drainage on the high side of the site, and then it was delivered through my project down through, and then further down through the mountain. And here there was also, instead of having a single chamfer on each of the spaces, I decided to develop a sort of hierarchy with the program through these ceiling heights over each program. So one thing that I got from this design was that circulation was getting better, but it still wasn't fully fleshed out. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. So circulation, it was still very tight within the rooms, and there were slight level changes in each of the spaces that made circulation difficult. And the courtyard also wasn't coming across as strongly as I wanted to, essentially. The water collection and the water drainage that was happening through the site was not powerful. It was almost becoming secondary. And so moving on to my next project, I wanted to make sure that that was more strongly shown. However, you can see here in my sections, there was a continuation of those ceiling rafters and then relative directionality. And here you get a sense of those levels. It was just hard to resolve in circulation. And then some elevations with the fenestration based on each of those sites. And so then moving on to the final design, I retained ideas of the concrete exterior layer, as well as the interior timber layer, which communicated warmth and comfort. However, I abolished the idea of different level changes within my project and made for ease of circulation. But I did continue the idea of vertical hierarchy between my spaces based on the roof slopes and their relative ceiling heights. And then above, you can see a more strong representation of the water collection drainage on the high side of the project, and how that water drainage and that large water channel went through the project and also essentially carved away the building's floor as it traveled through the research facility. So moving on to the technical drawings, you can see from the site plan the different levels of the roof heights as well as the program organization. And moving on to the floor plan, I had a series of, I kept with that L idea, the combination of two L's from that first iteration in this lower level on the lower side of the project, containing the bathrooms, the dining, winter room, and then the garage where the entry point is, and sort of expanding that area, making it more comfortable, more of a community space for these researchers who would be here for a long time. And the L on the higher side, which would contain the work and the research for both glaciology and archaeology. So here, looking at the sections, you start to get a greater sense of the ceiling rafters and how they communicate direction of not only the water drainage that moves down through the program and through the site, but also looking down through that courtyard into the courtyard, and then ultimately down out towards the punctured openings on the south side that look down towards the lower valley, where the water will eventually end up on its journey. And then through these transverse sections, once again, the ceiling rafters communicate views towards the interior courtyard, as well as a resolution of this idea of wall collection and then drainage as it moved through my project, coming down from the high side through the courtyard, underneath the dining area, which would be visible through structural glass on the floor, and then eventually moving out through the project and then continuing down the mountain on this journey. And
Hey,
then,
Marshall? Yeah,
yes,
you're about 12 minutes left.
okay, yes, we'll speak up. I apologize. So then, diagrams here, just showing concrete on the outside, timber on the inside for exterior apertures, and then interior apertures having timber on both sides. And then with this elevation, I really wanted to show sort of this, I wanted to mirror the drama of the landscape and how with the mountains and these peaks, they're almost assigned this relative importance based on their height. And I wanted to mimic that in my project, and that's importance to different spaces through their ceiling heights, as well as showing how that drainage carves through that particular center of my project and the center. So yeah, that's my project. Sorry for running a little bit long.
So just one comment, like just on this last little drawing, I'm just noticing, like you have very nice drawings. I wish this drawing, especially elevations, had more context in the background, because I think that there's sort of like a whole part that's missing, that I think especially a drawing like this could actually kind of like show me what I would be looking at literally.
Okay.
Just sort of like a minor thing, just because that was the last image
Right.
you ended on.
I think you're muted, Danielle. Sorry.
Thank you for telling me that. I think for the degree of research that you did initially, which was quite impressive, to not have consistently with, I think, every level of development, always be reminded of that level of research, or at least slight gestures of site that you're, addressing and putting something very intensely into. I want to go back to, or I guess compliment you on the historical reference of the Incans that you chose. I think that that's really valuable to look at what indigenous cultures have done when they're building in remote places. I mean, everything was remote at that point, but the way that they actually had such an advanced culture of construction is really phenomenal. And I've spent quite a bit of time in Cusco and Machu Picchu. What I'm surprised about, though, after having, you chosen that precedent and you looking at certain aspects, that your walls are sort of 2x4 thin, that your assembly conditions don't have the kind of mass that would have provoked, that you could have considered more or a bit more on the cold conditions of this site. I think that you've focused a lot on the water drainage and having a water aspect run through the center court space, which I find really interesting, that you're sort of selectively highlighting an experience. But I think you should also consider what that internal court space, which is the kind of heart of your project, would be like when it's filled with snow. What would that pocket of snow give you, and how could you make that as magical or memorable or conducive to the experience of making this a viable place? I think it's always important to have poetics of architecture and have the dynamics of, say, water go through your project, and to have some control or at least attempt that. But I also think you have to be realistic in conditions that are extreme like this, where you're isolated, where getting food in is an issue, where even building this is going to require, not even a truck to drive up. So I just would have you have a balance, put all your heart into what might give us some poetic to the dynamics of the environment, but also how can you give a bit of value engineering to your decision making to give a bit of pushback,
Right.
And right. I would say without a budget, why not have masses of walls that give you insulation thickness? Like, why rely on something that, the developer whittles you down to when there's no money for that? So I just would say play up what you can actually do with systems and how you can make that a more profound aspect of what you're doing.
Okay. Yeah, that was something I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
That was something that I was trying to communicate, that thickness with the layering of like a thick concrete layer and then that interior timber. And I thought that it would come out thick. And then as I moved through my drawings and developed it, I realized it was a little thin.
You should actually look at the valves project, Zumthor's project, how those drawings actually convey mass. You know, maybe it's made up of a layered system, but it's still about massing and having thickness and puncture the way you were addressing puncture that the Incans did. I think that would help you understand and how to configure space with massing, not necessarily wall openings, a bit more.
Right. Thank you. I'll check it out.
So I'm trying to figure out, I have a couple of different approaches here that I can talk about. Like, I feel like maybe I want to start with an observation like that sort of goes back to the question of attitude that I find curious and interesting about your project. In that you're essentially sort of like using a type like a fix, like a sort of courtyard type that it doesn't need to be, but like as it could be, and it most often is, a rectangle of sorts that has a sort of another rectangle inside, and like as such, it's sort of like inherently acontextual, right? Like it's sort of like a type that could go anywhere, and then the site pushes back against it. So that's an approach where you're not actually kind of like drawing a project out of the site, as we sort of like saw in the last project, but you're sort of like dumping a type on the site, and then you see what happens. And like, and I really enjoyed actually seeing your struggle, and like in a good way, I think, because like you realized what needed to be done and what didn't work, and I think that was actually very good to see. When you try to kind of adjust that square thing to the site and like play with levels, and the first thing that you tried was sort of step each bar down and up, and you're just like, that didn't work. And what you did then was move the kind of slope in the other direction. And what that does, it gives you a consistent edge, right? It gives you that consistent edge, and at the same time, it gives you variation in that bar. And I think that was actually a really, really good move. And I think that's really nice to see when you guys at this stage in your design, like evaluate your own designs, like see, okay, does that work? Does that not work? Is there a better solution to achieve that? So I think that's the sort of like precise way of thinking about the problem and trying to solve the problem at hand was something I liked. Then the second is, I think that your idea of the water running through the center is a nice idea. I have my doubts about it in this climate. Like it's nice, like sort of like when it's in the summer, there's a little sort of like stream kind of going through and it's all pretty. But when the snow melts at some stage, and it's probably June in that climate, you will have a big river. I don't know if you've ever seen sort of like alpine landscapes after the snow melted, and like those little streams become big, big, big waterfalls. And so I think that alone, the idea of making a building that has one of those run through it would require your full attention, your engineer's full attention, and everybody's full attention, and definitely a lot of concrete and other things. So I almost feel if you make that the centerpiece of your project, then like the project would look very different, because everything, all the money would go into making that work, and it would be some engineering. I think that in that way, now it's sort of like at this point where it's like, yeah, it's a nice idea. If it was sort of somewhere sitting in the green field, like it would be good and pretty. In this climate, I don't really believe it, but I also don't think it makes a big difference to me whether it's there or not. Honestly, I think it could work without that. And then last, do you have a perspective or something that you could show?
A perspective drawing?
Yeah, perspective drawing or some
rendering or something.
No, I didn't choose to do any rendering. I do have the model photos, which are more perspective, but I'm in a sort of
because there's, I mean, the reason I'm asking is that like I think you manipulate geometry in fairly precise ways in line drawings, but I still feel like there's an absence of materiality, which like is sort of something. I mean, that's what makes Danelle ask you about, like, well, why aren't the walls thick? Like, because she sees them as massive walls. Like, you know, it could be a lot. It could be a lot of different things still, the way that it manifests itself in the site. And I think that's also like, you know, your elevations don't give a sense of materiality. So you're sort of, and you sort of like think about it, and, you know, your wall section, I think, had some, like, you know, material, but you're not really communicating. If I was, let's say, your client or somebody who's sort of like interested, like, okay, what am I buying? What does the product that I'm buying here from the architect look like? What am I going to get on this site? Like, okay, I see how it works now, but what does it look like? And I think you need to generate a drawing, and that's why I asked for a perspective, because that's typically the drawing that does that. But it could be an elevation, it could be an axonometric, it could be anything. It doesn't have to be a render, like a photorealistic. It shouldn't be a photorealistic rendering. It could be a line drawing too, but something that communicates materiality a little bit more, I think is
I think, Martin, I certainly appreciate what you're saying, and I think it's, I mean, there's a couple things. One is that, yeah, I mean, it's something which is that that can be done with a sketch. You know, it really is about a kind of, okay, what sort of prioritization do I have? Like, okay, I don't, you know, I only have 5 minutes. Like, if you have 5 minutes, then what is it that you would show to give that sort of sense of that? And I think that's important because, again, the one thing I want to say is that Marshall's been very consistent throughout the semester. He's been extremely thoughtful. He's very generous, and as you know, sort of like he as he went through his presentation, probably took a bit more time than even he would have liked to. But I think he wanted you to understand how he's arrived upon this final design. And the thing that that I've said before, which I think has been a challenge within the studio, is for students to understand how architecture can sit within the site. And again, this was a design. I mean, he shows it as final project, but again, it's about a 2-week project that he's got here. And this one actually, out of what he's been looking at before and what he represented before, actually does sit within the site. Now we're ready to, okay, now let's go and figure out what's working and what's not working. But the fact that the model, you know, is completed and is consistent with the drawings is something that's been, I would just say, a struggle. I mean, it's a good project to end on for the semester. Has been consistent throughout the class in terms of understanding those basic relationships and understanding, you know, what Rhino models can and cannot do for you. And so there's a I think it goes back to a materiality question, but the first thing is the materiality of the, you know, something that's even at a study model level, which is key. But again, the other thing is and we've talked about this quite a bit, the sort of notion about sort of linearity. Okay, I have to do this, and then I do this, and then I do this, and then I do this. And it really is looking at, okay, well, I need to still represent these other things, even though my time schedule has changed. So how might I do that in terms of, you know, like, what is my intention towards materiality? And if I got 5 minutes, what do I do in 5 minutes? If I've got 5 hours, what do I do in 5 hours? You know, those kinds of things. So I just want to say that the overall massing and the relationship of having this sort of courtyard building has, I think, moved significantly forward. I think Marshall's understanding of the site and his building's relationship to that has developed as well. And I think you can compare those drawings that were just a couple of weeks ago with his latest drawings and see that, again, he's moving in that direction of representation. But it is a real sort of challenge. And again, I just want to point out, and Martin did a good job of saying, which is that, look, it doesn't have to be the rendering that he was talking about. I'm trying to remember. I thought I wrote it down. I could have sworn I wrote it down. That talked about you know, like how you generate the rendering. And again, those things have, they have different meanings at different points. But we're trying to get past that architecture is an idea of an idea, and really more about really what is it, how do you get beyond that and towards the notion of constructability. And it first has to happen again in the orthogonal drawings. which are not as a result of clipping planes. Anyway, so I appreciate that. I do. We are out of time. I want to thank the jurors. Danelle, she has to leave. She had to leave 4 minutes ago. I really appreciate the jurors. Pedra can't hear us. She texted me. She's very sorry the connection didn't work. I know she sent me a note saying that she scoured the projects and went through all of them, and knowing her in terms of how unbelievably organized she is, I have no doubt that she went through all the projects quite diligently. And so she's very upset about the situation. But again, another victim, but not from a healthy standpoint, only from a digital standpoint. So I think we'll take that. We'll certainly take that for the positive note that it is. Anyway, I really appreciate very sort of thoughtful comments that both of you have provided, and they were spot on. I don't really, I mean, there's nothing for me to have issue with, and I appreciate how constructive you were, and I know the students appreciate it as well. And we're going to give everybody here a 10-minute break. I guess it's going to probably end up being more like 8 minutes before we have to come back. But thanks again to you all. And anyway,
Thank you.
Right,
Congratulations, guys. I look forward to next semester.
Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, yeah, I'll just, y'all can grab a sandwich. Dean is in the queue. Dean Almey's in the queue, is our next reviewer. And so we'll get started promptly at 12:30. If for some reason all the jurors show up, I will start the introduction, which you've heard ad nauseum all semester. So anyway, we'll see you all soon. Welcome, Claire.
Hi, Vince. Good to see you.
Good to see you. We have a couple more minutes. We're waiting on Joyce Hanlon. Do you know Joyce?
I do, yeah.
Super. So I guess I should know. I don't even know if I'm on your review or not. I haven't looked at the other reviews. I've had
You are on a
back-to-back reviews.
review. We're excited to have you.
Oh, I am on it. Okay, well, that's
Yes.
good to know.
End of the day, Friday.
Okay, super.
So,
Super.
yep.
Yeah, I enjoyed the mid review, so it'd be interesting to see if I wonder if I'll see any of the same projects.
Well, I don't know if you remember Judy and Amelia. They requested to have you again because they thought
Oh,
you
okay.
great feedback. So
Oh,
I think
super.
we're gonna give them to you again.
Well, good, good. Look forward to it. Hopefully, 1 minute,
Okay.
and then as soon as Joyce gets here, we'll get started on the intro. But you already know the project, so I guess Dean on me? Dean's there, and Dean is he's live and unmuted. So as soon as again, sort of the choice. Welcome, Dean. So the students, I believe, are all here. We're just waiting for Joyce to appear. But and I don't know if the students, first of all, know Claire, Claire Townley. Claire and Joyce momentarily will join us. They're both former, well, I guess that they are graduates of the program, but they're former students of mine. And interestingly enough, I guess it shouldn't be that interesting because I'm the one who asked you to be on the reviews. Is that both Joyce and Claire were there's let me see if Joyce is here.
Hello. Yes.
Oh, hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
You getting the picture to work?
Yeah, let me boot it up.
Okay. Oh,
Hi.
great to see you.
Hey, you too.
Looks like you're in quite the landscape there.
I'm in the Anthropocene.
Oh, okay. Okay, fantastic.
As are we all.
Yeah. Now, anyway, I was just telling the students that both you and Claire are former students, and actually in each respective integrative studio, basically the graduate level of comprehensive studio or the advanced level, that you all had the top projects. You the students may or may not know that Claire is teaching comprehensive studio this semester. And so anyway, it's great that they're both here. Claire is working locally in Austin as an architect, and Joyce is working. Are you in New York, Joyce, or are you somewhere else?
I'm actually currently in, sorry, got something in my throat. I'm actually currently in Costa Rica, but I'm typically in New York.
Oh, okay. And I think the students can tell from maybe they didn't see your email address. You're with Snowhetta, and I assume you've been with them right after school left. I know you were headed to New York the last time I saw you.
Yes, that's correct. I've been with them since 2017, and I did PRP there.
Yeah. It seems like both of you were just in class, but time goes by so quickly anymore. I have no idea about it.
Agreed.
In terms of time, how quickly that goes. So let's get started. And Dean Almy, everyone I assume knows Dean, but if you don't, Dean has been at the school not quite as long as I have, but well, actually maybe longer because he was a student here as well. So his cumulative years outweigh mine. But Dean is really, Dean, I'm trying to figure out, do you teach any of the, are you teaching in any of the undergraduate sections, or have you over the last few years?
I often teach intermediate design. I didn't this last year, but
Oh.
usually I do it every spring. Yeah, like
Okay.
when on housing issues typically.
Yes. So you're familiar with the intermediate studios, or at least as they have been over the last few years. But very, very happy to have Dean here. Dean is always, I always try to get Dean on reviews. He's usually very, very busy, but anyway, great to have you all here. I want to talk just really briefly so that we can get in, as you know, with the truncated schedule, we don't have much time, and so we want to get started as soon as possible. But this, so this is Integration Studio, which is an intermediate studio. It's the 5th semester in the undergraduate program, and it is intended to be an introduction, to what students will have in comprehensive studio. And so, we've thought the best way to sort of introduce that material would be through a smaller project. The project being, in this case, about 6,000 square feet gross, although I think some of the students' projects have probably expanded beyond that. They'll certainly be willing to talk to you about that. But I just want to talk a little bit about the schedule. And so we spent a fair amount of time in the beginning of the semester doing a site analysis, a proper site analysis. And then developing time looking at precedents and the value of precedents, and then how precedents are more than an Instagram screen capture. And then we went from there, and the students actually developed the program, the actual program that they're using as well. You've read the brief, both in terms of the overall project description, but also I think the larger course objectives, which were again outlined by all the instructors over the summer. So where this is supposed to, of course, be introduction, besides site and precedent and program, also looking at the technical issues from construction, structures, detailing, and HVAC. Again, very sort of light introduction, as well as issues of egress, all of those kinds of things. But as we found out, we've really spent a fair amount of time, I'd say, in the second half of the semester, just trying to understand form and space of the designs themselves, and the relationships of the project to the site, and understanding those relationships and the drawing conventions that would go with them, that help you further the design. And I'd say we spent a good part of about 5 weeks concentrating on those elements. And still, I think it's still something that I think is important. We're looking really for your feedback for this to be a constructive dialogue with the students. I've asked them to please keep their introductions between 5 and 8 minutes. We have about 25 minutes per student, so that's going to leave us with a little bit over 15 minutes, 16, 17, 18 minutes per comment, depending on how long the student presentations go. And so, as I said, I've asked them to keep it short, and that most of, that you all have looked at the drawings. There has been the last student, you probably have not seen the last student presenting. We had to have a shift today. And so the last student presenting, you probably will not have been able to review their work. But anyway, it's best that as I've told the students, that you will ask questions of things that you don't understand. And of course, if the drawings and the material that was presented to you is clear as it should be, then you're able to get an understanding of the project, and also therefore to be able to direct the questions of material that you are unclear about. I don't think I've left anything out. I think we're ready to go. Is there any general questions from either the instructors or the students? Okay. Well, that sounds like all green lights here. So we're going to start off. Cole's going to start us off this afternoon, and then we're going to see Amber, and then Sebastian, and we're going to wrap it up with Eric. Okay, Cole, you're off.
All right. Are y'all able to see that?
Yes.
Oh, you know what, Cole? I actually did forget something. I forgot to mention that within the precedent studies, and you'll show some of that, of course, is that in essence, the students had 6 projects that they were interested in. And then in addition to that, I gave them 4 mountain huts precedents to look at. And they're all up in the Alps, in all very basically singular volume structures that are intended basically for lots of reasons. One has to do with that access to the sites is very remote. Most of the building material will be brought up by helicopter, and that's pretty common with these structures. They're also all of the precedents were built within rock, and so the foundations, for the most part, are pretty limited. There's a very tall structure, a sort of vertical cone type structure that was developed by the ETH, which had some additional tie downs because of that. But all of the volumes are quite simple as a way to conserve energy and reduce the sort of wind turbulence as well as sort of delivery of materials. So anyway, I just wanted to add that they had those as precedents in terms of to look at drawings and wall thicknesses, insulation, structure, even HVAC. And the one thing I would say is that all of the precedents are fairly well documented, but one of the one that was from ETH, there's actually a book that was developed, and they were able to access it online through UT Library System. So, okay, Cole, I'm going to start your time over. You can get started now. Thank you.
I'm Cole, and this is my glacier research and hiking hut proposal. So it's located in South Tyrol, Italy, which you can see here on a continental scale, and then a scale within the mountainous region. It is right on the border of Austria and Italy. And then here in this larger image, we were given this overall mountainous region that we could explore for our site. Some climate information. It has a pretty temperate summer, and then pretty harsh winters up in the mountains there, and then they get a pretty even distribution of sun and cloudy weather. And then here with the sun angle diagram, they get about 16 hours of sun in the summertime, and that's reduced to around 8.5 in the wintertime. And then most of the wind comes from the north and the south, and then 3 images on the bottom show what the terrain looks like in the fall and the spring, the winter, and then the summer as well. When looking at the vernacular architecture context, so that's the valley there right below the mountains that we were looking at. There's 3 different areas within that valley that all have very similar vernacular architecture with the white plaster and the timber structure. And then here are the views from the mountain itself. So you can see the north, west, and east all show the ranges, while the south shows the picturesque valley below. And my project primarily focuses on the east and the south views. So this was the overall contour map of the site that was given to us. And then this blue area here is the part of that overall site that I decided to explore myself. This is showing what it looked like axon, so you can get a sense of how steep in the pitch of the mountain slopes. And then here within that blue is where I decided to hone in and place my building. So in looking at that blue rectangle of the contour map as a whole in a 2D view, I treated it as almost a piece of art and really really took inspiration from all the intricacies and the changing geometries that existed in the contour map itself, and then used that to inspire my project. The first precedent that really inspired me was the restaurant Gutsch in Andermatt, Switzerland. And so I took away the ideas of embedding the building into the site while having large spanning balconies that cantilevered out, and then large windows as well to capture the views properly. And so my initial concept in the drawing here was to have a building that moved with the terrain and the landscape and just kind of was a free form idea that flowed along with it while also being segmented within itself. And then those two on the right are just quick models to get those ideas across. And so for the mid review, I created these images in this model. And the biggest takeaway here was that there were just too many weird angles that were happening, and it wasn't super cohesive and wasn't just working well together. And then in section as well, just too many awkward spaces with awkward interactions. So then the next precedent that really inspired me was the Opererhütte in Ginsling, Austria. So this helped inspire me to kind of streamline my design as well as the construction itself with the idea of prefabrication. And then that helped inspire this design development review with these drawings and models where you can tell that the plan itself overall is a lot more streamlined and cohesive, and that within section, it works a lot better than the previous one did. So just zooming in again to show you the exact building location, we get into the final project. So this is the site plan. You would come down the ridge line here, and then you would hike down the ridge line here. The idea of isolation was important to me, so I thought hiking to it and having this building connect to other hiking trails was the best option. And then you come down where you would come along this path into the backside here, into the middle of the project itself. And as you can see, it is located roughly between 2,945 and 2,955 meters above sea level. And then also one of the problems that was noted in previous iterations was, since I have a pretty drastic roof slant that goes back into the mountain, that precipitation runoff would be problematic. So then I decided to have a slight angle on the roofs in another direction as well. So they would be going back and then also to the side at an angle so that the water could run off properly. So this is the first floor plan, which is the lower floor plan on the site. And so this is primarily the lodging area. So you have 1 through 4 as the more private and larger residence spaces for the more permanent researchers that live here. And then 5 is the bathroom that is shared with area 6, which is the bedroom with the bunk beds for the temporary hikers or temporary researchers. And then here on the upper floor plan, if you look, the 1 through 4 area is the relaxation area. So you have a winter room, sauna, library, and then bathrooms as well. And then you have, of course, 6 as your entry, where you'd walk straight into, in a straight line, to the kitchen and the indoor and dining area in 8 and 9. And then on the right side of the building is the work program. So that's where you do 3 different labs and the office itself that they share. And so this is the first section, longitudinal A, which shows how a vast majority of the spaces interact with each other, and also really reflects the idea of cascading down the mountain and moving with the terrain. And then a little bit further back here, showing 2 of the labs, one with a double height space that's kind of just like a break area for the workers themselves during the day. And then on the left side here, the entry and then the library. And then this cross section on the left part of the building shows up here on the top, the winter room, and how you still have a view, and then down there on the right, the one of the permanent hiker bedrooms, and the ramp here in the middle, how you access that. And then this is in the middle of the site, so it's right by the entry, and how that leads directly into the kitchen, which then bleeds behind it there into the indoor and outdoor dining area. And then this on the right part of the site shows on the left part the largest lab, and then on the right part the office space that the 3 labs themselves share. This is elevation from the east, so this shows the largest part of the building itself. You can see the wide expanses of glass to take notice of the beautiful views that are present. And then you can see on a majority of the facades this slight wood grain for, I was imagining, glulam, CLT timber for the prefabrication and for the facade. And then these areas here would be copper paneling. So it would be a similar color to the wood as it starts out, and then over time, just like the landscape itself changes, these would patina into a nice green. And then here is an elevation from the north, just giving you another angle of the scale. And then this is just a quick diagram showing how the building itself is just quickly put together. As Professor Snyder said, helicopter would be most simple way to do it. And then this is a detailed wall section of how I believe it would be put together, with glulam as both the structure itself and then also acting as the main facade. And then this was just a handrail detail. This was a detailed glass sliding door, which exists by the interior courtyard, the outdoor dining, and then on that double height space above one of the labs that lead out to patios. And then, so the floors in the building are wood glulam. And so this right here is just showing the terrazzo detail that exists in the bathrooms themselves, since that's the difference. And then we get to the images of the physical model itself to show how it looks there and in the site and in a built version. And that is my project.
So a couple little quick questions. So this is like a glacier research station as well as a hiking sort of rest area, is that correct?
Yes, so it would, yes, exactly.
So what glacier and where?
So the glaciers exist in the mountainous region as a whole, kind of all surrounding this area.
But so I'm just curious because I mean they're permanent generally, right? I mean presumably they're retreating a little bit related to, you know, climate change, but generally there's a leading edge of a glacier and whatever. I'm curious whether you kind of mapped any of that.
So no, that does not show in my maps, but it is in this overall site that we were given. It's basically all encompassing in this area.
So the whole thing is a glacier?
Not entirely, but a large majority of this entire region is
right.
The glacier that is
so I mean, my first comment is I think I'd be more precise about that, because maybe that does impact exactly where you choose to locate your project, right? Mm-hmm. If one of the programmatic agendas here is research related to the glacier, and presumably it follows valleys, not peaks at some level, and you know, it has relationships with how water melts and drains down the valleys, and you know, presumably one of the things you do with as part of glacier research is you map the degree to which you're losing the glacier over time, right? So I think that there's a whole narrative there that kind of sort of fell away from the project personally, which I think I would have liked to have sort of known more about. The other sort of question has to do with the amount of snow in the winter that you get, how much accumulation of snow versus, let's say, the rock landscape, you know, in the summer or whatever. Mm-hmm. I think it's interesting in all of your drawings, right? Sections, plans, roofs, whatever. I mean, if you get 3 feet of snow, that changes the relationship between the building and the site, right? in terms of all in loads, where you choose to bring wood down close to the ground, but not on the ground. But if you got 3 feet of snow, that's different. So I think there are some sort of phenomenological questions about the location here, both temporally, in sort of glacier time, but also temporally over the course of the year, that I would think would have an impact on some of the sort of decision sets that you made.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I share some of those feelings also. I like this project a lot. I think it's very clear, and you walked us through it in a very, very clear way. I also feel a little bit like, it's possible after your time. Oh, shoot. Do you guys still have me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I had a pop up. I think it's very possible with the time that you spend with these projects. There are decisions that you made at the very start that we're not aware of. So just the very decision to bury certain programmatic elements and then to loft other elements over the ground. Your experience in those spaces is pretty dramatically different, whether you're embedded in the earth or if you're elevated over it. And again, I love how clear all of your drawings are and how legible. But there is sort of an equality to the representation that I'm curious a little bit more of the kind of meaning that you see behind those decisions to embed or to lift, and if that could be shown in the drawings or hopefully and described as you're kind of walking us through the program of like what you think it means to bury something, and what those sorts of relationships to the land are adding to the experience of the research of the dwelling, and what it means over time also for those spaces. It would be really interesting to hear.
Okay, yeah, that's a really good point. So with the, let me go back to here. With the embedding, so I embedded the labs mostly, or a large majority of the lab volume was embedded compared to other volumes. And so I felt that personally, if one is working and getting light from above here with fewer distractions of views, that might be better, while also providing them with this space up here in case they need just a break from work or something. They can come out and enjoy the view and look across the rest of the expanse. And then I chose the lodging areas and the relaxation areas as the views where you are sort of floating above the ground with minimal embedded here, where a majority of it is above grade, so that you get that view and you really can you can basically have that breathtaking view when you're not worrying about your work, and it's more so just relaxing and enjoying your time there. So that was my thought behind that.
Cool, thank you very much. This is, as Joy said, this is an exciting project. I have one quick question to start. Do you know how large this facility is in square meters or square feet?
Yes, so it's right at that 6,000 square meters.
Okay. Yeah. I guess my first comment is I appreciate that you said whether it was your schematic design or design development, you took the feedback that there were kind of a lot of angles, and then you tried to kind of streamline that, as you said. I would say I think you could have done it a little bit more, and I really appreciate that you drew the drawing of the helicopter coming in to assemble this building. And I think for the size of the building, there's a lot of little rooms, a lot of exterior walls. And I think, you have such an amazing, incredible landscape that you're building within. And I know part of the prompt for this studio is really thinking about how human beings, contribute to the natural world, and also both in positive ways and also in ways that are harmful to our environment. And I think maybe letting the incredible mountainscape kind of do more of the talking and kind of, you know, continue to refine the form of your building. So it's not quite, you know, it's a little bit more reserved, I think would have maybe been helpful. But I'm glad you're kind of on the right track with that. I also agree with Joyce that your drawings are really clear, and I really appreciate that. It's very easy to read them. I do think they're kind of missing some of the experiential quality that I would have loved to see, and I think that's maybe something that you know, even Dean Olney was getting at with, you know, asking about some of the specifics of this particular site and landscape. And I wish I would have seen a little bit more in that sense of, you know, just exactly what you imagine people doing in these spaces. I know you're showing entourage, but maybe at a smaller scale, not just like in your sections, but, you know, it would have been really nice to see kind of like a zoomed in view of something happening within the spaces. Because if you think about it, I mean, there's so much to explore in terms of how people live and work out in this environment. This is such a different way of living than any of us are accustomed to in Texas. So it would really help me to kind of, you know, put myself in that and really try to imagine what it would be like. And I think it could be really exciting to explore some of the things that would be very different from, you know, what we're doing to live and work in Texas. And then I guess just kind of on that same note, I would say in terms of that scale that's missing, it's like you went from, you know, the plans and the sections that are very much overall down to these really specific details. And I'm really glad to see you starting to look at details, especially since I'm teaching comprehensive studio, as Vince said. It's great that you're getting into that and starting to think about it. But I think, you know, one of the things that's really important is to think super carefully about which details you're showing. So, you know, this is a school project. You're showing very few details, you know, out of, you know, hundreds or more that could be shown. So thinking really carefully about the ones that you do choose and why they're important to your project, what they say about, you know, the quality of these spaces and why they are, you know, the particular details that tie in to the other scales of the project. I think is just something to think about and expand on, you know, as you move forward and to other projects.
That's a good point. I thought about that too. When I was doing the details, I wasn't sure what else to show, I guess, from the detailed wall section that would be included in the details. So yeah, I definitely agree that that's a point of emphasis going forward.
Yeah, one more idea on that. You know, I think something that in any project is really important and is exciting to explore is light, how you're bringing natural light into the building. So if you're not sure, you know, how to begin, I think always think about your apertures. You know, especially in this particular region, you know, every site has a certain approach to that. So if you're thinking about, you know, the apertures, that's a good way to start. You know, how are you bringing light in, and that can be shaped in so many different ways. You know, that could be addressed in so many different ways. So it's really a design exercise at that point.
Okay.
Can you put one of the cross sections up, please?
Yes.
That, any of these, right? So if I just sort of, let's say we start to map the extremes, okay? So I'm going to say maybe the snow line is up here.
Yes.
Right? All of a sudden, the materiality of your project has to be different, right? Like this is maybe stereotomic. This is sort of stereotomic. Maybe this is, maybe once you get up above a certain line, you can switch to some other system, right? And then, you know, and then you have these sort of pre-manufactured drop-in pieces, which which, you know, this upper piece may be a part of. I don't know.
Mhm.
But I feel like right now in your sections, both this one, but if you go to another one, they're all sort of similar. The relationship between, you know, when a building is in the ground, when it's above the ground, when it's on the ground, what that means in terms of there's another one, right? What that means. So, I mean, even to the point where like all of this is now snow, right? But, you know, maybe there's an opportunity there, right? Like this person that's up here at this level, maybe there's something about occupying the roof, right? Because at some level, that's actually part of the section. So I think my sort of initial comments about sort of being more precise about the kind of phenomenology of the landscape. I think that if you were to diagram that more clearly, not only two-dimensionally, but three-dimensionally, it would start to push your project in slightly different directions. It might simplify it, which I would be in favor of. For all kinds of reasons: heat loss, moisture penetration, movement relative to fluctuations in temperature, you know, all those kinds of things. So, and then of course there's the issue of water, right? Which this trench right here is slightly problematic about. So while I do like sort of the overall agenda that you have, I feel like being more precise with the location would really help you make some design decisions that would translate all the way down to the level of detail, right? And how kind of things come together. I mean, one of the architects that I find like is amazing at that is Pat Cow, you know, and sort of the relationship between tectonic, stereotomic systems of construction, how those all come together. I think there's a lot to be learned there. So I do like the idea of your project sort of stretching out kind of along the transverse line of the hill. And then, you know, but maybe instead of that line, you know, maybe there's more of some other sort of movement sequence that starts to kind of deal with the idea of transverse movement as a way in, which then allows you to also deal with water and snow loads and using the sort of backside heavy wall, let's say stereotomic construction, to begin to resist the pressure of lateral loads on your building. Whereas on the downhill side, yeah, you could sort of, you know, resort to pick up sticks as sort of structure, like the precedent that you showed us, right? I mean, one of the things that's really clear about, especially the second precedent that you showed us, is that they built a stone base, and they built the stone base to such an extent that then they could put that sort of light pre-manufactured sort of building on top of it without having to deal with those issues that I'm bringing up, right?
Yes.
You're a little bit more hybridized, let's say, in terms of those relationships. So I think getting some real clarity about that condition would really help you with the sort of language of the architecture.
Yeah, I think all those points are really good and along the, you know, I think it's the, you know, proper points to bring up. Cole, can you go to the section that has at your entry?
Yes, this one.
Right. That's when you called out as your entry. And I think for me, this is a sort of case in point. I mean, the first thing I want to say is that, you know, is that you've worked really, really diligently, and I think very sort of erstwhile, you know, throughout the semester. But I think, and I appreciate that. I'm just trying to figure out again how to make your time more effective. And so it really is about, I think, being able to prioritize a kind of value system, you know, in your project. And so this is a case in point here, which would be say that's your point of entry. And so for me as an architect, I want to know how exactly that works. And so the fact, like you would take the section through the doorway, right? Like, how do I get into this thing? That you understand what is that spatial flow from one thing to the other. Like you have the way where you have is closed off one end, there's a big sort of view. And I think that goes back to also the notion of, I'm glad to see that you put the glazing in there, but I think those kinds of things along with the site, yeah, there's good. I mean, the very first thing I wrote down as you're going through the drawings, even before the reviewers, which I got snow up against glass, like I know that's, I mean, that might be something, yeah, that after one has some more technical understandings in terms of how one might be able to deal with that. But I think it is really sort of looking at the project and be able to prioritize. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is that you've tended to approach everything in a sort of even-handed way. And I think that you really want to really sort of spot check, where is the project, and what are the areas that I have to highlight. I also want to point out that I love the fact that you've talked about sort of, yeah, I've noticed this and noticed that, so I've streamlined it. But I think you still might have the prize for the most complicated project. I'm not sure. I have to look through the rest of the projects. Everything's relative, right? Everything's relative. And so I want to bring that out in terms of the sort of relativity of in the way in which one views their own work. The last thing I would say is that, and I know we have struggles with the current condition that we're in. But again, one of the things that I've been pushing you for, and I'm going to bring it up in the review, and this is as a means to help you, to tell you you really need to go this direction, is that you really don't have a developed site model that explains, like, if this thing again were built in model, even in the sort of simplest forms, then one would look at those spaces that are actually in question right now. And they're for you to actually make design decisions from. And I know that you've had a reluctance to do that. I know one of it was you decided, as we talked about this before, to cut through 4-ply chipboard. The cardboard's perfectly fine. I mean, it doesn't have to be this sort of beautiful thing, which I think you found that out as well. But really, sort of like really a question about being efficient with your time and what is the right tool at the right time to move you ahead. And so on one hand, you've been, very consistent. On the other hand, sort of consistent in terms of also, I think, a kind of methodology in thinking about, where you might be more efficient with the different materials that you use. And one of those being a physical model. I know you've worked almost exclusively in Rhino. We've talked ad nauseum about the sort of problem with that. And in terms of understanding, I mean, I think you only, when you're able to build the physical model, then as you advance, I think you'll have a more of an understanding of how your building can situate itself within the site. But anyway, I just think that that's really critical, especially since I think your intention was that the project work very strongly with the contours. And so a physical model would really have been much more efficient for you. And it didn't have to be pretty, and it did, but to actually see those critical spaces, I think would have moved you further down the line. The thing I also appreciate was that you had a pretty steady stream of sending me your drawings to be able to comment on them, and I really appreciate the way in which you've moved your drawings forward. And that's something that you're going to want to continue to do. So I think at this point, everything was within a tight schedule. Is to go back and reread the comments and go, okay, now how can I address some of those comments that were written on there? Again, this is all going to be, I think, related to making sure that you're able to successfully represent your ideas to be able to move your projects forward. And I think that's largely what the reviewers are about. But again, I appreciate your sensitivity or your desire, but your sensitivity to the site and the desire, but again, the ability to be able to test it. I think that's really what we're talking about. So which details do you pick? Which sections do you pick? Which, all those things, right? And it's really sort of becoming more and more aware. So I appreciate that you've improved along those lines. And I'm just say, keep going. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you all so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Cole.
you, Cole.
Thanks for going first too. I really appreciate that, as we all do. Okay. So let's next up is Amber. It's all yours, Amber.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So just for general context, we started off in Southern Europe, looking at the Otzal Alps, the Alpine region of northern Italy, between the border of Italy and Tyrol. And we had a kind of large site area to choose from, and we narrowed it down as a group to kind of 3 main regions. So 3 main regions along each one of those ridges, major ridges. And middle ridge, and it's about 3,000 meters up at its highest point. And these are just some views from the northeast, west, and the south, looking down into the valley. And that's views is kind of what I chose. And charts in general. One of the things that I focused on earlier while doing my original site analysis was the way that water, the roads, and transhumance, which is the movement of people and animals, was focused around the site. So you can kind of see those paths here. And then we began to look at precedents, and one of those was the Tyrolean house. One of the things I took from it was the way that it sat in the site, kind of where one end was somewhat higher, but still generally flat. And then this is just the larger site context, and you can see those contours just as a physical model, and the box represents where the actual site was chosen. And then these are just more precedents that I related to about how the building sat in the site. And so I initially wanted to look at the overlapping of like volumes, different overlapping volumes, and how these kind of tubes could be conjoined to look out at different views on the site. And I kind of turned that into this form that looked into itself, but also out onto the southern part of the mountain. And this was kind of just an original massing model where I had these 3 volumes kind of intersecting. And that's how that sat in the site originally. And from there, I decided to make this final model where there was kind of 3 interior volumes, where one sat more deeply into the site, and one was level with the site and one was raised. And then here you can see how they kind of relate to each other in the site. And so from there, I began making the floor plans, and you can see the mechanical and archaeology lab. This is the basement floor plan. It's sat almost completely into the site. And then this is the first floor plan, where everything is level on this plan. And so I decided to break things up by working and living. So on the right side of the site is kind of where both labs are located along that axis. And then on the other side is where both residential areas are located. So on this area, you can see one is the rooms for permanent researchers who would live there permanently, and the kitchen. And then this higher level, which is on top of that leftmost side, is for the winter room, which is kind of just a lounge area for temporary hikers, where they would sleep and eat. And then this is just a small site plan, and then a section showing a cut through the longer part of the site looking in. And this shows the archaeology lab on the bottom and the glaciology lab on top. And then here I'm looking from the left, showing the winter rooms and the permanent rooms. And then finally a longer section that cuts through the site. And then the west elevation, the south elevation showing it sunk into the site. And then finally an elevation from the north. And that interior courtyard area providing shade. And then I also wanted to point out the two volumes are kind of open on the sides. There's one large curtain wall so that you can see the interior of the circulation paths. And yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Amber. Can we look at that section again that cuts through the courtyard?
Sure.
Yeah, I think this is a really nice section, and I am curious, you said from the start that your second kind of formal move was to turn the building in on itself. And I'm curious, considering this as well as the plan, oh, this is cutting through the rear. Okay, sorry, then can we look at the first floor plan? I wasn't fully oriented there. Yes, so I'm curious with this, you have a corridor on the east side and a stair, and it looks like a solid wall on the west side. It seems to me like turning the building in on itself is a great opportunity for the different programmatic elements to kind of build on one another and combine in ways that's collaborative, or perhaps it offers glimpses into what the other groups are doing without necessarily bringing them physically together. And I'm curious about the decision to use the courtyard element and how it's relating to each of these program pieces.
Yeah, so actually this, and it's not as clear on the plan, and I apologize for that. These two walls on the right and back are curtain walls also, and so you can completely see through these, those are glass. And then on the top level here, that is also something you can see through, so yeah. So yes, again, like just to go back to your point about looking in towards each other, from any point in the building, you can see through to the other side. And I thought that was an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, I think that's really nice. I think you could take it another step. I think there's, particularly with this corridor on the right side, I think there are ways to really, I'm sure there's consideration of, needing a storage wall and needing some form of either privacy or lack of distraction, but I would love to see you take this courtyard move another step so that either you could peek into the glaciology labs and see them in real time while you're eating in the kitchen, or even pulling some of the program outside and making those spaces really indoor-outdoor lab. If the lab actually offered you the opportunity to do your study inside and then also come out into the elements and back indoors again, I think there's a lot of play there that would be worth exploring.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in on that a little bit. I also think that the real strength of this project is it's sort of turning its orientation inward. but then with the sort of one opening that presumably looks down the valley or something. I was just over here on my other screen looking at Google Earth, and it's a pretty incredible site. And there are these amazing views down the valley, the lower part of the valley actually looks like it has some agriculture in it, and kind of slight river, not a river, but whatever it is, stream bed. So there's this sort of amazing relationship between, let's call it a defensive outside and a more transparent and interactive inside, right? Which I think could be really amazing. And if you go back to your, and it suggests that you pack like a lot of dark stuff against the outside wall, right? If you go back to that section, even though it's not through the courtyard, we'll pretend like it is. That one, right? So if we sort of pretended like that's actually the section. The idea that these are sort of battered like this and then slides over is actually, I really like that, So not only is it sort of being protective in plan, it's also in a way being protective in section, and then these have, I think, really like, punches, right? Whereas this is a much more transparent layer kind of in here and in here. And, maybe these have some glue lamb columns, or I don't know what it is that supports this side, right? But there's a difference between like that as a piece, which to me suggests maybe the roof and this wall are similar in intent in some way, and you don't have like that detail, right? Maybe the same material wraps up and over the surface, whether it's stone or some kind of cladding or who knows what. But I think you have this really, really defensive outside, and then the inside, yeah, that all of this is about this sort of transparent interaction, right? Between all the sort of different pieces of program that wrap around it. And maybe the stairs are not always tucked into some sort of fire stair. Maybe sometimes the stairs are visible through the wall and you see people moving around in here, right? In a very kind of open way. And then, if you go back to the plan real quick, I think then there's the question about what is the materiality of the surface, right? And does that, and what's its relationship to some of these materials? And is there actually a little bit of, so if this is a thicker wall with punches rather than long linear windows, does it say come to there, right? And then this one comes along to there. And then at some point between here and here, you figure out a way to make a transition between a new artificial ground and an actual ground, right? And so I think that there is all of that sort of secondary and tertiary level of development, and whether or not there's structure kind of floating behind the wall, or whether you want to put a solid there or not, probably not. So I do really like the project. I just think, as one might expect at this level, like really being much more persistent about following those ideas through to all the levels of the project.
Amber, I really agree with a lot of the comments that have already been said, and just kind of picking up on the comment about precision. That's one of the main comments I had as well. I think, you could really break this project down and try to boil down the essence of it, and then really apply the logic that you determine, which I think Dean very clearly kind of just stated, to every part of this. I think there's a lot of things in here where I would say, you probably kind of just drew it and then, maybe didn't do enough like self-evaluation of it. And there's also some, not to kind of like nitpick, but there's a lot of things in here that I think, it just shows maybe that you could have paid a little more attention to the drawing, like, where you have doors, but the wall actually just continues through. And I think that sort of kind of like Dean Almy was saying, that sort of like next level of engagement with the drawings where you're really diving in and like I mean, I think one thing that I've been talking about in my studio a lot is just trying to imagine yourself in every single space. And not only yourself, but imagine the people who would be there, you know, and in this very precise location. And this is similar to some of the comments that we had about Coles, but, you know, that courtyard buildings were great in Austin. I'm from Nebraska, where Vince is from, and we know that, you know, harsher climates with snow are going to have a totally different type of courtyard. And I think Dean kind of touched on this real quick with what his comment about the artificial ground. But I think that courtyard should really be designed at a very detailed level in terms of what are you bringing to that courtyard space? Because you have, you know, this vast mountainscape everywhere around it, you know, and to just kind of think that that just continues in your one little courtyard, I think that's a missed opportunity to really, you know, to really design that space and make it something a little bit different than everything else, so that everything else kind of stands in contrast and is almost highlighted. You know, and really imagining, again, what are people doing in this courtyard, you know, especially in many months of the year where it's not going to be nice to sit out, you know, at a table. It's not that they couldn't be inhabited, but you might look at some precedents, you know, even Corbusier and in Europe, like La Tourette, you know, has interior courtyards that are for different climates than we're used to in Austin. You know, and then other than that, I think another area that I kind of miss the sort of precision or the real attention to detail would be just in some of the interior views, when you're cutting through the sections, like the archaeology lab, for example. You have all this casework and it's like you've drawn all of these boxes, but I think the next level is to really imagine what goes in those boxes, you know, and why are you drawing them in this way? And can you really think through the proportion of them to really kind of create a beautiful elevation? So every aspect of this is really looked at as, how can I make this the most beautiful it can be, and most basically responsive to its particular situation and environment.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. I agree with all you know, all of those comments. I think they're all very helpful. I think, you know, again, Amber, we'll have more chance to talk to one another. But I just want to point out, I guess, a couple of things that I think might be helpful for you, which is, you know, like, just, I think even for you, it's helpful. Certainly for us, you know, the kinds of things that I was asking for, which are like, you know, to show where the cuts are actually taken through. Like, you know, where did you slice it to register that on the plans? Because as I think what's pointed out, I mean, we like the one drawing, but it's not actually the drawing that we think it is. It's not actually cutting through that space. I agree that the absolute strength of the project has been that exterior room that you've created, and that it has the potential to both harbor, you know, against the visual force of the mountain, as well as the physical force of winds, and at the same time, you know, provide a very distant view. We're not sure within your plans, you know, these are very sort of steep, you know, those contours, again, the contours don't don't really have an elevation on them, but through the center courtyard itself, that's actually not flat. I mean, your plan is drawn as though it's flat, but it's not, it's fairly steep. So then the question is, how are you going to manipulate the contours to get that quality of outdoor room that you want? I think a lot of what you've said, and I think you actually, in certain ways, mean it. I mean, you've said a lot of, you said kind of a lot, and a lot of us do that. I think I probably do that way too much, which is a kind of, or whatever, but it really is, where is the precision within the building, and where is that called for? Again, a kind of, I just said it, a kind of precision in terms of where is the priority of the project. In this case, it is that wonderful or potential space of the courtyard. And then where does the precision have to be to make that work? The other things that I think you probably have learned from listening to the prior lectures are, what do the ceiling heights need to be? Because we know we can't really have high ceilings, because that's where the heat is going to be, for example. Let's go to your plan. I think you had it called out. Maybe it's the top plan. Yeah. So yeah. Wait. Next one, was it the bottom plan? The next sheet. I'm sorry. This one, second floor plan. Right. Yeah. So that's the second floor. So so you're missing a whole bunch of roofs. Is that right? Or where is that cutting through?
What did you say? Sorry.
Am I missing the roof below of the other pieces? This is one piece, right?
Yeah, I see.
So I mean, there's just there's just those drawings, which again, that is, how do I move the drawing forward? How does it make sense? I think we need to think about more about how the documentation again works, so that you can understand your building relative to the site. And again, I will go back to that notion again of where, what is that interior courtyard, and to be able to have you would have a couple sections that are right through that you're seeing those conditions. I think that Dean, wanted to see in terms of the barriers and the sort of stepping down the site, which then gives you another reading of the site. So we see that all of those, again, have the potential of being really quite wonderful. But then how does the design itself change? How does the design therefore reinforce your initial ideas? If you could go to let's go through your elevations a second. Yeah, right there. Stop. Oh, go back. Okay. No. Go back. One more. There we go. Okay. So it's the kind of thing of here, which is that in this case, it's, you've got the back building, which is anchored on the site. And then you've got, exactly, thank you, Dean. And he knows what I'm going to say, right? And then you've got the building that's slipped out just past. It's like, this is your building. This is your design. Is that something that's important to you? I mean, in terms of that, that little piece, that little exposure that's right there completely changes the reading of your project as these things that are holding back the site and have the potential then to open up that courtyard, with all of a sudden, it's changing the language where there's this sort of leg that's going out. And it could say, well, oh, that's all I have to do is just bring that line down. And that's true, right? But the thing is that I think someone else, one of the reviewers said, or maybe it was, I wrote it down, like, what is it that you're doing that's registering with you? What is it that's important? And so I guess what I can't tell from that is the fact that it's lifting up, and this is things that you would ask yourself, the fact that it's lifting up and sort of sticking out the ground in that corner, especially at a corner, because the corner is like where all the loads are concentrated at a corner, and then it floats. I mean, it's such a drastic change. Is that something that's important to you? Not important to you? Because it's changing that reading. But again, it's about not only producing accurately what it is that you have at your design at any given moment of time, but then going back through your designs and then saying, like, okay, so what parts of it, do I want to change? It really is about being reflective upon the work that you're doing yourself. Can we go back to a plan a second? And then we need to move on. Yeah, keep going right there. So for instance, here, you've got, oh, next plan. The one you just had, the first floor plan.
I think it's just slow. Oh.
Yeah,
I
first
didn't
floor
realize.
plan, please. Okay, so like here, the kinds of things of where, in area 1, which is where the researchers are, you have this like really, really big corridor that's almost a room. And it's not really clear in terms how that space is intended to be used. It's a solid wall, so it's not looking, upon the courtyard. It will have that other sort of view out, but and then there's the stair that's really in the middle that really makes that maybe not as usable as it can be. And then you look down at 6 and you look at that stair, and the thing is, I'm not even like, to get access to that stair, I actually have to go into another room. One would expect that the access to that stair might be off of the corridor, which would therefore again activate that corridor. I mean, right now at the very end where the stair is, it's just sort of you can imagine I'm just standing there, and what am I doing in that particular corner? Right. So it is really thinking about that kind of production. The other thing is that, as I did mention, and you're going to want to look through this carefully, is to think about, when and where do your door swings, when do they swing out? And so when we're talking about egress, we're talking about the door swinging in the direction of the exit. But in this case, of course, you've got, in one case, you have a very thin, corridor. Is that well, that's swinging into the corridor. It's just a question again. Would that be a place where the stair would dump out? Again, you would like to have as direct access to the outside as you can. The other one is within 2, that sort of dining room space. Again, those doors are swinging in. The advantage to that is that on a nice day, they could swing in and potentially swing in against the wall, and they would be protected from any kind of precipitation. But on the other hand, it does look as though it chews up a fair amount of space. So if they were to swing out, would that then mean, well, then maybe they have a slight overhang, right? That also keep them protected, and you're able to have a strong connection between, inside and outside. But for me, the other thing is that it appears as though, again, access to your building is only through the courtyard, and that would be both for deliveries as well as trash and all that sort of moving goods in and out. So I'm not really quite sure in terms of how one accesses the building, through pedestrian and through vehicles, and and so one would expect that you might have a sort of entry, that's more of a service entry that allows for the sort of silent moving of goods in and out of the building, and the other one which is much more sort of public, which of course the advantage of this is that hikers would then move into the sort of courtyard area, and be able to get the quick drink or little something to eat before they move on without having to go through the building. So that works, I think that works quite well. Anyway, those kinds of things, we can talk more about them in terms of what that is, or in terms of the sort of graphics and how that might change. But again, I think it's about being in control of your graphics, and then making decisions from that. So we'll talk about how to move further on. But again, I appreciate your your sort of quiet resolve, I guess I would say, throughout the semester. And I'm really, I know you were struggling a lot with putting the model in the site, and that that was your other iteration of it. And I think it really did move the project in a very sort of forward condition from where it was previously. Okay, super.
Yes, thank you.
Right.
Thank you for the
Thank you,
feedback.
Amber. Okay, let's then we've got Sebastian.
Yeah, I can go ahead and start sharing.
Okay.
Okay, do you guys see that?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So as you guys know, this semester's project was a research mountain hut. we're on the border of Italy and Austria. So the condition is basically nestled between these two countries, right on the border, in this like mountainous alpine area. So you can see it's kind of on the site we were given was kind of on the slope, and you can see kind of the valleys around and some of the. This is the site that I chose for my location within the larger context. So you can see it kind of sits on this ridge that slopes off to either side, and then it's also it sits on also slopes down into that lake at the base of the mountain. So immediately, one of the things that I took note of that I thought was really important and wanted to preserve were the views. When you get this high up, so to the west, you can see kind of more of the mountain range. Specifically, the view to the south I thought was important because I really liked being able to look down on all the stuff going on in the valley. To the east, you have another kind of like mountain view of the Semilon Peak. In terms of access, like it's pretty hard to get a car up there. So most of the traffic you're going to get is going to be like hiking, foot traffic. And so the routes of access would be coming up from either one of these hiking trails in the valleys on either side. Or you could hike down the ridge from the top, but that would be a little more difficult. So here you can see it's kind of a remote location. There's some buildings along the ridge line. Most of them are clustered kind of down in the valley in these small towns. So it would be pretty isolated up there. And the climate is pretty harsh. It's only really nice for about 3 months of the year, if that. And then you're going to want to be inside, especially in the winter times. You can get down, into like 10 degrees Fahrenheit. So good below freezing. And then, so starting to look at, I guess, inspiration for my building specifically, I looked at the Messner Mountain Museum, which is actually in the area. And the takeaway I had from this really was just what I found unique, I guess, just the way that you're inhabiting a space that's inside of the mountain, and these kind of tubes just are these like portals from this interior world to this exterior kind of world. And another one of my precedents that I kind of took a lot of inspiration from was this Obereggen Huts by Peter Pickler. And what I really liked about it was just from the exterior how like I guess how similar it is to the mountain, both in like shape and just like I guess like the I don't know, but sorry. But when you juxtapose that kind of like rigid hard shell exterior with the like warm glow of the inside, whether that's from the wood material or just at night, I really like that kind of juxtaposition between this cold kind of like hostile exterior world of the mountain with this interior space that we're kind of creating to reside within. And so kind of building on that, this actually took place a lot earlier in my exploration. I was kind of looking at these emotive paintings of the mountains. And the one thing that I was struck by was just how untouched the terrain above the tree line is. Like all these paintings showed kind of these little pastures in the valley where humans like would live. There was kind of something otherworldly about moving up past the tree line and into that kind of rocky space. So I was kind of fascinated by that, I guess, like hostile and unfavorable kind of conditions of the kind of peak. So when I started kind of exploring solutions for my building, I really hinged on that kind of idea from the Messner Mountain Museum of this kind of portal from outside the mountain into the mountain, and having this protrusion. It could either go into the mountain or come out. And so this is kind of the first model I created. You can see it kind of cuts into the mountain, like takes out some of this ground. Also has these kind of sharp edges that come out. So that was kind of just a stab at kind of trying to be in dialogue with the terrain and kind of the hostility of the mountain. And I kind of took a step back and like simplified it a little bit. Just kind of went in another direction, but I was kind of unhappy with just how it's kind of seemed like up there, and there just wasn't enough that felt of the mountain. To me, with this kind of just very blocky design, it kind of helped me separate the program into live work, which I kind of thought was the most natural breakdown, where you have kind of the living, occupiable, like spaces for just going about your everyday business in one area, and then you'd have the labs and the offices in another area. So this is kind of a more fleshed out model of that. As I said, I just kind of felt like the language wasn't right for the site. And so I took another kind of stab at it here. You can see I kind of kept that angled language. I really wanted to have that kind of cantilevering projection to emphasize that kind of panoramic view that you have at that altitude. And so this is kind of more of a larger, I guess, model I made, a little more detailed, where I broke the volume up into these kind of different tubes. And the relationship between the tubes, what was being shown, what was being concealed, what was inside the mountain, what was outside of the mountain. Big blob kind of just felt, I don't know, it felt so much like a sculpture, like it just felt like it kind of stood out in the mountain. So I wanted to kind of break that up and kind of make it seem more, less object-like, I guess, and just more natural. So I kind of split it into these three tubes. That have two, one kind of sitting very heavily in the site, and then two kind of projecting out from it in two different directions. And this is actually the model that I built for the funnel. So here you see kind of like an elevation that would be taken from the east. And here's another one. This is just kind of like a perspective view. Then this is from the south, and that's from the west. So yeah, just moving into here, the technical drawings. There's the site plan. So the materials and like trash disposal and everything would be by helicopter and then brought down. This is the first floor plan. You can see you'd enter, you basically descend down these stairs and enter here into this kind of kitchen and living area, which is kind of the most public part of it. And then back here, it houses kind of the mechanical room, storage space, bathrooms. And then you would descend on an elevator to the second story, which is kind of more submerged into the rock. And this houses kind of the working environment and the bedrooms. So if you travel down here, you see there's the hiker's bedroom and the researcher's bedroom. And then the archaeology lab is linked to the glaciology lab. There's a small little office tucked in there as well. So the work program is kind of more hidden away into the mountain, whereas the living spaces are the more exposed, both just to the light and the views and the surroundings. This is just kind of showing the bedroom layout, how you would fit their stuff in there, basically. This is just this is a section cut north to south. I forgot to put the little, I apologize for that, so you didn't really orient yourselves, but this is just cut through the lab spaces. And then this one is taken across east to west, and you can see the elevated kind of like living volume, and then like working volume. This is just a partial section, very basic, just kind of showing the wall construction. This is just kind of a structural diagram showing some of the main walls and the forces acting on them. And then here's just a couple of details finally. This shows some of the drainage condition and the thresholds and windows, but that's pretty much all. I can go back through it.
Thank you, Sebastian. I have to say, I was really captivated by all of the analysis you showed. I thought that was really interesting, and some of the things that you're picking up on and some of the precedents that you were looking at. For example, you know, the contrast between the interior world and the exterior world, that hard shell and then the warm glow. I thought that was really a beautiful insight, and the motive paintings that you're looking at with the alpine, the kind of rocky area above the tree line, and just the idea of inhabiting a space inside a mountain, and then the contrast with then opening up to the panoramic view of the mountain. I thought all of that was really exciting. I have to say, and I also really appreciate all the studies that you did with the models, the physical models. I think that I can really see that you were kind of like working through how to relate the ideas you're having with the actual form of your building. So I definitely appreciate that. I think this project could just use more development in order to really hit upon all of these wonderful ideas that you had at the beginning. And similar to the last project we looked at, just more clarity. For example, when you're cutting your sections, so if you're really all about kind of the contrast between this mountainous, like embedded in the rock, and then the open to the panoramic view, I would have loved to really see that, you know, seeing the, you know, cut transversely, I guess, through the building, where one side is like just completely encased in the mountain, and then the other side is cantilevered over looking out. You know, and then your details, I would love to see, you know, how you're thinking that gets embedded in the mountain. You know, just so basically all of your drawings should be serving the purpose of showing us how you're relating these ideas you have to the actual manifestation of the architecture. And I think it just, you know, it just really needs more development. So if you go to your model, your last model that you came up with, your final model.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like for example, that one strip window that's really up high. You know, I have a hard time knowing kind of what the purpose is. So it, like you're talking about these amazing views. So would you want a view out there? Or do you want that to be completely closed off so it's really contrasting with that view at the end? It seems kind of just like not really resolved. And then if you go to maybe some of your plans. Yeah, I think just the way that the two floors, like the upper area is related to the lower, I think that could have been really kind of thought through a little more. I'm not sure. I guess unless they take the elevator, they're walking outside every day to get to the other level. Is that right?
Pretty much is only through like the elevator.
Just through the elevator. Yeah, I mean, I would probably recommend finding a place for some stairs. You know, if that's something where they're going to go back and forth a lot. And then I just think, you know, really highlighting the contrast between the embedded quality and then the open quality. So anyway, I love the ideas that are behind all of this, and I wish they were shown a little bit more in the architecture.
Yeah, I agree with Claire on a lot of points. I think there is something to be said for curating your views out when you're in an extraordinary landscape. You know, you want to be able to kind of focus towards points that you find important and meaningful. One thing I'm really struck by in this project is how much of your floor space is dark. I'm imagining the actual light qualities of being in these spaces, and it's especially noticeable in some of your sections to see a person standing in a fully enclosed, like concrete bunker cube. And I thought about it also, if you go to this plan, the bedrooms. I was just thinking, I would really want to be in that furthest south bedroom. Like I wouldn't, you've got so much square footage here, and you can tell that you're really paying a lot of attention to the ends. Like you had a model photo where you can really see the light raking across your roof surface. I think maybe it's close to the end, your final model. Further? This one, yeah. Sorry, back one. Yeah, this. And I was thinking, this is such a nice use of following the shadow as it's, that kind of top shield is then striking a line across the vertical face of that opening. You can see the shadow that the entire building is casting. And there's so much play here and with light, just looking at this as an object. And I'd be really curious to see you explore the light qualities as you get into that tube. And is there some way that you can play, maybe it's with the roof surface so that you still maintain this tube structure, but you're able to filter some light in, or maybe you're able to bring light into the end of the tube and design the space such that the light is reflecting and diffusing as it goes through the space. Like if there's a way to play with this linear form in a way that doesn't give you, the contrast is good, but doesn't just give you a solid gradient of dark to light, and therefore give you kind of like a bright spot at the end where it might just be flooding you with light at one point in the day, while the other spaces are underserved with light. I would just love to see more development there to really demonstrate the kind of quality of life in those spaces.
Okay.
But overall, I really loved seeing the formal development. I think that like where you landed with the formal development is really nice. It feels like a good fit.
So maybe add a little bit more. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, I really like the idea that you continue to explore through model and continue to try out different configurations. Why I say it's a double-edged sword is that at some point you have to sort of decide that's it and like get it developed. So there's a little bit of issue there. But the general sort of attitude towards the site, the attitude towards what you're trying to do with the volumes that are kind of embedded in the site, the cantilever out of the site, all those sorts of things, I think are really nice. And it brings up some interesting questions for me, which is, okay, how do you pull that off, right? The fact of the matter is, can you go to your plan, maybe site plan?
Yes.
Okay, so the fact of the matter is, in order to pull that off, right, there's a construction process issue, and maybe that's a little bit unfair because we didn't talk about that so much with everyone else, but the truth is, you're probably excavating all of this, right?
Yeah.
In other words, all of this sort of model of kind of rock coming over here, like, not really. All that rock is being stripped away, and then you're going to fake it and put it back on the roof, right?
Yeah.
So it brings up some really interesting issues. And then there's the question of the cantilevering of the pieces that want to sort of emerge, right? Which then brings up interesting questions about, are they cast in place or are they brought in, there's no roads up here, right? Are they brought in by helicopter, big, Sikorsky, huge ass helicopters, right? That drop these modules in place. And then what is it that keeps them? So let's say we had a section, right? And we had that piece here, and somehow there's something down here. What is it that keeps this thing from sort of overturning, right? And so what I wonder about is actually in the end, is this sort of all one thing that maybe gets stitched together, and maybe this lower guy actually slips underneath and becomes sort of part of the foundation of it, right? so that the lower piece might actually be cast in place. You excavate the site, you build the site up with the lower pieces of the program, which are dark, but they have this sort of light outside face. And then these are more like, I don't know, tubes, right, that are brought in, and they all have these sort of telescopic qualities, right? So I think if you, and then, you know, let's put some more turf on top of this thing and kind of pretend like it sort of emerged out of the ground, right? So I think that there is a way to do it, but I think if you were to take into account the process of the construction, it would change your project a little bit. It would change the location of some of the walls, the thicknesses of some of the pieces, how the plan is organized, what the role of that lower piece is as something that sort of stretches underneath the other pieces, which might change your section a little bit. So there's a lot of, sorry for my scribbles, there's a lot of implications that I think that being more precise with the construction process would start to affect the materiality, would start to affect the spatial compositions of the plan, would start to affect the detailing, etc., in order to kind of pull this off, right?
I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, we've got just a couple of minutes here before we need to move on to the last project. But I think, you know, but yeah, every project, of course, is different and brings its own, I guess, its own points of focus. And I guess for me, the thing is with Sebastian's project, as well as his process throughout the semester, is what I what I want to highlight is the fact that, first of all, you had a precedent, and all the students had precedents, but it's clear, and this is true of other projects as well, or other students, but it's clear that there was a precedent, which is the Messner Museum, that really like inspired you, and that's, like, I gotta have it. I gotta, it's like, what is this thing? This thing that's sort of embedded within the hillside, and as you well know, that project did involve excavation, and then, okay, so when that material gets replaced, what does that mean? And of course that would be also related that we can imagine over time, that the replaced material would become would work towards a dialogue with, I guess, the existing material, or its pre, I guess it's pre-status as being fixed rock, to being removed and then put back in place. There's a whole kind of fascination with, I think, anything that's been dismantled and then put back to place, and what that may mean, which could actually be extended to the building itself. A notion that the building was maybe there in a different form, and then through a series of excavations becomes something else, and sort of highlights its condition to the site, for example. But I think the important thing is that it was clear that you're very inspired. The other thing about it is that how do I get at this? And so, that you very much went after the physical models, and that you did a lot of different studies with those, and, including, okay, I got to understand this, and I got to understand it fast. We've talked about this before, the fact that, I saw the smile go on Joyce's face, which is, the first thing that I probably did when I saw you, embed those things within those blankets. It is just like, I got to get at this idea as quickly as possible. And I think that's a very, very sort of valuable technique. For me, though, it's sort of like, one is how much of it, in terms of an internal curiosity that one has about their project. I got to solve this, I got to solve this, and I got to solve this. And one is, how do I, when am I, on what, and what part of it is that I just got to figure it out, and what part of it is, a sort of exposure. Well, you could try this, or you could try this. Oh yeah, I didn't really think about that. And it's always interesting in terms of, what things are essentially are innate in terms of one's own process, and which things are like discovered, looking at your classmates and seeing how they proceed through a project, and how you could benefit, through the methodologies that they're using to pursue your own designs. And so I would agree completely. So that part works out pretty well. But for me, I think all the reviewers said it, but I think it was probably I think Claire, I felt the same thing, which is that, no, I want to see that contrast between embedded and then this sort of view out. And I want to see that drawing, and I want to see, how those very powerful sort of formal ideas get translated into something, within the interior building itself, and the whole notion of, how does light get into those spaces, and really that sort of development. But anyway, I appreciate your energy, and also I think your drawings have been, fairly consistent. There's still some things we can talk about, some improvements, like you got a plan that's showing the rock sitting on top of of the roof, but the chances are that you're probably not going to slice it right at the exact level of the roof. You'd probably take it if not a couple inches, a couple feet above the roof, which would show a cut through the rock, and then the rock spilling down below, in elevation, which would give you more of a verticality. Right now, it reads as though that the rock that's sitting on top on the roof is a vertical shear wall, which of course it's not. Those kinds of things, but again, you get more of a three-dimensional aspect. But I want to say that your drawings have been this semester, very consistent in terms of that you've had a good basic understanding of the orthogonal projective drawings. And I think I agree. I mean, you really want to exploit that. It seems as though, you're a little bit just, trying to figure out how it works. But I think that's pretty much true of everyone. Let's think about, we want to see ourselves in the space. We want to understand that space. The drawings are not just a sort of Post-it note to, need to figure out, it's sort of like, I want to see what that space is. I want to be in that space. So anyway, I appreciate your energy this semester, Sebastian, and the fact that I can tell you really love what it is that you were pursuing. I want to stick these things in the rock and figure out what that means in this particular context. So that's something that I think we all, for many of us, that's the hard part, is finding out where that inspiration is. So thank you very much, and thanks for the comments. Okay.
Thank you all for taking the time.
Question.
Yes. Yeah, someone had a question?
Oh, I just said thank you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, Claire, I had a question. Okay, so we're going to move on to Eric. We're running just a little bit behind, not too far behind. So Eric, it's all yours.
Cool. All right. Y'all seeing this? Okay. Hi, name's Eric. All right, so start off with the quick slide analysis. I'm going to go through this pretty fast since this isn't anything you haven't seen before. So this will work. All right, so here's the site on the border of Austria and Italy. Just looking at the climate on the left, so it's somewhere between the tundra and a cold continental climate with a pretty low population density, as you can see up on the right. Now here's just that from an aerial view. So zooming in, you can see that you can see sort of the circulation around the site and how remote the one that I chose was. Like it was mentioned before, we had the 3 site options. I chose the middle because it was the most remote and offered the best views. So here's just looking at the views off of that site that I chose. In view 1 off to the left, you get the valley with the city. View 3, you get the valley off to the right. View 2, you get the lake. And then you have the mountain, Mount Simulon, and then Hotel Grawand and that mountain ridge off to the right. So here you can see pretty low temperatures, a good variety of cloudy, sunny, and rainy, snowy days. Most of the wind coming from the north and south. And then here's just that sunlight path. So once again, the trees, especially at higher elevations, are all coniferous, as well as spruce, which I mainly use in my project, as well as larch, as well as the Arolla pine, which is popular there. You can see in this region, the rock is pretty hard, similar to granite. And then around my site, which is remote, you can see that there are a variety of different buildings, one being Hotel Grawand, there's an observatory, and then a couple small cities in the valley.
Sorry, you went kind of fast with that. Can you go back real quick?
Yeah. So here's
I want to look at the precedence for a second. So this one is.
So this is just the hotel that's located northwest. And so this is where all those ski lifts go to, and then the hiking paths come off from. And then here, so there's a famous like person found mummified in the ice. And then there's just an observatory looking at sort of where that happened. And then here's sort of those cities in the valley.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. So in terms of program, here are just the main spaces that we had. The permanent rooms and the temporary rooms, I actually increased the square footage of, just because I found it was a little tight, cramping people in there that are going to be staying permanently. And I ended up with the net square footage of 472 square meters and just over 600 square meters gross. All right. So I've been to this region before, and the one place I spent a lot of time in, at least when I was in Italy, was a city called Arco. It's about an hour south of where our site was, just where the mountains start. And being in that mountainous region of the Alps and driving through there, one thing that always stuck out to me was the castles located on the cliffs and mountaintops and on the sides. And just something about those driving through the valleys just really stood out to me and was really powerful. As well as the views being up in the mountains. I'm a former rock climber and big into mountaineering. So being on those, I think my favorite thing that I remember the most is the views. And so that was the most important thing to me in this project. And the main one that I want to focus on was this view 1 in the valley off to the left. So from Hotel Grawand, you can see the site and that beautiful valley off to the left. And then here's how that looks in the winter. And so here's this view I'm talking about, the primary valley view. And then off to the right, looking at a 90-degree angle, is the view off to the ridge that I also wanted to focus on. So looking at my building, I oriented it facing that main valley view at a 45-degree angle, north being straight ahead. And I really wanted to focus on like that visual of like the castle with the concrete sticking up. But I don't want to contrast that with the more wood center. So here's just looking at how that would sit in the site. Here are just those separate pieces of my building. And really just focused on just creating that, I don't know, just connection with the region in a different way. And so I see my building being approached by hikers from the north off that path. It's going to be pretty remote, similar to the first presentation. So we just get into the section of the building, we can kind of see how I wanted to sort of remove this from the ground so I could not have to worry too much about how like that extreme elevation connects with the building for the most part. Seeing as you go through the building, I sort of saw it as processionary, where you enter into a main winter room and office space, and then you have your main labs right towards the beginning, with those walls being glass, so visitors walking by can see what's going on and experience those labs. And then you walk into a main open kitchen and dining area and a balcony that looks out towards the view. Here's that plan again. Here's just sort of how I imagined the lighting scheme would go for this building. I just wanted to keep everything symmetrical symmetrical and focus primarily on alignments and how the lighting just tied in with the furniture. Here's that in the back. So here's this in elevation. I saw my main materials being concrete and spruce wood. Spruce because it's light and sort of helps bring light into the building and sort of make that feel lighter, since it is so sort of closed off and dark at many times of the year. Just that in elevation. And here's just me starting to think about how structure could work in this building with this cantilever off the edge. I saw the main structure of that inner wood thing being glulam wood beams, and my cantilever being taken care of with larger steel sections. And here's just looking at those foundation walls. And then some details, because I wanted both the top and bottom finishes on the roof and base to also be wood. So whenever you're at the ridges above or below the building, you read that as wood, not as some other roofing material. And then just looking at those long windows in the concrete wall and how those might be supported. So as far as the interior, here's this entrance space in elevation. I just wanted to see how that would look rendered. So moving through the building, you can kind of see that hallway with the glass and the view at the end. So here's that first cold lab. You get that nice view out to the right through those small windows. Here's just looking at the other labs in the structure. Yeah, and I really wanted to keep this dining and kitchen space very open to promote like sort of community among the hikers as well as the researchers. So this room can be used for any sort of different purpose, and it's just sort of a space for people to relax. Here's just looking at the bathrooms. And so the bedrooms, I really wanted to have a different language in the walls, so I kind of wanted to read a little more solid. And so here's the wood furniture I designed to sort of accommodate those hikers. And then here's the permanent research rooms. And then the garage. Yeah, and here's just some exterior shots of what I envision this looking like. Yeah, I just really wanted to tie in that castle typology in a different way. Cool, and that is the end.
All right, so I guess I'll start. I love the narrative about the castles on the hill that you found, you know, as traversing through this landscape. And the images you showed, I think, were really powerful in terms of sort of describing the phenomenology of those artifacts as they kind of sat in that landscape. And I really do like the idea that you sort of were following from that logic as a way into the project. I think that's quite good. I also like very much the idea that it sort of translates itself into these two horizontal walls. Although I will say that, you know, one of the things I found interesting about the castle photographs, even the ones that are in ruins, was that there was a certain vertical component to them in relationship to the hill. So I'll come back to that in a second. So I think the juxtaposition of these two like really solid walls, you know, whether they're poured in place or whatever they are, sort of establishing a really clear structure in the site is really interesting. And then that's juxtaposed against this sort of wood construction system. All of that I think is really pretty interesting. I personally would have rather seen this piece in the end go more vertical rather than just kind of being clipped onto the end of this thing. And I think, you know, maybe there's even a stair inside there that gets you up to this sort of viewing platform up at the top. And I think the relationship between the wood and the I think introducing the steel for me as another sort of system is less interesting. I think the juxtaposition of the wood system and the two walls and the wood system, which sort of exists inside it and then maybe emerges vertically as a sort of marker in this landscape, which sort of ties into the photographs for me. I think that it could have been like really powerful. All right. So overall, I really like the project. Formally, that's my major criticism. The other thing I will say is I wish that some of the time that you spent doing lighting diagrams could have been spent like really studying the materiality of the project and the sequencing and the, we haven't talked about this, but there's lots of sort of drawings that people have done with sort of doors, right? The truth is in this landscape, you probably have airlock kind of vestibules, right? Where you have like a door and then you enter space and then there's another door. And how does light come in, right? And if the top of this is covered with snow, maybe there are pieces of the wood that, that are sort of skylight pieces that stick up through it. So when it is covered with snow, light comes in, right? So I think there's a lot of still design exercises that you could have gone to really, really push this thing forward, given the sort of, and I mean this in a good way, simplicity of the partie diagram. And I don't know, I suspect that Vince probably, maybe he did, make you do all of those sort of technical notations. And I have nothing against that. But in the end, I think you're at a point in your career where I think there were other things to really take on that might have, had more architectural implications.
Okay.
Eric, I really like your project, and I definitely agree with everything that Dean Almy said. I think I'll just kind of like talk about a few other things, but I think that was kind of the main thing I would have said as well. Just some points. So I like that you're talking about in your sort of narrative about this project, the inspiration of the castles, but then another thing you mentioned was the spruce that's native to the site as this material that you're introducing. And I think that's a really strong thing to, really think about and to incorporate in your project. I mean, we should all do that in every project that we build, is think about exactly where these materials are coming from, or in this case, harvested. And I think that could have been something that you talked about even more, and really kind of explored that, like down the hill, you have, live spruce next to the wood that you're using. So I appreciate that you were thinking about that in some form, at least. I really found your diagrams helpful, and I think I appreciate sort of the prolific work that you did, all of the drawing explorations. It really helped explain things. I would agree with Dean about some of the renderings you did, and I do have a question about this. I guess my main thing I would say is, in the future, I would challenge yourself to do fewer renderings, but much more detailed and, well, much more experiential, I guess. Detailed in the sense of like the entourage and the type of like things that you're representing in the spaces. So I would do, 3 renderings or 5 renderings maybe, but make them spectacular. My question is though, and I liked the way you presented it. If I hadn't heard you kind of talk about it, then, maybe the way that you were using them actually was helpful to you. So you're showing the renderings in relation to the elevations that you're exploring. Were you kind of using those back and forth? Can you tell me how that process went?
Yeah, I just sort of saw that as like a way, just sort of like, just to convey like how it looks like. I just wanted to see how it looked in 2D versus like how I could design it in 3D, since it's just sort of like 2 different ways. And also I just kind of like enjoy doing it and wanted to, like, I haven't done any interior renders before, so I just kind of wanted to try different things and see what I could do.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, it's fun. It's fun, right? So I think that's a good way to start now that you have this kind of tool, like you've for the first time kind of learned how to do this. I think it is really helpful to kind of go back and forth. And I would say, I would encourage you to really not just kind of approach these as like, you know, final drawings, but as real working tools. So that you're looking at this view and then you're going back to your elevation and sort of like tweaking back and forth. And I think in that sense, the renderings can be really helpful as a design tool. When you're creating the like final presentation renderings, I really want to see I want to see people all over this space. I want to really kind of like see more inhabitation. And I think Dean had mentioned, it seems like lights were really important, like they really stood out to me. And I think if that's something you're really interested in, you know, this is like sort of a very nitpicky thing that I would never comment on in like most of the other projects, but since they seem to be very interesting to you, I would encourage you to really like go beyond you know, what you're showing. Like if this was something that you were super excited about, then this shot is showing you kind of exploring some other fixtures, but most of the time you just have like all of these can lights everywhere, kind of creating these like bright spots on the ceiling. And I would encourage you to kind of like maybe explore introducing some natural light and, you know, maybe skylights or just different fixtures, something like a little less just conventional. So if it's a fixation of yours, then really like take it on and design through it.
Okay, yeah, mostly for me, I just did the lighting because my renders were all like, I had to put in lights to do the renders since they were interiors.
Yeah.
And I just mostly just wanted to focus on like the alignments that those like lights sort of created.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I think in your next project, you can kind of go beyond that. Okay. And, you know, I mean, just like kind of a quick rendering tip, I guess, since this is something that you're very interested in. Like in this rendering, we can see, and it's actually more evident in a lot of the others, but, you know, all the scalloping along that back wall, all of those things can really be fine-tuned so that it has like a much more natural quality.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I want to, sorry, just real quick. The only thing I wanted to add about the sort of lighting, I agree with the natural light thing. I think given the section of your project, the ability to occupy the roof between the walls seems like you could do that, right? Especially coming from the sort of above the site, like literally you could walk right onto the roof. And then in a kind of, you know, I think it was brought up before, La Tourette mode, right? Do you actually have these light cannons that start to kind of to animate the roof, but actually bring light down into the space below? I think how you really use that section to begin to explore those relationships could be really powerful. And that's what I meant earlier when I'm like, less reflected ceiling plans, more study of what light means.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a similar thought to that of, you know, you've made these two planes that are such strong formal elements, and what happens at the top and also what happens at the bottom, like ending on that final rendering and seeing snow inside there is, it seems that your gesture here is to say that it's only these planes in all of the landscape. I'd be curious to see that space inhabited somehow. I mean, you've got it protected from the elements pretty significantly, and it could be a very, very meaningful kind of gathering space, like the belly of the building underneath this mass, that you really could break up this rendering into thirds. You know, if you were to look at the section, you could have kind of like the bottom third, the middle third, and then just the occupiable roof up here. So in section, you really slice that up. I think would be a really interesting development. And then similarly, Dean touched on this, to have these two strong planes and And then to have this mass kind of capping the end feels a little bit arbitrary to me. I would love to see that mass respect the planes, but kind of bust through it somehow. And but I think just the simplicity of this is really striking, and I think it feels almost church-like seeing it, especially at the top of a hill, seeing this kind of, cruciform elevation. I think it's really powerful how simple it is. And I really like the fenestration on the opposite side, not this concrete wall, but the other. Yeah, that felt really, really powerful to see that contrast. And it would read in the daytime with like dark slits against the kind of pounding sunlight. I think that's a really nice move. And I'd be curious almost to see that sort of play with the spruce volume also, to play into that rhythm. Mm-hmm. And then again, kind of echoing what the other two said also, that, and I thought it was most noticeable in that dining space rendering, that the wood really does feel, it feels warm, but it also feels like too buttery, too monotonous almost. Like I would love to see, are we looking at planks or are we looking at sheets? What are the joints like? And to Claire's point, can you play with like the carving that you can do with wood shapes to form those recesses for the lights? And how can you, I would almost be curious to see you make like a rockite and spruce, simple model, to see those materials engaging with one another. Mm-hmm. And to feel the kind of the grain of the wood, for that to come through a bit in how you're breaking up this space. Because I think you're doing a lot in that interior space with how the ceiling is playing, and you're clearly like working through all of those elements. And I would love to see that detail brought in with the very kind of quality of the wood itself.
Okay.
Do you have a section through the long kind of transverse section through your project? I think you do. I'm just trying to remember.
Yeah, this is the one that I did when I was just sort of, it was a very developmental one. Where is it? One somewhere. I know I did it. Oh, there it is.
That one. See, this is the section right here. I would have loved to have seen you just work on and work on and work on.
Okay.
Like really big, because this whole idea about, can I come onto the roof? Is there some sort of occupiable space down in here? Are there ways in which, I can kind of get up and sort of start to kind of occupy this space in section? Does this thing start to even get more vertical? What's its relationship to the hill? All of that sort of stuff. Like I would have loved to have seen a lot more investigation in that section, because I think, when are you walking on the ground? And when do you step off the ground, right? I think all of those things are fundamental to your idea of architecture, if this thing wants to become a kind of Peter Zumthor piece, right? So that's what I would have loved you to have spent a little more time on, sort of less, I've said this before, maybe reduce the amount of things you investigate. It's not everything you investigate is fine, right? Love the rendering of the bunks, all made out of wood, as if there's a sort of wooden shell. Like all the things that you investigate, you do with care. But maybe you investigate too many things. And maybe there's a few like really, really critical representations that you need to spend more time on, and this is absolutely, for me, one of them.
Okay. Yeah, let's clarify that a little bit, which I think is a good place to sort of actually wrap up today's section, I'm really interested in well, we've been talking about this before, but it really is about the ability to be able to prioritize what one does as an architect. And so, it's always fun to talk, about projects like this that have, I mean, I think the exact words that Eric used was enjoy doing it. And I can't ask for anything more than I really enjoy doing whatever it is that you're doing. You know, I'm thrilled about that. I think that's what all the students, you know, really put their energies towards doing, which is that, you know, enjoying whatever it is that you're doing. And I think that's really, really important. But once we get past that, and that's critical, but let's maybe be more to the point, which is really looking at quantity versus quality, and where is the quality and where is the quantity. So no, Dean, the all of the technical drawings that he presented were not required. I just asked them for a couple of details as a way to get a gentle introduction into the technical, because I knew this semester we weren't, given the constraints we talked about before with regard to the drawing representation, to be able to get to those. I knew we weren't going to be able to get to those. I think Eric is perhaps an exception to that. So I think that's important, but it really is about prioritizing. I mean, for me, yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that's been said. I mean, I love the fact that you wanted to design the bunk beds. I mean, that's, you know, that can be a semester long project. I mean, you're very, you know, very highly productive, very prolific, but the thing is, like, but you got bigger fish to fry, you know, which is what I always say. And in this sense, it's like, there is the inspiration of these from the castles and of these vertical walls. But then the question, the big question is, what is the relationship between those simple I mean, on one hand, I love the fact that you've got this so simple, but on the other hand, then it is really, really critical what those relationships are. And that's what Dean is really talking about. And so can you go back to your physical model, please? Yeah. So it really is, you know, I mean, in that it really, and by the way, I really appreciate that you did the physical model, because I know I know that was talk about enjoying something. I'm not sure you enjoy doing the physical model. That I'm not sure about. I can tell by looking at your renderings that you love doing the renderings. But if I didn't know you, Eric, and this is, I do know you. If I didn't know you, I'd probably be inclined to, I probably would say, oh, that's going to be my render guy, but not necessarily my design guy. And I think that's what we're really talking about. I mean, your designs are well done, but I know that it really is, you know, this thing is, what is this, you know, this thing that's an allusion to these wonderful sort of castles. And I agree, for me, the thing is that volume is just, you know, sort of impaled on the walls. There's something that's not right about it. And I don't know what it would be, but what I do know is that, you know, and everybody has their own strengths, you know, within the studio. And so some of your other classmates would have done, you know, several different versions, sort of like in this, within that is a thing. And I guess those are the kinds of things that I would like to see. But again, that is really, again, all this is just about helping you become, I really think you are a very good designer. I would hire you as a designer. But what I'm saying is that right now, you're not prioritizing the things that need to be concentrated on and played with. That the overall, that the two walls with the thing impaled in the middle and the thing in between, and that's why Dean wants to see that section through there. Those aren't resolved yet. Those aren't. I mean, they're perfectly fine, but with the energy that you have, they should be more than perfectly fine. And I think someone else also pointed out the interiors. Yeah, they're all perfectly fine. They're well done, but they're not like this thing that, you know, makes my heart just skip. And I know that's what you're after as well. And I would say, actually, I mean, for me, the bunk beds seem to be, you know, in a certain way, much more sort of resolved. But one thing might be, well, let's look at the bunk beds. Let's look at the bunk beds. I mean, that's another studio, you know. I mean, you could have, that's Mark Machek's studio. You could have taken.
Yeah, I spent a little amount more time than I should have
Yeah,
on these.
yeah. Well, yeah, but what I'm telling you is that is actually there's a quality within the beds that aren't within the overall building. I mean, in the way in that there's a very clear relationship between the parts. There's both heaviness and lightness, and even though it's all of the same material, the way it's been articulated, sort of formally and spatially, really, really well done. And I can tell that there's all this love in resolution that's there. And I see these are buildings, and actually think your building itself should have the spatial formal clarity that these have. And I don't know why that is, because again, I'm not privy to your particular process in terms of things, how things have been studied. And I have no doubt that you could have resolved the building in terms of those pieces relative to one another. And you could tell me, no, I'm perfectly happy with the way it is, but it doesn't seem, I mean, it's not as clean and as resolved. I don't know, maybe it is about, I mean, for instance, here, you've got the horizontal members that then meet something else that's held by something else. And there's not a, they're distinct and they blend somehow. The building itself is, all of the pieces are really, they're really sort of fighting each other in terms of what it is that one wants to see. And maybe that's because this is furniture, so that you didn't see that same kind of, attention or whatever. I mean, these parts are all really much in harmony with one another, right? And they play the vertical off the horizontal, and yet they fit into one another. So anyway, I would just say that what you did here is really, from a priority standpoint, that's where the building goes to first, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not.
Yeah, no, I feel like if I had more time, I spent more time doing that, because like I spent most of my time in this front part just designing those bunks and all the furniture in here and the fixtures. Yeah.
But that's the whole point of the prioritization that we've said. I mean, there won't be a single studio or a single project in practice that you won't be able to say, if I had more time. That's always the question. So the question is, where's the prioritization? Where do this definitely has to be done. And so then that's where the time is attacked first. I guess that's what we're saying, is really being able to prioritize, what are the bigger fish that need to be fried at that particular point, right? Because it's clear, that you have a great many talents, but one you really need to seriously think about developing to be as successful as you can be is the ability to prioritize your workload and to recognize what is unresolved and what is resolved. And getting back to the comment I said before about Frank, where he said that's not where the architecture is not to be fooled by your own drawings in terms of that something is complete or something is finalized or something is, to the point of where it needs to be. The other thing that I heard Frank say that's been meaningful to me was, he said, I could draw, we could get where he had a partner, Greg, said we get to where we both could draw really beautifully, like do these amazing sort of beautiful drawings. And we got to a point of where we couldn't tell each other's drawings apart, that they were sort of hand in hand, and we could make anything look beautiful. And then he said, I realized, no, it was like that was a danger, that it was a danger. And of course, when Dean and I were in school, probably, the comment you did not want to get was, oh, beautiful model, which of course were always analog, or beautiful drawings, which were also analog. It's just like, well, what about the design? It's sort of like, what about the design? And so Frank said, well, he started looking at the drawings that his structural engineer did, because those were really to the point that he could feel, like what was the intent behind the structural engineer? Where was the structure? How did that work? And so he purposely, the drawings, if you look at Gary's drawings over the last 30 years, there are these very things that may appear crude. The same thing when you look at Kahn, the same thing when you look at Corbusier. Aldo Rossi's professor told him he drew like a carpenter, and he didn't mean it in a positive way, although he should have. But the thing is, you know, it's like where does this thing actually lay? And that's what I think the thing where all the stuff is like, you know, we're thrilled, you know, we're thrilled with your abilities. It's just that, you know, we want you to hit everything right now is kind of, you know, it's all very well done, but it's really kind of monotone. And you really want to get to the point of, oh my God, you know, like I want to possess your building, you know, and it's not, I mean, I want to possess your bunk beds, but I'm not sure I want to possess your buildings. And so it's just something just to think about. We're just here to help you. There's so much to admire about your work, including the fact that I know it was tough for you. You had two other earlier designs, and I pushed you towards simplification, and you indeed did do that. So it's not as though, you know, you've been very open to critique, which is why I guess I feel pretty comfortable giving it to you raw, because I know that raw technique is or critique is something that you've been able to utilize, and you have produced throughout the semester. You know, everything has gotten better. So I really I don't really have anything other than that to say that you know, I really appreciate the intensity that you brought to the semester.
Sweet. Thank you.
Okay. So thanks very, very much to our reviewers. We are, oh gosh, we ended up being 20 minutes past the time. Unfortunately, due to the last critique, but thanks again, Eric, for taking us to a very, very interesting point that I think everybody, including myself, learned from. So I really, really appreciate the time spent by the reviewers and the deep concern I can tell that you've had for the students and their work. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. It's been great.
I enjoyed it very much. Have a great rest of the day.
Absolutely.
Have a good
Thank
week,
you.
y'all.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, students. So we'll I guess get started right again at 3 o'clock, and we'll talk to you then. Well, we have Kristen and Andrew here. We're just waiting on Alex to join us, and then we'll get started. I gotta close this door over here. There's Alex. Hey, Kristen. Nice to see you.
Hi. Hi, good to see you.
Good to
How's
see
everyone
you.
doing?
Everybody's good here.
Has it gotten cold there yet?
Actually, relatively, yes.
Okay.
I don't know how cold, but I've been wearing slippers and got extra blankets.
Nice.
And nice. It's like someone turned on the air conditioning big time.
Well, we had like a first dusting of snow here in Nashville. I guess it was yesterday or the day before. It's kind of crazy. So it feels like full-time winter here. But
Yeah, well, that's exciting. I mean, it is December, so I'm sure lots of kids were very excited to see the snow.
oh yeah. Yeah, they canceled school, of course, you know. It's like Austin. It's like Austin. We can't handle any snow at all.
Well, yeah, you are in the quote unquote South, so.
Yeah.
It's like even no matter how far north you are, if you're in the South, it's still snow is something else. Although there's plenty of snow, I think, up in the Smokies. Hopefully. Anyway. Okay, let's get started this afternoon. And we've got our reviewers with us. First of all, we have Kristen Newton, and Kristen is a UT graduate, and also like Andrew, have both been in the what we called TechCom integrative design. It's now integrative design, which is the advanced level of the comprehensive studio, and Andrew is teaching comprehensive studio with Claire Townley this semester. And Kristen was at a firm in Nashville for a number of years. I don't even know. I mean, it does seem like you were in my studio last month, but it's been several years. I'm not even sure how many years it's been.
I know.
But yeah, time goes by very quickly. But you were with a firm in Nashville for a number of years, and you've recently, I guess you have your own firm with your husband.
Yep.
A&E firm. I have a special fondness in my heart for A&E firms because my first two jobs were in A&E firms.
Cool.
And anyway, there's a special sort of dialogue that happens in there that I've always been intrigued by. So thanks for joining us, Kristen. And
thanks for having me.
And you're at a disadvantage because our locals, which are Alex and Andrew, have seen the project before, and I'm so happy they could join us for the final. They helped us with some earlier reviews, so it's great to have them back. Alex is someone, again, I don't know how quickly I would say that you were hired 2 years ago, but maybe it's been 3 or 4.
Yes, it's my third year. You were right, yeah.
And Alex, I'm not even sure where you are right now. You won a very prestigious travel design prize in which you were investigating greenhouses. I don't know if any of them took you to the Alps or not. We never really talked about that.
No, I didn't get there. There was Switzerland. Switzerland was on my list, but COVID I interrupted. So I hope to get there. Yeah. I started in Italy, Spain, and Poland, and that was it. Yeah, it's the Wheelwright Prize.
And we've had several. And Kristen was on our Italian program, and Andrew and Claire. And we're both with me on the Munich program. I'm hoping Alex and I in the future can together combine more study in this area, somewhere within between Germany, Austria, Switzerland, and northern Italy,
yeah.
to look at sustainability in the summer. So keep your eye out for that program. I can't remember, Andrew. I was sort of embarrassed to say I can't remember whether or not Joyce Hanlon was in the Munich program or not.
She was the same one as me and Claire, 2016.
That's right. That's what I thought. So everyone actually, in many ways, is very sort of familiar with this area. We all hiked up to the top of the mountain and actually had had lunch in Austria outside Altbach. I remember that. That was a full day.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get started. So I guess it's mostly introducing Kristen to the work. You did get the previous the handouts that I sent, but yes, this is basically a mountain hut that is also, it's primarily a research hut, although it's something, there's several users. First of all, it would be the researchers, those studying the glaciers, and also the anthropologists. As you well noted, it's near where Ötzi was discovered, and so it's very well known area because of that. It also is a place. The other users would be hikers that would, whether it's a day trip to go up and to have a bit of refreshment, or even to grab a place to sleep, maybe grab a shower as well for the night. It has all of those users, as well as the sort of permanent maintenance and people that take care of the kitchen. So it's basically those three users that we're looking at. We spent, this is an introduction. This is 5th semester. It's an introduction to integration. So it's prior to the comprehensive studio, which will take place in about a year. And it is, again, an introduction is intended, an introduction to structural mechanical construction, HVAC, but also site analysis and precedent analysis, all of those things we sort of touched lightly upon. I guess the thing I do want to say is that we actually have spent a fair amount of time, not so much on the back end, so that the technical part has not been as developed as it certainly will be in comprehensive studio. In fact, nowhere close. I mean, we've asked students to basically pick to look at a couple details, but for the most part, we've been very much concerned about how you represent your projects in plan, in section, in elevation, and in a model to understand the relationship, the formal spatial relationships between all the constituent parts, as well as the site itself and how your building sits on the site. And then after you register your building at any particular point, how then that's not only about registering what you have, but then using that as a tool to move forward and to change your design, but to at least be able to understand where you are at any given point. And so, as I said, we started with site analysis, then moved to precedent, and then the students also, I think this is very important, develop the program instead of just being given the program. And so they were given several examples. They did area takeoffs off of 4 very relatively simple volumetric other huts up in the Alps to be able to put together the program. And so all of that work, I think was done very well. And so, as you know, the struggle is to connect that earlier work, the site analysis and the precedent analysis, to the development of the projects themselves. And so we're really not, we're really looking for this to be, constructive discussion about how the students can move forward from, from what it is that they produced to realize their designs. You'll see we only have 3 this afternoon to look at, but everyone has their, throughout the entire semester, what I'm very proud of is everyone has their own unique way in which they interpreted the site, interpreted their program, and then put together their particular vision of what this project should be. So having said that, I'll open it up to general questions of either from our reviewers or from the students. That's what I like to hear. Silence means you got it all. At least Christine got it, right? I saw her laugh. Okay. And so did Kristen. All right, so let's go. I think there's a lot of smiles. So, okay, let's get started. So the 3 people you're going to see today, Tammy's going to start us off, and then it's Marianne, and then Maya is going to play cleanup. Okay. All right. Super. So, Tammy, you're off.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. Give me 1 second to share my screen. Okay, is that showing for everyone?
Got it.
Okay. Yep. So I guess I'll just jump right into it. As Professor Snyder already introduced the project, this was a design proposal for a hiking hut / research center in the Ulster Alps. So we were given this kind of large general site between the Mount Similon and Mount Rowan, and we were asked to choose a specific site within it after doing some site analysis. So looking at some of that, here's some like general sun information. So the summer solstice and the winter solstice, you can see kind of those sun patterns on the larger general site. And then looking at precipitation and also sunlight. So just in general, they do get a fair amount of rain and also lots of snow during the winter months, but it is fairly sunny all throughout the year. They do get a lot of sunlight. And if you're familiar with hiking huts and just the general typology of the area, you'll see they like to take advantage of the sun, and they usually have a lot of outdoor spaces in these areas. So again, more general site analysis, just showing bodies of water and like water drainage on the site. And then circulation paths, which through the mountains are generally just hiking paths, whereas at the bottom in the valley and around Lake Vernago, there are some roads for cars and vehicles. And then showing some existing buildings on the site. On the left, this is like a general collection of more touristy spots. Hotel Gourmand is here, as well as some skiing resorts. And then there's a village along Lake Vernago, and then some scattered hiking huts along the northern side of the site. Okay, so when it came to starting to narrow down an area to look for my individual site, I chose this area to the right. I chose it specifically because I like that it was away from kind of the more touristy centers on the site, as well as pretty distant from other hiking huts. So I like that secluded nature of it, being that it was primarily for research. I thought it should have a more private site. I also like the steepness of the slopes on this kind of ridgeline and like bowl condition. So wanting to explore building on a steep slope. And then also just the directionality of views with the Similon Peak being here at the top and then looking down into the valley at Lake Vernago. This is just a close-up. And again, Similon Peak here at the top, and then this larger ridgeline that kind of envelops this larger site, and then it slopes down to the southwest. This is just looking at some general wind patterns. Wind is strongest to the north and south majorly, and then these are some other seasonal wind conditions to think about. And so me personally, I was very interested in a lot of the different contexts of the region architecturally. So I looked a lot at some other hiking huts in the area, and then also looking at the regional Tyrolean typology of architecture. What I liked, or what I observed most about them, was their use of materiality, so that the way that they use a lot of wood and stone, these being readily available materials to use in the area, and then also the way that they separate and organize program in the spaces, and these were also usually tied to materiality. But this is just showing 3 different types of organization properties for programs. So housing them in separate structures, adjacent structures, or conjoined structures, and then seeing how materiality was showed in these 3 different conditions as well was also interesting to me. And then I wanted to look outside of the direct context and look more globally at other places around the world with similar site conditions. So looking specifically at sites of also high elevation and extreme climate. So in this case, the polar tundra zones. So I looked also at the Andes Mountains in the Tibetan Plateau and Himalayas. So in the Andes Mountains, you see the Incan historical typology. And so looking at this, I liked their use of stone on the mountains and how that related to the mountains as well. And then how they used terracing to address building on a steep slope. In the Himalayas, you also see the use of stone, but you also see the use of wood, which is similar to the Tyrolean typology as well. And you also see these gabled roofs and tiered structures, which I also thought was interesting and kind of related to the terracing of the Incan architecture as well. So when it came to my process, I looked a lot about how I would organize my program and trying to separate them by use. So separating or joining the research programs together, the living programs together, and then the communal spaces together. And some early models that I did really explored like kind of drawing from the terracing and the use of levels in the typologies and precedents that I was looking at, and how I could organize the programs based on different levels and how they could stack against each other. And so in these earlier models, I focused a lot about organizing the programs on horizontal levels. And so each level would be different. In these, the research was on the bottom, I think it was living in the middle, and then the communal spaces at the top. But the issue I found was that I couldn't really gain like a strong sense of a concept this way. I was just struggling to tie a lot of decisions together. So going back to kind of forming a concept, I was looking at the way I was stacking levels and organizing the programs, and I thought back to some site analysis pictures of where I learned there's like a tradition on mountains of stacking rocks. And so people would do these when they're hiking, and they would serve as markers or monuments in the mountains. And I thought that was a really interesting idea. So I kind of took this and went onto forming a concept of organizing the programs into 3 different towers. So having a research tower, a living tower, and then a communal tower, and how I could organize those together. And they would each form like their own kind of rock tower or stacked rock structure, and how they could serve to be markers and monuments themselves. So that finally gets me to my final design, which is shown here in this perspective render. So really dealing with these 3 towers that seem to be distinct in themselves, but have like a related language in terms of materiality. So using the stone and wood, which I think are really integral to the Alpine typology and architectural language, and using that in the tower design as well, and how they could be staggered and cantilevered each level to kind of really emphasize this idea of stacking rocks. So yeah, and then so it also helped with dealing with the steepness of the slope of the site as well, having the 3 broken up towers to kind of place on the site and differentiate between the levels of them as well. And then also looking at how to place fenestrations into the towers. I really wanted to concentrate fenestrations on the southern side where they could maximize those sunny days and really get a lot of light into the spaces, but also warmth, and then minimize the fenestrations on the other sides so as to minimize heat loss for the project. And then adding these sloped roofs where the levels kind of slip past each other in order to address the accumulation of snow and allow those to kind of pour off and minimize the snow loads on the roofs. And so this is just looking at the different views that you would see from the site. So once again, maximizing that southern view, you get a view of the lake at the bottom of the valley and a lot of that greenery of the valley, but also the mountain range in the back to the east. There's only one fenestration to the east, but you get it to Mount Similon. And then the western view is also of the surrounding mountain range. And then there are no northern fenestrations. Looking at a couple of wall details just to show materiality. So I have 2 conditions, this first one being the stone wall. So where the materiality is stone on the exterior, but there would be a wood interior or like a flat interior for the research labs, and showing the transition between those 2 layers with insulation in between them. And then the wood wall where it's wood cladding on both the exterior and the interior, and then the insulation that would be needed between them. This is just showing overlaid on the overall site plan, kind of these new pathways that would lead up to the site, which would be here where they converge. So a couple of new hiking trails that lead from the existing one, and then also a vehicle path, which isn't necessarily for cars, but for the researchers, they do have a snow vehicle that they use. So just exploring what that path could look like. And then how they lead up to the site itself. So the hiking path converge to where you would enter at the lowest point of the structure, and then the vehicle would be at the highest level where the research tower is. So going through floor plans, this is the ground floor at the lowest point. This is where hikers would enter into the winter room at the base. The second level has the kitchen and dining area. And then up again, you have one room for all of the hikers' beds, and they had bunk beds arranged inside to kind of maximize space for a number of people with bathrooms. And then this is the base of the second tower, or the middle tower, where the researchers' rooms are held. Going up once again, another floor of the researchers' rooms, but this is where all of the towers kind of converge together, and where there is an outdoor patio space for them to take advantage of those sunnier days. And then it's also where the vehicle for the researchers is housed, as well as general storage and mechanical space. At the top of the second tower is a study for the researchers with a small kitchen. Just kind of a separate living quarters for themselves, where they don't have to maybe interact with temporary residents. And then the second floor of the tallest tower has the archaeology lab. Going up once more, you have the glaciology labs, both the normal one and the cold lab, which needs to be climate controlled. And then the top has the researchers' offices, which looks out to the south and has a wood interior as compared to the other researchers' floors, which needed like a white interior just for like cleanliness of sorts. So then looking through sections of the buildings. I tried to keep the levels fairly short. I didn't want the levels to get too high, just for like heat dispersion. It's easier to heat smaller spaces, so trying to keep them as compact as possible. But then just looking how each of the levels relates to the other towers themselves. This is just looking south, a section through the research tower. This is looking north through the middle tower, the living quarters of the researchers, and how where that outdoor patio is. And then of the bottom tower, the more communal tower. And then lastly, this is just a conceptual render I did, kind of showing that like ambiguity of the form and how they can look like monuments on the site, especially in this kind of really emotive and snowstorm condition. So yeah, that is all I have to present. And just let me know, I can scroll through the different drawings.
Can you go back to the rendering? It was like, yeah, just so I can see the overall. Yeah, that one, thank you.
So, Timmy, you mentioned early in your presentation that you were really interested in dealing with a really steep slope.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about why that was interesting to you?
Yeah, I just thought it was kind of, maybe I wouldn't get a lot of chances to explore what it would be like to design on such a steep slope. And there are certainly flatter parts of the site that I thought might be easier to design on. I know this was difficult to do in itself, but I just thought it would be really interesting to explore, and I might not always have the chance to do so. So it's just kind of it would be interesting to do.
Yeah. Go ahead, Alex.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead, continue. Sorry, I thought you were.
Well, I was just going to say it's like definitely a sort of like challenge that you've set up for yourself, and I think you've kind of identified one of the really one of the kind of most compelling ways to deal with that change, which is like through designing through the section. I think that some of these are like, and this is kind of unavoidable, I think, but I think you're introducing these like really large areas of excavation where there's these really tall retaining walls, and so yeah, I'm wondering if you're kind of maximizing the building on a steep slope ness of it that you wanted to explore. But I think, I think that the one of the things you talked about at the beginning of your presentation as well was like kind of identifying the three different like modes of the program. There's kind of the living area, the communal area, and then the research area, right?
Yeah.
And so are those still kind of kept pretty pure to within each tower? Like one tower is the communal tower, one tower is the research tower, one tower is the living tower?
Yeah, pretty much so. I would say the communal tower has kind of turned into the center for all the temporary residents, so hikers that are just passing through. So I did include the hiking's living room in this one tower for that reason. So the living tower becomes essentially the research living tower, so where the researchers' rooms are, as well as the kind of study living room area for the researchers. But that's really the only kind of slippage that there is between those distinctions.
And can I ask? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'll keep. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask. I appreciate the precedents that you provided and just kind of really giving those visuals of the surrounding architecture and then even just the materiality. Was there? I can see that you've placed stone and wood in certain places, but in some instances, like the back tower is all stone. What kind of drove or kind of informed you and how you chose? I can see like on the bottom one that's kind of where it's more set into the earth. But what just maybe talk through that and just how you thought through those forms, I guess, that top tower being all stone and all of that.
Definitely. So the top tower is the tallest tower, but it's also the one that deals with the most excavation. So it kind of sinks down into the site through the second layer. So when dealing with or deciding which layer should be what material, I wanted the ones that are on the ground to be stone, because traditionally that's how these structures would protect against like precipitation and snow with that stone massing. But then I just decided to make that entire back tower stone as kind of like a metaphorical thing. I thought of like it being the research center or the research tower, and based upon like science and they're studying the earth, I thought it should be really grounded. So I just liked the idea of having it be completely stone. Whereas the other two towers, it was kind of just the base needed to be stone to again fulfill that need of wanting to protect a little bit against precipitation and snow.
Okay, I have a couple of comments. First of all, I wanted to say that I think that your presentation is very kind of simple but elegant, and you've covered many aspects of the project, from a good understanding and mapping of the general site, which I thought was done really well. Very clean, beautiful, simple plans and sections. I thought that your closing image was stunning. I really I wish I could see more of those, where students have courage to say less than necessary. So that was when I thought, wow, that's how it would feel to be on the top of this mountain, on this really precarious slope. And I thought that was really beautiful. In general, I think your scheme is successful in the way that you managed to gradually develop through this very simple again, but effective models, a series of massive operations where you keep on emphasizing that isolation and precariousness, if we can say it like that, of those isolated conditions. So I think that works really well. You have the researcher, the hiker, and all these blocks separated, and I believe that in a way you deal with the site well. It's resolved well in section. My only area where I would actually encourage you to maybe think about this more, just for a future project, is how you actually think about the massing from level to level, and what are really the drivers, maybe from the inside, but it could be also from the outside, somehow thinking about some environmental issues, or I don't right now know what it could be, but about the subtle shifts, and not just the stacking shifts, which I understood that you were interested in emphasizing, the volumes being somewhat disconnected, stacked on top of each other, but there is some operations in, how you carve out the balcony, or how you decide to slant certain roofs, that to me are a little bit less rigorous. And I would think that would be really interesting to kind of go back and tighten it up a little bit more. It doesn't mean that it has to be more rectilinear or more rectangular. It just seems like it's sometimes a little bit loose to me. The other thing is the, about, for example, in this image, and that could be just the rendering, is the patterns that you give to the material. So Kristen was asking about why stone here, why wood there, but I would also ask, why is the wood organized vertically as opposed to horizontally sometimes? What are the reasons, right?
Mhm.
And why this kind of would, this could just be the rendering, but anyway. And the last thing I want to say is about the openings, which I also think that they seem more consistent in the facades that are clad with stone. I have some doubts about how you're treating the openings in the timber facades.
Mhm.
I'm not sure, whether it comes from the inside or from the outside. It's again something that could, do of like another iteration. And last but not least, I remember in the beginning of your presentation, you were talking about the orientation that you were interested in, which was kind of going like northeast to southwest towards the lake. But then your building is actually organized north-south, right?
Yeah.
And I wonder whether, whether that was driven by the light and or the wind, because you said also that the wind is actually oriented in that direction. What would have happened if you actually stuck to that direction, the initial one?
Yeah, definitely. And it's something I thought about. There have been times where I thought about orienting it so that it did follow that directionality, especially being in that specific like ridge site. But then it did just go back to light reasonings, wanting to take advantage of that southern light, especially the way I was looking to do the foundations. It just seemed to make the most like thermal sense. But I think it could be something I could have explored if I had, more time or things like that. But, it's always like that.
Yeah. It's just there's this disjunction between your large scale thinking about the orientation and the building. But
Yeah, and this is a big project, I think, like Alex was saying, there's so many layers that can go into it. And I think it's just like thinking about those next steps, like Vincent has said, how do you guys take this and improve and grow from it? And I think it's a very important step to, study the plans, understand how your building stacks, how that translates to a section. And then I would think the next task I would give you is to really start looking, studying the elevation, because I understand the way that the openings are situated. But I think that there's, in really looking at an elevation, you can start to really think how these things come together from a materiality, how they overlap, how they intersect, and how kind of, as these three buildings are situated, how in that front, that south elevation, how they really communicate with one another. Because that can really, really start to pull things together in a way that I think would work well, versus just being windows that are utilitarian. They can really start to tell a story and really start to frame the views that you want. And I think that it's smart to have, in this cold climate, these large south-facing windows, but then that like additional information of the fenestration, it can also be very glaring. So thinking about, when you guys get more into the structural elements of your studios and just also, passive heating and cooling and all of those things, those are the things to be thinking about as you move into more of the design studios, just how you can really address those different window conditions, which also I can think create even more beautiful design, just having those additional elements within the design.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, we've got to wrap this one up but we do have but because we have three, we have a little bit more time. And there's a few things. First of all, I'd like to say that wow, your drawings have really improved through the semester, and I don't know how much of it. I mean, part of it was we were doing, I know you weren't really too set on. You've been struggling with what the design has been, and this last iteration, I think, was a turning point for you. And so I don't know if the drawings before were anemic because you had bigger ideas to resolve, or if you sat through and sort of meticulously went through and followed the handouts and we did have I gave a couple of different lectures and a lot of handouts, and so it looks as though you went very carefully through them, and all I can say is that will serve you well in the future. So I just want to build upon a few things to talk about. One is like, yeah, this notion. First of all, I really appreciate the fact that you actually have slopes on those roofs, and that you're thinking about the ways, and that actually there has to be some type of runoff. It might in the end could have been a parapet, but you're still dealing with the slope, and you're thinking about which way those slopes go. And so that's a level of detail. Because the issue of detailing that Alex brought up, I thought was quite correct, as well as the issues of fenestration that Kristen was bringing up, and I guess I want to go back to really what is it that one is trying to articulate. You start off with an idea of sort of rocks, stacking on top of one another, and one is actually to reinforce that as a reading. That's one issue, and the other one is that, and why is that valid? And I think that everyone's addressed that, but for me, when I look at each particular one, so this really is a question that you're using, obviously, one material, which relatively speaking, lasts a lot longer than another material, so there's really about something which is ephemeral. So what parts of the program, what might one understand as ephemeral? What does this building look like, as a ruin? And we know that is something that is architecture that continues to happen throughout time in terms of an understanding of what may or may not have been there before. And by the way, before I forget, I think your project more than anyone's, although everyone is related to what I'm going to say, there's an 8-minute video, and I don't know if you've seen it. It's in German, but it doesn't matter because they're not really saying anything in German, called Das Rad, R-A-D, the wheel. And the English, it is the wheel, but if you Google it, Das Rad, and do short film, you can see it. It's on YouTube. It's on Daily Motion. I think it's on all of them, and I think it's even on Amazon. But it's a little 8-minute thing. And what's really amazing about it is that there are these rocks that are sort of stacked up, and they have anthropomorphic character to them. But what's really interesting is that you watch the background, and the background changes. It's an 8-minute film, but the background is going at a completely different speed than the one. It's an animation going at a completely different speed than the rock people, which would make sense because the rocks see time in a completely different frame, relative to the way we see it. And anyway, that's what's entertaining about it, is that you watch how quickly, the background is changing with the development of civilization. And maybe I'm giving the whole punchline away, but in the end, the rocks are left by themselves again, and it's just like, who were those people? Like what were human beings? They used to be on the earth. And so I just think about this project in relationship to that, which is like, what's going to be left behind, and what are the various stages, and that it is all really relative, but that you can use that as a way, I think, to gauge, the project and the parts relative to one another. What parts of the program might be seen as ephemeral relative to the other parts, and of course, I think that's very easily then adjusted to the program directly in terms of who are the day people, who are the night people, and who are the long term, and who are the really long term ones. Sort of set up, so you can obviously set up that dialogue. The other thing is that in relationship to this particular view that you have, you can see that, well, are the shadow lines enough that it actually depicts, that back piece is read as a continuation of sort of stacking. The other one is when you, from a technical standpoint, as you stack one piece relative to the other, the way it's normally done from a cost-effective manner is that you'll have one slab, and that one slab is then extended. That is very similar to your bottom slab that you have, where you've got the stone piece coming out and the wood is sitting on top of it. The other ones are more indicative of the fact that you may, if you have one piece slipping relative to another, that may require a double slab so that you actually get one volume that, that slips relative to the other one. So you actually they have to build that twice, that slab twice, to have that sort of slippage. Again, that's a detail. That's a detail that's at the scale of the building itself, but becomes quite critical. But I think that relates to also Andrew's point about the sort of large excavations. I mean, that may in fact be the largest move that you do on the site. And for me, it's a question of, is that really, is there another way in which you can still keep the character of which you're developing without having to have, that, like, how does one have an allusion to an excavation that's not, a literal sort of removal of that material? I think there's something to be looked at there. But I really I know you've struggled with this project a lot through the semester, and you didn't show everything, and the one project went sort of went completely the other way, and so you found your way back to I think the exciting project that you wanted to have. And so I just want to thank you for your diligence and again your sort of your energy as well. I know that in several occasions you took over the position of taking leadership as we went through the various stages, and so I appreciate your generosity. I actually appreciate the generosity that all the students have had towards one another. But I really appreciate the fact of sort of leadership position that you put yourself in that position. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. You good?
Yes, I think so. Thank you all so much. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Okay, so Marianne is up next. She's ready to go.
Yep. Okay. Just trying to share screen. Here we go. Okay. Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, hi, I'm Marianne, and this is my project, which I titled Architectural Ablation, because, ablation has like two different meanings, one being surgical and one relating to ice and snow and the removal of it by either evaporation or melting. But I thought it was interesting to like think about it as like I'm removing part of this like ice and this mountain and like trying to like integrate a building into it. So the site is located in South Tyrol, which is northern Italy, southern Austria, right on the border. And the site that we were given was this large series of three kind of ridges. And I picked the furthest one to kind of focus in for my specific project. So you can see this kind of perspective view. My project sits right here behind this little ledge within that space. And this is kind of just a contour map to get a better view of what's happening there, and where my specific site lies, with that yellow dot being where my site is within that specific range that I determined would be my location. This being a very close-up contour map, this kind of peak is where my building sits into the edge of it, with water flowing around this way and down towards the back side of the mountain. And here is with my site plan of the final iteration is the views outward. So from looking out from the second floor, view north, east, west, and south. So my site is
pretty accessible in terms of like roads and the base of the mountain. So the arterial strata takes you right to the base of this mountain right here, where my site lies right up here. And there's like a hiking trail that starts right around there. So it goes right underneath my site right over here. So it's pretty accessible for hikers. And I took a look, as did most of our class, like in a collaborative effort, at the different kind of climate issues and like the wind diagram. So I looked at how my building would be oriented in direction to like where it's going to be like getting the most of those cold winds, and the different precipitation amounts, which I was interested in, kind of where my building would be placed on the mountain, how the water would flow around it, and how the snow would be moving on those high snow days. And looking at the different temperature ranges kind of affected, the thickness of our walls, and really thinking about like the temperatures that they'd be facing throughout the year, because there is like a large variation between what's happening in the winter and what's happening in the summer, and trying to make sure it's comfortable during both seasons. So we took a look at Tyrolean architecture and like the typology of it, which I thought was just really interesting. And I have here a picture on the left of a more like stereotypical Tyrolean building, and to the right, kind of a more modern interpretation of that, which I really like the use of the materials, the different materials at different levels, the gabled roof. I just really wanted to look into that as I progressed with my project. And so one of the only other buildings up on the mountain range is the Glacier Hotel Grawand, and I really like the way that it sits into the mountain, has these large, expansive windows that just cover almost the entire building. So it provides like a lot of views, and it also has different materials for the different portions. It has the wood up top and a more concrete base, and just like a really interesting orientation to the mountain with this curvature that you don't see a lot in the Tyrolean buildings. It has just like a nice curvature on the side next to kind of a more traditional looking house building. One of my original precedents before we even got the program or location of our project was the Oslo Opera House by Snoetta. And one of the things that I found myself really coming back to throughout the semester in regards to my project was this kind of like sloping forms that crash into each other. They like push up and against and create these interesting forms. It kind of reminds me of like iceberg, glacier type formations, of like them bumping in and creating these like large ice formations. And I just think that the way the building can be approached and accessed and the circulation through it is really interesting. And that was something I originally tried to put into my building, was kind of making the roof accessible. I ended up not doing that, but I stuck with like really interesting intersecting sloping forms for the roof. And then also my other precedent was the Air Force Cadet Chapel, which I didn't have like it didn't have a lot of influence on my project, but one thing that stuck with me that I found very interesting was the way its foundation worked and the way it interacts with its site in that way. And like, there's kind of just this opening underneath the building where people can move, water can flow. And that was something that I took into my final iteration, was where the building meets the edge of the mountain. There's a hole underneath the second floor where water can pass under in between the two levels. So before we even got really that much information, when we just were like working out the program, these were some of my sketches. I was really interested, as you can see, in some of those like really sloping forms and these kind of stacked curvature that I was kind of seeing in the hotel. And I did a lot of thinking and brainstorming of different configurations of the program. This being like the first one that I ever cracked out, was just like, how do I want them to interact and move throughout the building? How many different forms do I see the building having? And so these were just some random like models that I was making to really get my ideas out, looking at those slopes, looking at intersecting forms, creating like space, like negative spaces using like positive space around. And just my first look at the site in an actual physical model form. And then once we got to the point where we were actually moving into like program and site with our project, I used the Old Hute, the new Monte Rosa huts, and the old Monte Rosa hut really heavily in like the way I designed, the slopes of my building, the thicknesses, trying to really learn how they interact with the ground and meet the mountain. And I kept coming back to those specifically to try and understand how to get my ideas into something that would make sense in this mountain. So the first iteration that I had was just this very basic kind of idea of like a more complex angular form on top of two very like rectilinear, orthogonal, basic like square shaped buildings. And I sketched out a lot of different configurations and how I thought the geometries would work together. And this was my first iteration, the plans that I had for the first mid-review, the drawings. And I got a lot of really helpful feedback in the way that, you know, my layout was not working, you know, wasting kind of space for unnecessary things like hallways, like how to make it a more open and integrative plan so it feels more just like communal in those communal areas. And moving on from that, for the second mid-review, I went ahead and started to rotate the building around like a main axis to like expand the space, create a bigger floor area, and kind of offer more of a clear circulation between one floor and the next floor by using that circular curvature area to be the form where the stairs would follow. And I had it sitting kind of awkwardly in the site. I ended up moving it up further for the next one. But with this one, there were still issues with the layout and how kind of it just felt not real. It didn't look like it could actually be inhabited in a like comfortable way. A lot of the spaces were uncomfortable or too tight. So I really thought about that as I approached the next iteration. And at this point, I had switched the roof to a more two-sided roof instead of the single like sloped roof that I've been looking at because of the Opera House. And for this final iteration, I decided to just keep with a single sloped roof. And this is one of the elevations. And you can see there's these like intersecting forms of the different sloped roofs, and it's similar to that on the back side as well. And I have this kind of like negative space where right behind it is this like positive, very closed in space where behind it is the winter room. And over here on the other edge is a very like private but open area to the outside world. And this would be the site plan where like right on the top of that ridge where it's nice and flat, there would be like a helicopter pad. And then the hiking trail is just around 400 meters south of where my building is. So they would approach it and enter it in this outdoor area that's kind of created by the two rectilinear forms. And that's what it looks like in the model. And this was my plan, just having this kind of movement into the building in this way, and having my different labs here, my cold lab, and then just basic mechanical and storage. And then the staircase following up around this edge. And that's kind of what it looks like in the front there where those spaces are. And then to the second floor up here, which is the communal and sleeping areas. So we have like a room with like a lot of beds to just fit any hikers who are visiting. We have a staff bedroom, a large community bathroom, the researchers room, and a private balcony for the researchers. And then I wanted the kitchen and dining area to feel very open, like a very communal thing, and to be kind of the main hub of the upstairs. And then I wanted the winter room to be more closed off, but with this large window looking out. So it's somewhat closed off to the rest of the building, but it creates this very comfortable, cozy warmth with like a fireplace and just community coming together, just a place where everyone wants to be. And this was another side elevation, and then what it would look like from the back, where closer to where the helicopter pad is. And then here we have in section, you can see it's cut through that balcony, the bedroom and the kitchen area, and downstairs the labs and the mechanical / storage room. And in the next section, similarly, we can see the hiker bedroom in the kitchen. This time we can see the winter room. We can see this connection to the round side of the building, and then two of the labs. And here, the building is cut just where the part where the second floor hangs off onto the mountain and is not connected or at any point like on top of the first floor. So these three rooms happen to be more on top of the very top of this ridge, where we have the hiker room, the staff bedroom, and then the communal bathroom. And this is kind of an elevation from the side where you can see that there's this opening underneath where the second floor meets that goes all the way to the other end and allows water to flow through and around down the mountain. And these are just kind of an idea about the materiality that I have in mind, with just wooden shingles on the roof of all 3 different forms, and then wood siding on the second floor, and then squared rubble masonry along the base. And just kind of a look at where I think the strongest structural forces are and where they're coming from, and really at this center point where the 2 roofs converge and it meets that second floor, I see as one of the largest weight-bearing areas, as well as these sides that hold the cantilevering area of the second floor, and then where the first floor goes into the mountain and it has the weight of the second building on top. And then I took a look at how I pictured the wall to meet the roof on the first floor. It's just very sloped, how I imagine what kind of materials it would be. And then also a look at the bathroom window, where I have windows very high up and long. And even though it seems pretty impossible that anyone would be able to look through them, I think glass block windows would be really interesting to kind of allow light in, but make you feel more secluded and protected from the outside world. And then an interior door frame detail. And that's my project.
Can you maybe go back to some of the, either the plans or sections so that we have them?
Let's see. Here I can look at the second floor plan.
So I'm thinking about your, the 3 different iterations that you described. It's actually really interesting sometimes to see the process. What do you think in this final configuration that you decided to work on, what was the winning aspect that made you decide that, okay, that's it, I'm gonna go for that?
I think that I had been a bit discouraged with my second iteration. I didn't feel very passionate about the way it was like coming together. In my head, it was different than how it looked in reality. And I think part of that is because I tried to start focusing too much on fitting like the very stereotypical Tyrolean kind of aspects. I tried to do the gabled roof, and I think it was very unsuccessful. And so I think really just returning to a roof that created like large sloping roofs that lead, because the highest point of the sloping roof is where these communal areas are. And it feels very open when you come in from like a slightly smaller bedroom area to this large, open, expansive room. And it's very similar on the bottom with the labs, walking to a space that feels kind of more confined. And as you move further back into the building, into like the cold lab and the storage room, it gets much smaller. But I liked a lot, I just felt very passionate about the way that these kind of forms interact and create those kind of crashing different formations of the slope.
So that's about the roofs. And I wonder, you know, how you were thinking about the configuration in plan. Like what is, for example, so important in this particular plan, let's say, about this fact of actually bending the entire organization, right? As opposed to organizing it along a straight line. Is this related to you, to topography, to a certain relationship between the access to the building versus, I don't know, the view? How did that evolve?
I honestly think it stuck very closely towards the original kind of form that I had made in one of my study models, which was just the idea of a complex form sitting on top of a more basic form. And I kind of just kept that throughout the 3 iterations, but made changes to where the second building sat on top of the first one, so that, you know, the bottom building had more room to create this open roof, rather than if it was too covered, the like ceiling couldn't be as high on the first floor. And it kind of, it's not curved at that point at the top, but I like that it kind of feels like a movement up and away from these more science-related things into a more communal thing, you move up and then away like towards its own form, its own kind of building.
Yeah, I mentioned this because I think it's, it's really interesting how when one goes through different iterations of a massing that might be initially very intuitive and not really informed by very specific drivers, as you go from one option to the other, it's very helpful to start asking very specific questions, and that can drive the, those decisions as you go through these different options and can make it more and more informed. So for example, when you have a certain desire to create this kind of a folding mass, what does it afford you? Like, what are the opportunities that you find in a folded element that you cannot have in a linear organization? And then you can actually, once you kind of identify that or even just name them, it might be easier to be more and more rigorous about it and adjust it in ways that really work for you. So it can be about, something happening inside, for example, the hinge between two elements when they fold. Maybe that becomes a very different particular space that somehow reorganizes everything, as opposed to being just kind of a readjusted series of rooms, right? Or for example, how the facades start talking to each other because the two sides of the building start kind of looking at each other. So this is just kind of for the future. When you feel like you are doing something that keeps on being very intuitive, but not very informed by specific drivers, then try to ask yourself this kind of questions. And then it might be about small adjustments later, but it will really help you be more and more rigorous, I think, about what you're doing and find novelty and, like kind of small inventions.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think to me, I'll sort of walk you through my misunderstanding of the word ablation. But I think, so when you started by talking about this idea of ablation, which the entire time I thought that it was something else, which was sublimation, which is like the idea of ice changing phases directly to gas without going through liquid. So the reason I'm talking about this incorrect thing that I thought you were talking about is because the entire time that you're explaining your project is, I'm thinking of it in terms of something which I think is really what you're interested in, which is how these two geometries kind of invert each other and how they kind of collide and move between each other, which is, I think you're starting to look at things like that by doing the hinge idea, like Alex is talking about. But you mentioned with some of your precedents how you like kind of these spaces that are created by the slopes, which are they're kind of inverse of each other and what happens when they meet. So I think with that in mind, I think that to me, what it seems like you're interested in is the interplay between, like, I would maybe say, like, if the first floor, like if you were gonna move forward with this, what if the first floor becomes like basically the same, if you have this kind of hinged shape, maybe the first floor is also a hinged shape. I'm gonna try the annotation thing here. Like it's kind of like the same shape, but it's just like inverted. And then there's something like special that happens at that hinge point or something like that. And but I think that's a really like conceptually rich idea, is that the idea of this collision or kind of the friction that's created by sort of pitting these two similar geometries against each other. And so I would look at that. I think it is something you're trying to do, I think. But I misunderstood the whole title of your presentation the entire time. So what do I know?
Yeah, I think I agree with both. I think that kind of going back, just keep like what I keep hearing too is like that kind of hinge point, it being informed, like letting. What I heard you kind of saying is you did really kind of focus, or you felt the importance of those interior spaces, how each space felt. Like I like that you had that intention of having like the, placing the living spaces along the back so that, that's a lower, more kind of intimate space. And then when you come into these more communal areas, it's more open with larger roofs and with ceilings. And I think those are really important things to be considering as you move through, like how the person is experiencing each space and that arrival point. And so that's where I would probably push you to, is to think, I understand the curve and how you kind of come in and that leads you up that stairway and you come into this very communal area, but even pushing that more in that real like initial entry point for the hiker when they come in, how can you really make that feel like where they can really understand the building a little bit better instead of it just being this corridor that takes you up, like making those two elements feel more connected in some way. And maybe it's like Andrew was saying, if you invert it, and then there's this kind of central piece that kind of pulls you through from, first floor to second floor. But I definitely think that your thought process is in the right direction and how to make these spaces and how those inform the architecture as well.
Marianne, can you please put up your ground floor plan?
Sure.
Okay. I guess what I'd like to address, and I think maybe what the maybe just another way of saying it, because I think we know, there's different ways in which we see and in which we hear, and I would like to start at the ground level, because I think the critique keeps coming back to. Well, no one has said this word yet, but I would say, the sort of idiosyncratic nature of not only your project in general, but of all of the different parts. And we're trying to figure out and to help you figure out how those parts might be related to one another. I think that's what you've really been struggling with. And so I would say that one of the things to think about is that when you do something, and I agree quite a lot with Alex, which is that you do something and you may not realize it, but we all do something for different reasons, and then we try to figure out how they add up to something larger. Let me just ask you a question. That sort of outdoor space that's there, is that, are you representing a vertical curved rock wall?
Yes.
And is it just rock? Is there a retaining wall that's associated with it?
I was going to, but I was kind of struggling with figuring out kind of what I pictured there. So I approached it, but it was hard because I didn't find that many of the precedents had that similar kind of situation. And so I just wasn't sure where to go with that.
Yeah, I mean, because that's like the continuation of that sort of curve, and the thing that that has the potential here is that you're using very sort of simple geometries, but then and that's where one could go, okay, I'm going to limit myself to simple geometries at this point, and not really sort of go back beyond that and sort of like provide that sort of clarity. So, like, for instance, that you've got that arc that's there, and then it looks as though the part that's excavated is not part of that same arc. It's something that's somewhat different, right? And so the thing is, well, why not? Why wouldn't you make it be part of that same curve? And the other thing is, okay, and where is the center of that arc? So the center of the arc might actually be where where again, we keep going back to the hinge point, right? So you're taking something and actually bending it, right? And so at that bend, you would expect, that's where you have a sort of, you're taking something that's normative and then you're bending it. And so then you made that decision, and then you put all that pressure along that crease, But just like Kristen was pointing out, at the entry point, you walk into a kind of corridor, and it's just like it serves the purpose of the corridor, but it doesn't really, you feel really sort of disconnected from the rest of the design and from the rest of the piece. It really is, okay, I'm going to sort of, it's a little bit like a haunted house. I'm going to go in here and see what it is that I discover. You don't really get a hint of really what's on its way, and how the moves reinforce one another. So when I've got the hinge point, I then look at that sort of crease and see what happens along that crease, because I know if I do something formally in reality, I'm either compressing material or compressing space. And so that becomes a different space. But your building, once you're inside, does not acknowledge that, right? So both here as well as in the lower one. And the thing is, you're actually, the thing that I think is making it more difficult is is to put everything in the drawing. So here, like you do have an overhang of the curves, the piece that's on top of the other one, and those should be dashed, so that I understand how those volumes are registering relative to one another. And let's go to the upper floor again, back to the upper floor. So there you can see, again, if I draw a straight line between where the crease is on the, let's just say, to the inside and the crease to the outside, there's a line there. But again, the space that you're depicting is what, it's not even registering what it is that you did. And so the thing is, well, am I doing something to heighten a particular condition, or is it something that, I guess what I'm saying is that why would I not recognize that? Okay. The other thing that has the potential here, what I find interesting, is that there are points in which you can see that you're going off those walls and you're coming off of them at 90 degrees, which saying it's almost as though, yeah, the piece was straight and then I bent it, right? So, and that's reinforced by the fact that you've got walls that are perpendicular to those outer walls, indicating a prior condition. Then what it may say is that, okay, so I'm distorting that shape on the interior, which I would think, yes, okay. Again, I think you have a intuitive, it's like, okay, where it changes is where that's the most important space, which is this dining room area. And as you're saying, like that, it's dining, it's the communal area, it's where the roof is sort of doing its thing. You would like to see that registration. You certainly wouldn't have, the sort of the hiker's room invaded into that space, for example, right? That you would actually register that. The other thing is that if I look at the space, if I look at 6 and 7 and the stair coming up, that's this sort of non-geometric, sort of mishmash. It's not a geometric space that highlights it. So it's like you're setting up this condition for it to be special, and then it just becomes sort of deflated. Does that make sense? You're not reinforcing your own moves. There is a potential, I think, of moving along the outside edge, which is where you had that curve, and there's actually there's a CISA project. There's a bank that he did where he does something similar with the stair that activates that edge and sort of sweeps you up. But again, I think down below you're expecting a much more sort of generous space that one enters into that would then bring you up, into that space. And again, I look at things like the wall, like where you have the fireplace, that you have that wall that's right next to it, but it's slipped relative to the stair and the other piece. And again, it's sort of like, what is that as a space, right? Again, it's just sort of what's left over from these other pieces, but they should all be reinforcing themselves, one on the other. The other thing is that what I find very interesting is that you did look at the structure, and that you spent some time looking at the different roof conditions, which do deal with that crease. And in fact, like you're showing in dashed lines, which actually should be solid lines because those are the roofs below. Plus you're missing the line, right, of where the roof that has the curved piece and there's another piece, those meet somewhere, right? and you shifted those vertically. Is that right? Or is that a flat outdoor deck space?
Yeah, wait, are you talking about in the upper corner, or are you talking about this?
Right. Yeah, no. Yeah, you see where the dashes are.
Yeah.
That should be continuous, right?
Right.
Wait, I think I'm lost. I think I misunderstood what you were asking.
This here.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's two pieces, right, that are coming together?
Yes.
And there's like some sort of vertical fracture that's in those as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So again, it's that, that you're not representing that. So I don't know, it's like it's very hard to make a decision in terms of what that is, because if I look down below, that there was something very strange again, which is that the curve that's down below, at some point it mimics what's above. At another point, it actually peels away. Like I'm looking at other drawings where I see an overhang there, and then this one shows like an alignment. So there's a big difference between those curves aligning and those curves slipping relative to one another in terms of what it's creating. Again, right? It's just about being specific about what it is that you're doing. So we're trying to figure out, it's okay to start off to be idiosyncratic, but then the thing is to try to figure out how the parts are relative or are related to one another, right? I mean, that's really the thing. The other thing is that I gotta say, what I'm a little bit curious about is in room 6. I think you've got some dash lines that maybe indicate openings, and I can't. Are those openings meant to be way high? I mean, they're very very light. In other words, you've got no. This whole thing seems as though that it's open. Strangely enough, the windows are towards the mountainside and not towards the sort of downhill side, except on the end. Is that correct or incorrect?
That's correct.
So I mean, so you're in 6. It's like I want to be looking out windows, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, are there windows there? Are they high windows? Are they low?
Yeah, they're high windows. I just kind of wanted to reinforce the very large window in 8, and so I kind of pushing towards that as a big view, but
yeah, but that okay, well, good. If that would be to say the kind of direction, and one may decide after you do that in fact that the dining room actually occupies that end room rather than being cut off. But right now you take that wall, right, and you throw it down. So that view, yeah, you're gonna be curious, but you could definitely do punched openings in room 6, and it's not, I mean, it's not going to detract from that larger window that you have in 8 just because you throated it down so much. It's not right. That's not your primary spatial flow, let alone the sort of direction. Okay. Anyway, that's enough of that. But I just wanted to point out, because I thought the points that the reviewers brought out was very important. And sometimes it's helpful to go through and actually just talk about the specifics rather than the sort of generalities of it. You can start to make those connections. So anyway, we have, thanks very much, Marianne. And
thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys very much.
Last on the docket for the day is, what's your name again? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm kidding. Maya, you're all ready to go? You're all queued up?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, super. You're off.
Okay. You guys see that, right? Okay. So hi, I'm Maya. We started the semester by looking at precedents. So one I was looking at, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's a cabin in a mountain site. And I like the way that it was cantilevered to kind of minimize damage to the site. And that's something I came back to later. And the way that it was just a very efficient structure. So it was made with a prefabricated truss, and then materials like insulation and wood were carried to the site and assembled by hikers. Next, we looked at the context of our region. So the main features of the typology in South Tyrol include the pitched roofs, balconies, and a change in materiality. And sorry, this is pixelated. I tried to fix it, but a lot of these structures were live work, where the work was a farm function, and they were organized in different ways. There's different like organizing strategies, but they were sometimes stacked, sometimes adjacent. And then this is the topography of our site in the Ottstal Alps in South Tyrol. And my specific site is close to Mount Similon. And then these are the sun conditions at the site at the winter and summer solstice. And then the windrows. So there's North Arctic air, East continental mass air, South Mediterranean air, and West Atlantic air. And obviously the higher the altitude, the stronger the wind. And then this is the climate. So it's an inner alpine arid zone, and it gets more precipitation in spring and summer. And then showing near the site, there's glaciers and there's a reservoir. And then access to the site. So the specific site you have to hike or take a ski lift to, but within the region, there's a highway and some arterial roads. And then our site is on the border between Italy and Austria, and it's had kind of a contentious history. And the border now is defined along a glacier, which is interesting because that means that it changes as the glacier melts. And then from my site, these are the views. So it's a very picturesque site. And then in my early study models, I was looking kind of at that duality of materials that I liked in the typology, and just different organization strategies. And then for mid-review, I decided to kind of stick with that duality, but cantilever kind of dramatically and really emphasize that relationship to the site. Which is also returning to my first precedent. And so those are my mid-review drawings. And then for final review, I started looking more. So I looked at this project that had a big cantilever with a truss. And I looked at some hiking huts in terms of the technical aspects of the project. And then for materials, I really still liked that idea of duality. So I looked at this project that had white plaster, which is traditional, but it was used in a more contemporary way. And for the base, I like the idea of stone that kind of had a dialogue with the mountain and still related to the typology and the history. So I looked at this project. And then these are some sketches and my site plan. So it shows how this project is along like several hiking routes. So it could be used by hikers just for a meal or to spend the night if they're backpacking. And then roof plan. And then this is the ground floor. So it's accessible from beneath, and it's kind of a more private space. So it has all the researcher rooms and then a big shared room for hikers and bathrooms. And then upstairs, you enter from the roof, or if you're driving in from the garage. And then the labs are along this part of the project. And then there's a kitchen, dining, living room, and a patio. So section showing that. Another section with the researcher rooms downstairs, labs upstairs. And then elevation. So I had, obviously the south part is all open, but it's pretty short. So I also added openings on the east. And then west elevation. And then this is a detailed section showing kind of like the insulation that would need to happen in this climate. And then for the base, looking at how the stone could actually like be assembled. And then sliding door detail. And then my main entrance has a pivot door, so looking at that, and stairs. And then this is my model. So looking at the two different materials. And then I did a render of the entrance, interior quality, exploded perspective, had some technical difficulties with this one, and then a render of the base part. So yeah, that is my project.
Can you go onto the main floor, like the large cantilever? Yeah, I just want to see. Yeah, thank you. So is the idea, like in terms of, I'm just thinking about like arrival, site arrival points. So like I like the entry for the hikers on the bottom, but this entry, I'm just thinking the intent, like what you're talking about with like the stone kind of, that's really anchoring the building. And then I love this very clean, linear form that you have, this cantilever. It really accentuates it, letting it kind of hang out, make it this very dramatic presentation of, you know, and like of the site on which you're sitting. But I'm just kind of thinking through this entry point and how we can make it like a little bit more dramatic, and how it can feel a little bit more integrated. Because I think in thinking about these two pieces kind of sitting on one another, how that kind of access, you know, kind of point of connection can kind of be more of a focal point as you're coming in from that side. But I will say that I do appreciate the plans and the sections you've done. There's a lot of detail here. So they're easy to read. And I appreciate that you've started to really focus in on the structure and you know, looking at the different precedences with the truss systems. I think just thinking through how to push that design, like I like how it's kind of nestled in on the back where the car is. But I also wonder if like there would be, if you let that stone piece be the piece that's really anchored in, like almost push that a little bit more and then let that cantilever feel almost like it's floating on both ends. Just thinking of ways, you know, you can like dramatize it even more. But anyways, I appreciated the precedence, and I like that you kind of pushed it in a way that was really kind of making you think about the site in which you're sitting on, you know?
Yeah, I agree that, you know, the cantilever is definitely dramatic, and you very skillfully embrace that linear organization. Your plan is very clean, very neat, very well drawn. I do agree with Kristen that it would be interesting to somehow make this relationship, you know, this approach here and this exit onto the terrace a little bit more related, as opposed to, you know, walking onto a staircase and a lab that is blocking that, you know, relationship. So I could totally imagine this being flipped. And for example, you know, you having the possibility of actually looking through the building and crossing through it as you kind of then decide whether you want to go left or right. But those are things that, you know, if you had another iteration, you could actually work on something like that. I have a more, like maybe a general comment or question is, you know, once you have such a powerful tool as this cantilever is, I'd like to kind of hear, like, what do you think that it does to you? What is the most powerful thing that you achieve by having it? Of course, except for the aesthetic, you know, the strength of this element. So I keep on seeing, for example, the wind diagram in all your drawings, but not really, you're not engaging with the wind in any way, none of you. And, you know, we don't even know if those are prevailing or prevalent winds. I wonder whether there could be some way to think about the relationship of this cantilever to either wind or, you know, light or the topography, like for example, what happens underneath here? What is that space? And what is the space underneath here? Like just thinking a little bit more beyond the aesthetics,
Yeah.
what that volume could be doing for you.
Yeah, I think I agree with both Kristen and Alex. I think that and I was gonna say the exact same thing about this this garage. Like I kind of wish that I think the successful part of the project is like the purity of these two elements. Like you've really kind of separated like this top one is about it is like this long linear cantilever. It has a different material. It can like deal with something else. I kind of wish that at that end up here, it like just barely didn't touch the ground here or something. And the garage can be part of the base. And I think, you know, talking about Alex's comment about what does that cantilever get you or do for you. I think a really interesting way to think about it is the base part down here, and then like that is the way you deal with the site. That's the like anchored part that's dug into the ground. That's where you get your structure, and then this part on top can do something, can deal with something else like the wind or the light or something. And so maybe it's not, although I do really like that it's completely perpendicular, but maybe it doesn't have to be like that. Don't tell Vince I said that. But you know, like you've set up for yourself this independence of these two elements, and I think you can even push that a little bit further. And then the other thing I would say is that by making them so independent, it actually kind of makes what happens here like really important. And I'm wondering if there's like looks like you have an elevator here or something. I wonder if there's some moment of like a little atrium or something that punches down, or some way you can experience like being in both of these forms at the same time, what that would be like. And it you know, it kind of puts a lot of pressure on that moment, like kind of like we were talking about with the last one with the hinge, but it could be a really like special thing. It's like that's the one place where you're in these two worlds at the same time.
Yeah, I wish I'd thought of that. That's great.
Another interesting thing is, you know, the structural cantilever, sorry, the structural truss that you were talking about, which is a beautiful structural system to me. I wonder whether it couldn't become either more present in your project or completely absent, because right now what we see is one of the elements that actually cuts through two windows and works completely in a different way than the windows that are, you know, orthogonal, and but it's present, it's visible, right? But then we don't see anything else about that truss. So it could become much more pronounced and more present in your project. Or if you didn't want that, if you just wanted it to be a hidden structural system, you could have really thought about the openings more carefully to fit them in between the elements and not have that interaction or that conflict between them.
Yeah, I would agree with what's being said. I think for me well, there's a couple things. One is because there was a remark on the drawings, and Maya's come a really long way on her drawings. She's worked quite hard at them, and so there's still some work to do, but for the most part, very sort of successful. Which now, again, I mean, the one is able to make the comments when you are registering, you know, what your intentions are, and therefore, it makes the comments possible in that sense, because you're being quite specific, and it brings ideas to mind that that aren't there when things are incomplete. The other thing is that actually, Maya had the center rectangle was at a skew, but a very, very slight skew. I don't even know I don't know if it was 2 degrees or 1 degree. I mean, it was very, very slight. And so, and I think I mentioned to her that, that you'd either square it up as you did, or else I would have it run parallel to the contours. That the base is of the land, and then there's the object that's sitting on top. But as the students know, I've been very reticent about telling them, do this. This is what I would do, because these are their projects, and I think it's really important for them to take a very sort of serious stab at what they think they would like to do, and to see. I think it gets back to Alex's point about that we do things, and it's important to understand that we actually have reasons why we do things. We just are often not aware of why we do them, and then we try to figure out, well, why am I doing something, and so therefore, am I doing it enough? Which I think was the issue with the slight rotation, or is it just, or does it need to be something that goes away? And I think that's in relationship to well, actually all the projects we've looked at, but we also just looked at Marianne's. It's like, okay, there's the bend. So what do I do with that? So either I make it into something, or it needs to be something else. But the clarity, but here it's really clear about the relationships of the parts relative to one another. I don't have any question about the sort of terrace areas, about how big they are, and what their intention is at that point. So now I can go through and say, well, actually, now that I see that, is there a way in which particularly, the terraces are chewed up quite a bit by circulation? So might I, should those circulations actually be outside of those volumes, giving a more sort of clean open space to the terraces? Should they be larger? Would that how might that change the base, for example, and have that be in concert with a possible void that connects those two? But I can start to do that after I understand what it is that I'm doing. We've visited this several times. It's still not quite exactly where we want it, but again, there's been improvement, and the whole garage aspect in terms of how one enters, where you're cutting through that plane. Because right now, it looks like where I'm cutting through, there's a, that higher section is really part of the road, not part of the road. How much of a slope is there? It's again, when I get a clearer understanding of what the points of arrival are, in this case, just the points of arrival of the garage, it makes me think about, well, what kind of base would I actually need? And then I would have to actually generate that ground base, or build in a concrete bridge structure, which might end up being prohibitive. I don't know. May create a different type of space that I didn't expect. May result in a third volume, which is similar to the one that now has the roof terraces on it. And so again, it takes you, as you solve those problems, they take you to different places. And that's, again, the very exciting thing about design, is sort of letting it take you from point to point, and not knowing ahead of time what it is, sort of dealing with the moves as they appear. But again, I appreciate your continual development. I mean, a big part of this was looking at the truss. And at one point, just the way the truss was drawn, incorrectly, I might add, but that it gave a kind of presence to it that was, again, not realizing what it is. And so in its more accurate fashion here, one is then able to deduce, well, is that along with what Alex said, is that something where maybe the truss serves a certain purpose, but it's sort of structural. Maybe it goes away. Maybe it's no longer readable as a kind of thing. But you can start to make those decisions again as you accurately represent, at least at the moment, where the project is. For me, one last thing I would say is I'm still curious about the sort of patio dining, in that the wall seems to be continuous there. And for me, the thing is, well, or would that be completely, would the patio dining be all outdoor space and not have any walls on the side? Would those either be low walls or guardrails or something? And that changes that condition. Right now, it's sort of, you've got patio dining as shown in plan, and it's showing it where it's cut, as you did in plan, that it's completely enclosed. And so
I did for it to be low walls, but they were cut through.
Yeah, and so that changes the spatial condition and makes it look right. And so then again, to get a more sort of accurate representation of that, in that case, cut it a little bit higher, look down on those walls, and then that changes that spatial reading. But again, the value in the orthogonal drawings is that you're actually able to compare the relationships of the parts really at a one-to-one, that you're not looking at something that's distorted. I can't make decisions when I'm looking at something that's distorted, and that's the value. So anyway, I was just showing you that was one example of where, your earlier drawings, again, were, it was harder to see what it was that you were doing, again, because of I guess the misreadings that were within the drawings. And I just want to say that I appreciate how hard you worked on your drawings, to bring it to more and more clarity. But again, I just can't tell you how valuable that is as a designer. Last thing I'd like to say, because we're essentially out of time here, is how much I appreciate. I'll talk to the students more, but I appreciate the energy that the students have had all semester, a kind of a real sort of seriousness towards their projects. This is a surprisingly lot of new information that I guess, new information coming from older sources, I guess. And I don't mean me. I hope I don't mean me as an older source, although I guess that's at this point, y'all are gonna find yourself in that position much sooner than you think, by the way, because we always think of ourselves as being of a certain youthful age. I certainly I don't realize it till I shave in the morning. But anyway, what I will say though is that really, using all the tools that you have, which is so important, and understanding really the relationships between the parts. You're making it. You're in control, and so it really is about asking every question. And I think the reviewers were very good in sort of pointing all of that out. I really appreciate first of all the two jurors for joining us again. I appreciate the sort of willingness to be able to do that, and then I really appreciate also Kristen for joining us from such a long distance, and hopefully in the future we'll be able to throw in an airline ticket to have you show up in Austin as our guest in the near future. But thank you so much for taking time out of your day to spend it with us. We appreciate it.
Yes, a lot of fun. I enjoyed seeing what you guys have going on. It's made me miss school a little bit, just a little bit.
Thank you all. That was really great.
Yeah, for me, it was really fascinating to see, the final review. I didn't see your projects, but I saw a couple of projects during the mid reviews, and the incredible progress in terms of the development of drawings and the quality of the drawings. So I think you're like really well poised to go into comprehensive and other studios where you might be, even exploring some wild ideas, but you have those really fundamental tools that are going to be with you forever. So I think you should really appreciate that, that was kind of, shared with you in the studio, and you've absorbed it really well, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you all. I'm gonna let the reviewers go, and I want to spend a few minutes with the students talking about next week. We have a portfolio review, and I just want to give a little bit more insight into that, as well as I'd like to have the opportunity to meet with the students if they'd like to meet with me next week as well. So thanks again.
Thank you, and I'll see you for the portfolio reviews.
Yes, absolutely.
Good luck.
See you. Bye.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys. Good work.
Bye.
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 Okay. All right, we got everybody here. I'll try to make this as quick as possible because I know you want to celebrate as you well should. But I do want to talk about the next week in the portfolio reviews, as well as most importantly, I would like to speak. I would like to have the opportunity to speak with you. I hope all of you would like to speak with me. I'm not making it a requirement. So Monday we have open. It's the last official day of class. I have all of Monday open. So if you would like to email me a 15-minute time period to speak with me, just so that we can touch base in terms of where you are and maybe how you would benefit from doing some additional tweaking to whatever it is that you have, that you can get that done by Wednesday, so that it's in your portfolios. It's that you're going to be representing this project on Friday. And so I think I've mentioned, I don't remember if when I was talking about it, everyone was listening, or if I know I spoke to at least one person, and I just want to be clear that the portfolio process, and you all probably know this, but I'm not in the loop necessarily, so I want to make sure that you and I have the same understanding, which is that the portfolio review that's really super critical, of course, is in the spring, if you don't know that. However, both of them should really be considered as advisory reviews. We're here to basically, in the portfolio reviews, is for you and us to take stock of what your experience has been so far, and to see where you are. The fall is really intended to help put you in the best position possible in the spring, to represent yourself as in the best possible light, because we know that we want to see the skills that you've obtained, that therefore says, you know what, we know you're going to be successful in Advanced Design Studio. We know you're going to be successful in Comprehensive Studio. And so we want to make sure that we set you up for success and not for failure. That's really where we're headed. And so to that, there's the things which obviously you could take any of the obviously the information that was given to you today. You've been able now to see each other's drawings and to see, oh, right, that's how they represented it. That looks to be more correct than what I have. So to make the necessary changes to your drawings to improve them where you feel that they're deficient. that's certainly something that I would do. The other thing is that we will then talk with the sort of the 15 minutes that I want to talk to each of you is really again more of a sort of precursor to the group that you'll meet with and to talk about your projects, that we can talk about